Chapter 1 Dignity Trampled, The System Comes. Lu Chen stood at the door of the Golden Splendor Western restaurant, tightly holding the bouquet of roses that he bought with half a month's salary, which now seemed extremely cheap. The wind in the early summer evening was a little hot, blowing on his sweaty cheap t-shirt, making him feel like he was falling into an icy cave. Through the huge French window, he could clearly see the window seat inside. His girlfriend, Lin Weiwei, was leaning on the arms of a young man wearing Armani casual clothes, smiling like a flower. Lu Chen knew that man, a well-known local rich second generation, Zhang Hao. A week ago, Lin Weiwei sweetly said, "Chen, let's work hard together, everything will be fine in the future." A week later, she was sitting in the passenger seat of Zhang Hao's car, using the latest iPhone and carrying a brand name bag that Lu Chen had only seen in magazines. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the surging sorrow and anger, Lu Chen pushed open the heavy glass door. The elegant violin sound and the aroma of food rushed to his face, but only made him feel suffocated. He walked straight to the dazzling corner. Weiwei. Lu Chen's voice was a little dry. The smile on Lin Weiwei's face froze instantly, replaced by a kind of offended disgust. She loosened her arms around Zhang Hao and leaned back, as if Lu Chen was carrying some germs. "Lu Chen? Why are you here? Didn't we say we're over? Don't embarrass yourself here." Zhang Hao glanced at Lu Chen, with an undisguised sarcasm on his lips. He cut the steak on the plate slowly and leisurely, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. "Hey, isn't this Weiwei's ex-boyfriend? What, you're still not giving up? Want to have a free meal? You can't afford a piece of steak here with a year's salary, right?" He deliberately made a harsh sound with his knife and fork on the expensive bone china plate. The diners around him cast curious or contemptuous glances at him, and the whispers pierced Lu Chen like needles. "Weiwei, why?" Lu Chen ignored Zhang Hao and stared at Lin Weiwei. "Our 3 years of relationship are not as good as the bags he bought for you? You said you don't care about money." "Don't care about money?" Lin Weiwei's voice suddenly rose, as if she had heard a huge joke, full of sarcasm. "Lu Chen, wake up. Who doesn't care about money these days? When I'm with you, I don't even dare to go shopping in the mall. I can only wear cheap clothes and eat at street stalls. Do you know how much the bag my best friend carries is? One bag is worth half a year's salary for you. I don't see any hope in being with you. Being poor is the original sin." She picked up the shiny LV handbag on the table and shook it to show off. "Did you see that? The gift that Hao brother gave you is something you can never afford in your lifetime. Feelings? Can feelings be eaten? Can they allow me to live in a mansion and drive a sports car? Don't be naive." Zhang Hao made the finishing move at the right time. He stood up, walked in front of Lu Chen, and patted Lu Chen's cheek condescendingly. His action was full of insults. "Boy, did you hear me? A poor man should have the awareness of a poor man. A beauty of Weiwei's level is not worthy of a low-level social animal like you. If you know what's good for you, get out of here and don't ruin our mood for dinner." His fingers were greasy and powerful, and the slap on Lu Chen's cheek hurt. "Take your dirty hands away." Lu Chen violently waved Zhang Hao's hand away, the suppressed anger almost bursting through his chest. "Damn it! You have no shame." Zhang Hao's face darkened, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked Lu Chen hard in the abdomen. Bang! Lu Chen was caught off guard. The severe pain made him hunch over instantly, and he fell to the ground in a mess. The bouquet of roses was scattered all over the ground, and the petals were trampled to pieces. His stomach was churning, and a fishy sweetness surged in his throat. "Ha ha ha! Trash! You want to compete with me for a woman with just this little ability?" Zhang Hao's arrogant laughter echoed in the restaurant. He pointed at Lu Chen on the ground and said to Lin Weiwei, "Weiwei, see? This is the man you liked before? He is worse than trash." Lin Weiwei frowned in disgust, looking at Lu Chen as if he were a pile of disgusting garbage. "Lu Chen, you really make me sick. Brother Hao, let's go. I lose my appetite when I see him." "Okay, I'll listen to you, darling." Zhang Hao hugged Lin Weiwei and walked past Lu Chen arrogantly. He deliberately stepped on the back of Lu Chen's hand with his expensive leather shoes and crushed it hard. The piercing pain and extreme humiliation instantly overwhelmed Lu Chen. He could feel countless gazes around him, some sympathetic, but more mocking in watching the show. The physical pain was not even 1/10,000th of the pain of having his heart torn apart. 3 years of sincerity, in return, was humiliation and trampling in public. He lay on the cold and expensive floor like a dying dog, feeling the despair of having his dignity completely torn apart and trampled into the mud. Why? On what basis? Just because of poverty? A surge of hatred and unwillingness burned wildly in his chest, almost swallowing him up. Ding! The host has been detected to be an extreme humiliation and life threat, and meets the binding conditions of the God-level instant kill system. System binding, 1%, 50%, 100%. Binding successful. Host, Lu Chin. The newbie gift pack has been distributed to the system space, please check. System tips: you can refresh the second sale mall once a day, and a random item will appear, with a flash sale price of only 1 yuan. The value of the items varies greatly, I wish you good luck. A series of cold and clear mechanical sounds exploded in Lu Chen's mind like thunder, instantly dispelling all the pain and despair. System? A god-level instant kill system? Lu Chen raised his head suddenly, his eyes emitting an incredible light. That light was no longer despair, but an ignited flame called revenge. Chapter 2, Novice God Equipment, Pagani's Roar. The cold system notification sound was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly bringing Lu Chen back from the edge of hell. The pain in his abdomen and the wound on his hand were still there, but the pain of his heart being trampled on had been replaced by a burning ecstasy and overwhelming rage. System. He actually bound himself to the system. System. What is the novice gift package? Lu Chen roared in his heart. Newbie gift pack is opening. Congratulations to the host for winning, by A. Pagani Huayra BC, Obsidian Black, limited to 20 units worldwide at a flash sale price of 1 yuan. The vehicle ownership documents and keys have been stored in the system space. Congratulations to the host for obtaining, by God-level fighting technique max, at a flash sale price of 1 yuan. Do you want to merge it immediately? Congratulations to the host for winning, by Swiss Bank Anonymous Black Card Unlimited Credit Limit, at a flash sale price of 1 yuan. The card has been stored in the system space. Pagani Wind God? God-level fighting skills? Unlimited black cards? Lu Chen felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, and his whole body was trembling with excitement. As a former car enthusiast, he knew too well what Pagani Wind God meant. It was a top-notch supercar worth tens of millions, which could not be bought even with money. God-level fighting skills? Unlimited black cards? This was simply a step to heaven. Integrate the God-level fighting skills immediately. Lu Chen gave the order in his mind without hesitation. Boom! A vast stream of information instantly poured into his mind. Countless exquisite and well-honed fighting skills, ways of exerting force, and fighting instincts were engraved into the depths of his soul like a brand. At the same time, a warm current flowed through his body, transforming his muscles, bones, and nerve reactions. The pain in his abdomen and the wound on his hand healed and disappeared at an astonishing speed. In just a few seconds, Lu Chen felt that his body had been reborn. Strength surged through his limbs and bones, and his 5 senses became sharper than ever before. Every subtle sound and every smell in the restaurant was clear. He even had the illusion that he could kill a cow with one punch. He slowly stood up from the ground. His movements were smooth and full of power, completely different from the embarrassment he had just shown. He dusted himself off and glanced coldly at the people who were still watching the excitement in the restaurant. Many people subconsciously avoided his gaze when they saw his eyes that seemed to contain a storm. Lu Chen didn't even look at the broken flowers on the ground. With a thought, the car key and the black bank card with mysterious golden lines on the edge appeared in his hand. The Pagani logo on the key shone charmingly under the light. Sir, are you all right? A young man in a waiter's uniform who looked a little immature stepped forward hesitantly and asked in a low voice. He witnessed the whole process with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Lu Chen glanced at him. The waiter's eyes were quite clear. He casually handed over the unlimited black card, swiped the card and helped me pay the table bill for my ex-girlfriend and her mistress. Also, the floor of this restaurant is dirty, I'll pay for it. Swipe 100,000, and the rest is your tip. 100,000? The young waiter's eyes almost popped out of his head, and his hands were shaking. The table spent a few thousand yuan at most, and the remaining more than 90,000 yuan was all tips? What? Can't brush it? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes. Yes, sir. The waiter woke up as if from a dream, his face flushed with excitement. With trembling hands, he took the heavy black card and trotted to the bar. Fuck. 100,000 in tips? What kind of card is that? The black one? I've never seen it before. Is it fake? Are you a pretender? The surrounding discussions exploded instantly, even more sensational than the farce just now. Countless eyes focused on Lu Chen and the uniquely shaped car key in his hand. Lu Chen ignored all the comments, took the key, and walked out of the restaurant in big strides. The evening breeze blew his hair and also blew away the last bit of haze in his heart. Humiliation? No, that will become a thing of the past. From now on, his world will be dominated by him. He pressed the key. Across the road, the lights of a huge, parked car covered with a car cover suddenly lit up, like a sleeping beast opening its eyes. Lu Chen walked over and pulled off the car cover. Buzz. The streamlined body is like a work of art, the aerodynamic kit is full of violent aesthetics, and the obsidian black paint reflects a breathtaking luster under the neon light. It is the Pagani Huayra BC. Hiss. Pagani Wind God? Oh my god. It really is the god of wind. And it's a BC limited edition. The guy who was kicked down just now? He is the owner of the car? 100,000 in tips. Pagani. Black card. Am I fucking dreaming? The restaurant entrance was in an uproar. Countless people rushed out to watch, and the flashes of their cell phones were connected. The person who had just laughed at Lu Chen for being poor and useless now opened his mouth wide enough to fit an egg, with extreme shock and disbelief written all over his face. Lu Chen opened the car door and got into the cockpit, which was as high-tech as a fighter jet cockpit. The leather-wrapped steering wheel was delicate to the touch, and the carbon fiber trim exuded a cold luster. He started the engine. Boom! The deep and violent roar of the V12 engine instantly tore through the night sky of the city. Like the roar of an ancient beast, it announced the arrival of the king. The surging power is ready to go. Lu Chen raised his lips in a cold arc, and cast his eyes in the direction where Zhang Hao and Lin Weiwei left. Sports car? LV? The things you are proud of are not even a joke in front of me. He stepped on the accelerator. Woo! The Pagani Wind God was like an arrow shot from a bow. With a deafening roar and a dazzling black light, it instantly disappeared at the end of the street, leaving behind a group of stunned and life-doubting spectators. Chapter 3, Supercar slaps the ex-girlfriend in the face, regret. The furious engine roar of the Pagani Wind God reverberated in the street, like a black lightning, instantly attracting the attention and exclamations of countless passers-by. Lu Chen felt the pleasure of his body being pressed against the bucket seat by the powerful G-force, and the scenery outside the window was rapidly receding. The god-level fighting skills gave him extraordinary reaction and body coordination, allowing him to control this beast with ease. His target was clear Zhang Hao and Lin Weiwei. According to the sporadic conversations heard in the restaurant just now, they should go to the Xingyao KTV in the city center to celebrate. Lu Chen remembered the license plate of Zhang Hao's flashy red Ferrari 488. Function speed was amazing. A few minutes later, Lu Chen saw the eye-catching red Ferrari parked in front of the Xingyao KTV. Zhang Hao and Lin Weiwei had just gotten out of the car when they were surrounded by a few friends who had come out after hearing the noise, showing off their new car and new girlfriend. Brother Hao is awesome. 488. This sound is incredible. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. Brother Hao is so lucky. We have to have fun tonight to celebrate Brother Hao getting his beautiful girlfriend. Zhang Hao put his arm around Lin Weiwei's waist, enjoying the flattery from everyone, looking very pleased with himself. Lin Weiwei also leaned against him, with a vain smile on her face. At this moment, a roar of an engine that was deeper, richer, and more oppressive than that of a Ferrari 488 came from far away, like thunder rolling in. It instantly drowned out all the noise. What the hell? What's that sound? This sound is much more powerful than Hao's 488. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a dazzling black stream of light rushing over with the momentum of tearing the air, and then it accurately flicked its tail and stopped steadily next to the Ferrari 488. The scissor doors slowly opened upwards like an eagle spreading its wings. The obsidian black body reflects a suffocating light under the bright neon lights of the KTV. The exaggerated aerodynamic kit, the exposed carbon fiber texture, the unique Pagani logo, all highlight its noble status as a top supercar. Pagani Wind God? Or BC Limited Edition? Oh my god. It's really the god of wind. This car must be worth $500 million, right? Who is it? When did such a wealthy man appear in our city? The crowd was instantly excited. All the mobile phone cameras were focused on this mechanical work of art that had come to Earth. The Ferrari 488 next to it instantly became an inconspicuous toy. The smug smile on Zhang Hao's face froze, his eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of jealousy. His family was rich, but they definitely couldn't afford a supercar of this level. Lin Weiwei also widened her eyes and covered her mouth, completely shocked by the luxury and domineering of this car. As everyone watched with bated breath, a foot wearing a brand new pair of shiny handmade leather shoes stepped out, followed by long legs wrapped in well-tailored, high-quality dark gray trousers. Lu Chen calmly stood up from the driver's seat. He put on the newly refreshed, top handmade custom suit master level from the System Flash Sale Mall, which was invaluable. The tailoring perfectly outlined his tall figure, and the temperament transformation brought by the god-level fighting skills made him fully aura at this moment, like a king descending. When his cold and familiar face was fully exposed under the dazzling light. Hiss. Lu Chen? What the hell? Why is it him? He is not the poor guy who was kicked down by Brother Hao. He could not say the rest of the words, because the Lu Chen in front of him was not even a little poor and embarrassed. His whole body was more than 100 times stronger than Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao looked like he was struck by lightning, his eyes almost popped out, the blood color on his face instantly drained away, his lips trembling. No. Impossible. It's fake. It must be fake. Lu Chen, you loser, where did you rent the car from? Or did you steal it? Do you know how much this car cost? Your whole family can't afford to pay for it if you damage it. He yelled hysterically, trying to cover up his inner panic and collapse with his voice. Lin Weiwei was struck hard, her body swayed, her face pale. She looked at the brilliant Lu Chen in front of her, who seemed like a different person, and then looked at Zhang Hao, who was distorted and furious. A strong regret bit her heart like a poisonous snake. This huge contrast almost suffocated her. The person she just abandoned turned out to be such a person? Lu Chen didn't even look at Zhang Hao, as if he was just a noisy fly. He slowly adjusted the cuffs of his expensive suit, his movements elegant and calm. Then, he took out the Swiss Bank Infinite Black card, which was completely black with mysterious gold patterns on the edges, from his suit's inner pocket. He held the card between two fingers and waved it casually. For the first time, his eyes, with a condescending indifference, fell on Zhang Hao's face, which was twisted by jealousy and anger. The corners of his mouth curled up with a hint of cold sneer. Rent? Steal? Zhang Hao, your vision is only worthy of playing with this kind of toys. He signaled with his eyes the Ferrari 488 next to him that was instantly eclipsed. Do you know this? Lu Chen's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, with an invisible sense of oppression. It's an anonymous black card from a Swiss bank with an unlimited credit limit. This means that anything that can be bought with money in this world is not a problem for me. As for this car? Lu Chen gently patted the hood of the Pagani Huayra, which looked like a work of art. It's mine now. Besides, I can have as many toys as I want. Boom! Lu Chen's words were like a bomb, exploding in the crowd. Unlimited black card? The legendary one? Oh my god! There really is such a card. Who is he? Zhang Hao is really like a joke in front of him. Lin Weiwei must be regretting this, right? Ha ha! The discussions around him came like a tide, full of shock, envy and undisguised ridicule towards Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's face turned from white to red, then from red to blue, and finally to a dark blue. He felt like his face was torn off by Lu Chen in public, thrown on the ground and stepped on. Especially when he saw Lin Weiwei staring at Lu Chen with a lost soul and complicated eyes, he was even more jealous and his rationality was instantly burned out. Alpaca. Lu Chen. Pretend to be your mother. Zhang Hao was completely mad. He roared, raised his fist, and smashed it towards Lu Chen's face that made him hate him so much. He wanted to smash this pretentious face. However, in the eyes of Lu Chen, who had integrated the god-level fighting technique max, Zhang Hao's angry attack was as slow as a slow motion in a movie, full of flaws. Lu Chen didn't even move his feet. He just raised his left hand seemingly casually. Bang! An extremely crisp sound. Zhang Hao's powerful punch was caught steadily and easily by Lu Chen with one hand. Not a budge. The ferocity on Zhang Hao's face froze instantly, and turned into extreme astonishment. He felt like he had punched a steel wall. It was so shocking that his wrist hurt. That's all? Lu Chen's mockery became even stronger, his eyes as cold as a knife. Waste. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chen's right hand stretched out as fast as lightning. Snap. 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 A series of dense and loud slaps sounded like firecrackers. The speed was so fast that everyone could only see a shadow. Each of Lu Chen's slaps landed accurately on Zhang Hao's face, with excellent control of force. It would not kill him, but would still make him feel heartbroken and lose all face. Ah! Ah! Stop hitting me! Ah! Zhang Hao was beaten so hard that he was dizzy, with stars in his eyes. His cheeks were swollen and red at a visible speed, and the corners of his mouth were broken and bleeding. He wanted to resist, but the hand that Lu Chen grabbed was like being clamped by an iron clamp, and he couldn't get away at all. He could only passively take the beating like a broken sack. After more than a dozen slaps, Lu Chen threw it away like trash. Plop! Zhang Hao screamed and collapsed to the ground like a dead dog. His cheeks were swollen like a pig's head, blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were unfocused. Where was the arrogance of a rich second generation? Only boundless fear and embarrassment remained. The entire KTV entrance was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by this brutal and neat slap in the face. Looking at Zhang Hao lying on the ground like mud, and then looking at Lu Chen who was calm and composed with even his hair not messed up, the strong contrast shocked everyone's nerves. Lu Chen took out a snow-white handkerchief also produced by the system and wiped his hands slowly, as if he had just touched something dirty. Then, he casually threw the handkerchief on Zhang Hao's face, covering the horrible pig head. Only then did he turn his gaze, for the first time, towards Lin Weiwei, who was already pale and trembling with fear beside him. Lin Weiwei came into contact with Lu Chen's cold, indifferent, emotionless gaze, as if a basin of ice water was poured from head to toe, and she woke up instantly. Huge fear and regret overwhelmed her. She remembered her harsh words in the restaurant, remembered her betrayal. She just wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. Lu Chen, I was wrong, Lin Weiwei's voice was trembling and she was crying as she wanted to step forward. Roll. Lu Chen only uttered one word. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty and extreme disgust, like shooing away a fly. This one word completely shattered all of Lin Weiwei's fantasies and hopes. Her body froze, as if she had fallen into an icy cave, her face pale as a bloodless ash, and she was about to collapse. Lu Chen no longer looked at the garbage on the ground and the woman who made him sick. He turned around, bent down, and sat in the cockpit of the Pagani wind god that looked like a futuristic battleship. The scissor door slowly fell, blocking out all the noise and gazes from outside. Boom! The engine roared again, and the black super beast took off instantly, leaving behind only a dazzling afterimage of the taillights and a messy and stunned crowd. Chapter 4, Top Luxury House, Sky High Tip shocked the whole network. The low roar of the Pagani wind god gradually faded away, leaving behind a mess at the entrance of the Xingyao KTV and countless hearts that were shocked to numbness. Zhang Hao was hurriedly carried away to the hospital by a few of his frightened friends, while Lin Weiwei stood there in despair, her face pale and her eyes empty, as if her soul had been taken away. The pointing and laughing of the people around her pierced her like needles, making her want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The huge regret was like a poison ivy wrapped around her heart, almost suffocating her. Lu Chen drove the Pagani, feeling the ultimate control and speed passion brought by the top supercar, and the depression in his heart was swept away. The pleasure of revenge was like strong wine, hearty and refreshing. But this is just the beginning. He thought about it and communicated with the system in his mind again. System, refresh today's flash sale mall. Ding! Today's flash sale mall has been refreshed. Product, Yunding Tiangong Villa No. 1 Top Luxury House in Jiangzhou, ready to move in. Original price, 880 million. Flash sale price, 1 yuan. Is it a flash sale? Instant kill. Lu Chen did not hesitate. I was just worried about having no place to live. This system is really considerate. Second kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Yunding Tiangong No. 1 Villa. The property documents, keys, and access cards have been stored in the system space. The property manager has received a notification and is waiting for your check-in at any time. At the same time, Lu Chen's phone vibrated. It was a text message from an unfamiliar number. Dear Mr. Lu Chen, Yunding Tiangong Property Service Center is dedicated to serving you. I am your exclusive butler Chen Ming, ready to serve you at any time. Welcome to your mansion. It's really efficient. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. He needed a new base that suited his current status. This Yunding Palace sounded great. He did not go to his new home immediately, but drove the Fengshan to drive around the most prosperous CBD area of Jiangzhou City. The top supercar, his outstanding temperament and expensive clothes made him the focus of attention, and he would inevitably cause exclamations in mobile phone photos wherever he went. After driving around for a few laps and enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, Lu Chen felt a little thirsty. He casually parked the car in front of a high-end looking coffee shop. The appearance of Pagani Fengshan once again caused a small commotion. Lu Chen pushed the door open and walked in. The melodious piano music and the mellow aroma of coffee hit him. There were not many customers in the store, but they were all dressed in fancy clothes. His appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention, especially the young ladies, whose eyes were full of brilliance. A waitress in a well-dressed uniform and pretty face came up to him immediately with a sweet professional smile on her face. "Hello, sir, welcome to Blues Time, what can I do for you?" Her eyes stayed on Lu Chen for a moment, with a hint of subtle surprise and nervousness. She recognized the exaggerated Pagani outside. Lu Chen casually glanced at the menu and pointed to the most expensive item, a cup of Emerald Estate Geisha, "Thank you." This kind of coffee beans is the top luxury in the coffee industry, and the price of one cup is as high as several thousand yuan. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The waiter bowed slightly, wrote down the order, and turned to the bar to place the order. She was a little nervous. This customer had a strong aura and ordered the most expensive dish. There shouldn't be any problem, right? The coffee was quickly served in a fine bone china cup, and the aroma was fragrant. Lu Chen sipped it slowly, and the taste was indeed mellow and unique, but to him, it was no different from a bottle of mineral water that cost $1, and he drank it for a taste. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen finished his last sip of coffee and waved to the waiter. "Sir, what can I do for you?" The waiter walked over quickly, still with a sweet smile on his face, but he was a little nervous, fearing that the distinguished guest might be dissatisfied. Lu Chen took out the unlimited black card, casually placed it on the tray, and said calmly, "Check out." "Okay, sir, your total spending is 3,888 yuan. The waiter took the card and walked to the cashier. A few seconds later, a suppressed exclamation came from the cashier's counter. Then the cashier's frantic voice. Apparently, they also recognized this legendary card. Soon, the waiter came back with the POS slip and black card, and handed them back to Lu Chen respectfully with both hands. His voice was trembling with excitement. "Sir, please keep your card. This is your bill." Lu Chen didn't even look at the bill, he took the card and put it away. Just when the waiter thought he was about to leave, Lu Chen spoke again calmly. "Do you have a pen?" "Ah. Yes. Yes." Although the waiter was confused, he immediately took out a pen from his pocket. Lu Chen took the pen and quickly wrote down a string of numbers on the blank space on the back of the POS slip, then handed the pen and the POS slip back to the waiter. "Tip." Lu Chen's voice remained calm. The waiter took it subconsciously and looked down at the number written on the back of the POS slip. 1,000,000. 1 million? She was petrified instantly. Her mind went blank. Her eyes were fixed on the 7 zeros, and her breathing stopped. She wondered if she was dazzled or hallucinating. 1 million, tip? How is this possible? Sir, this the waitress's hand holding the POS slip was shaking violently, and she couldn't speak clearly. The huge impact made her completely lose the ability to think. "What's given to you is yours." Lu Chen stood up, straightened his suit, and said in an unquestionable tone, "Thank you for your hard work." After saying that, he did not stop, turned around, walked out with a leisurely pace, and pushed the door open under the shocked and dazed gazes of everyone in the cafe. Boom! The Pagani wind god roared again and carried its owner away. Not until the engine's sound completely disappeared did a huge wave of noise suddenly erupt in the cafe. What the hell? 1 million in tips? Oh my god! Did I hear that correctly? 1 million? Look! Look at the circle of friends. Someone took a picture. The car outside is a Pagani Huayra BC. It's worth $500 million. And that card. The black one. The legendary infinite black card. Super rich. Absolutely a top super rich. He spends 1 million as if it were $100. That waitress, oh my god, she made it. She is financially independent. Take a picture now. posted online. It's definitely explosive news. The waitress was still standing there, tightly holding the POS receipt with 1 million written on it, tears welling up uncontrollably. This was not sadness, but a huge, unreal ecstasy and shock that was enough to change her life. This scene was captured in its entirety by a curious customer in the cafe with his cell phone. The video clearly recorded Luchan writing 1000000 and the waiter's extremely shocked reaction. The video was quickly uploaded to TikTok, Weibo, and Moments. The title is even more explosive. Hashtag the rich man in Jiangzhou suddenly appeared. The owner of Pagani Huayra casually gave the waiter a tip of 1 million. Hashtag unlimited black cards are now available. Poverty limits my imagination. Hashtag this is what it means to be rich and willful. Hashtag. The video went viral. In just half an hour, the number of views exceeded 1 million, and it continued to grow exponentially. The comments section was completely blown up. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? There's nothing else to say except what the hell. 1 million in tips? I can't make that much in my entire fucking life. Pagani Huayra BC. 500 million. This is the real top rich man. Did that waiter save the galaxy in his previous life? I'm so envious. Black card. The legendary infinite black card. It turns out it really exists. Who is this person? He's so mysterious and rich. When did such a big shot appear in Jiangzhou? Please dig him up. No one knows the name Luchan yet, but his Pagani Huayra and his inhumane behavior of tipping millions of yuan have made him known as the mysterious rich man in Jiangzhou and instantly resounded across the internet. He has become the focus of countless people's envy, jealousy, and crazy discussions. Luchan didn't know that his casual action had already set off a huge wave on the internet. He was driving the Pagani Huayra according to the navigation, heading towards the legendary top luxury residential area halfway up the mountain Yunding Palace. Chapter 5, Yunding Palace, the attention of the school beauty. Pagani Huayra sped along the winding mountain road, and the scenery on both sides gradually changed from a bustling city to a lush forest. The air became particularly fresh, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. The higher you go, the more you can feel the privacy and dignity here. The huge trees and carefully designed landscape belts cleverly separate the villas of different shapes. Soon, a huge gate with a magnificent and modern design appeared in front of us. Above the gate, the 4 gilded characters Yunding Tiangong shone brightly in the sun. Standing at the door were several security guards in neat uniforms and with sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. When the recognizable figure of Pagani Huayra appeared at the entrance, the security guards immediately stood in awe, their eyes full of shock and awe. They had obviously received the notice. A security guard who looked like a captain trotted forward and saluted Luchan in the car with a very respectful tone. "Dear Mr. Lu. Welcome home. The passage to Villa number 1 has been opened for you." He pressed the remote control in his hand, and a special gate next to it, which was only suitable for one car and had a more low-key and luxurious design, slid open silently. Luchan nodded slightly, and the Pagani roared and drove into the exclusive passage. On both sides of the passage were carefully manicured gardens, and the environment was extremely quiet. After driving for about a minute, the view in front of him suddenly became clear. A huge building complex that looks like a perfect fusion of ancient palaces and modern art, located at the highest point of the entire mountain, overlooking the winding river view below and the entire Jiangzhou city. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows reflect the light of the sky and the shadows of the clouds. The private swimming pool is like a sapphire inlaid on the top of the mountain, and the exclusive helicopter pad highlights the extraordinary status of the owner. This is Hentaying Tiangong Villa number 1. A true king's residence. As soon as the car stopped in front of the main villa, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a well-ironed suit and with neatly combed hair, was already waiting there with 2 teams of servants in uniform and capable temperament. The leader was the butler Chen Ming. "Mr. Lu. Welcome home." Chen Ming led everyone to bow in unison, with an extremely respectful attitude. "I am your housekeeper Chen Ming, and I will be responsible for all your daily life and property affairs. If you need anything, please feel free to tell me." Luchan got off the car, looked around at the luxurious kingdom that belonged to him, felt the fresh air on the top of the mountain and the magnificent river view, and his heart was inevitably moved. A few days ago, he was still a social animal who was worried about the rent, but a few days later, he was already at the top of the city and even the top of wealth. The system completely changed the trajectory of his life. Yeah. Lu Chen replied calmly, throwing the car keys to a waiter next to him. Park the car. Yes, sir. The waiter took the key carefully, as if he were holding a holy object. Under Chen Ming's respectful guidance, Lu Chen stepped into the villa. The luxury was far beyond his imagination. The huge living room with a height of nearly 10 meters, hanging priceless crystal chandeliers, top-grade furniture imported from Italy, famous artworks dotted in between, 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows with river views. Every detail showed the ultimate luxury and taste. The smart home system operated silently, and the temperature, humidity, and light were just right. Mr. Lu, here are all the property documents, keys, and access cards for the villa. Please have a look. Chen Ming handed over an exquisite folder and a bunch of unique keys and cards. The villa is equipped with 1 housekeeper, 2 senior chefs, 4 life assistants, 2 gardeners, 8 security personnel, all retired elites, 2 drivers, and 4 cleaning staff. All personnel have signed the strictest confidentiality agreement and their loyalty is absolutely reliable. Do you think any adjustments are needed? That's it for now. Lu Chen took the things and casually placed them on the expensive coffee table beside him. He was very satisfied with Chen Ming's professionalism and efficiency. Prepare something simple for me. Yes, sir. Please take a rest and we will prepare it for you in 10 minutes. Chen Ming bowed and stepped back, then immediately made arrangements through the intercom. Lu Chen walked to the huge French window and looked down at the prosperous Zhangzhou city. All living beings were like ants, but he was already standing in the clouds. This feeling of being in control of everything was intoxicating. Just then, his cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar local number. Lu Chen frowned slightly and answered, "Who is this?" A middle-aged male voice that sounded a little excited and cautious came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Mr. Lu." "Lu. Excuse me. I am Lu Mingde, the vice president of Zhangzhou Bank. We have received the huge amount of money you deposited in our bank today. Thank you very much for your trust and support for our bank. In order to express our sincerity, we have urgently upgraded the highest level of private banking service for you. I will be your exclusive account manager and serve you 24 hours a day. If you have any financial needs, please let me know at any time. In addition, we would like to invite you." "Not interested." Lu Chen interrupted without waiting for the other party to finish. Needless to say, it must be the infinite black card that caused the movement. Money is just a number to him, and the bank's services? He doesn't need them. Okay. Mr. Lu. Sorry to bother you. If you need anything, feel free to call me. I wish you a happy life." Lu Mingde was choked, but did not dare to complain. Instead, his tone became more respectful, even with a hint of flattery, and he quickly hung up the phone. Lu Chen casually threw his phone on the sofa. It seemed that his unlimited black card had caused quite a stir in the Jiangzhou financial circle. But this was all expected. 10 minutes later, Chen Ming personally pushed the dining cart in. There were several exquisite Cantonese dim sum, a bowl of fragrant abalone chicken porridge, and fresh fruits. The chef's cooking skills were obviously excellent. Lu Chen sat at the dining table, enjoying a quiet lunch with a top-class rich man. He opened his phone and casually flipped through the news. Sure enough, the news about Jiangzhou's mysterious rich man, Pagani Huayra, and million-dollar tip had already topped the local hot search list. Photos and videos from various angles were going viral, and the comment section was completely blown up, with countless people guessing his identity. Lu Chen flipped through the pages casually, with a playful smile on his face. Mysterious? That's good. He didn't want to reveal too much for the time being. Suddenly, a WeChat friend request popped up. The avatar is a girl with a sweet smile, and the background is a library. Note: "Hello, Senior Lu Chen. I'm Su Xiaoyu, a sophomore in the School of Economics and Management. I think I saw your car in the financial street today? So cool. I'll add you, hoping to get to know you. Caret. Su Xiaoyu?" Lu Chen remembered. One of the famous campus beauties of Jiangzhou University, a representative of the Pure department, seemed to have a good family background and many suitors. He had seen her several times at school activities before, but they had never met. It seemed that he was seen by her while driving in the financial street today. Lu Chen's finger paused on the pass button. A Pure school beauty took the initiative to chat with him? This feels not bad. He smiled slightly and clicked pass verification. Almost immediately after I got through, the other party sent me a message with a cute cat emoji. Senior Lu Chen. Is it really you? Omega, I saw that super cool Pagani in the financial street today, and I felt that the back of the person driving it looked a bit like you. I didn't expect it was really you. Senior, you are so awesome. Chapter 6, The Blind Thugs, The New Crisis. Looking at the message sent by Su Xiaoyu, Lu Chen's lips curled up with a faint smile. The pure school beauty took the initiative to show her goodwill, with undisguised admiration and curiosity. This feeling is really useful. He replied casually. Just lucky. Is there something wrong, Su Scholar? He responded neither enthusiastically nor coldly, maintaining a proper distance. He knew that the more he did this, the more curious the other party would become. Sure enough, Su Xiaoyu's message came again soon, with a hint of joy. No. I just think you are so amazing. I didn't realize it in school before. Senior, are you developing in Jiangzhou now? That Pagani is really cool. I saw the video online. Is that tip real? 1 million? Oh my god. So shocking. Lu Chen looked at the message and could imagine the cute look of Su Xiaoyu covering her mouth with stars in her big eyes. He simply replied, yeah, in Jiangzhou. It's just a small amount of money, not worth mentioning. This understatement of a little money and not worth mentioning was simply inhumane in Su Xiaoyu's eyes. She held her phone, her heartbeat quickened, and she felt that the aura surrounding this mysterious senior was even more dazzling. Senior, you are too modest. So, are you free this weekend? Our school is holding a charity sale. Are you interested in coming and taking a look? Maybe you can find something good. Su Xiaoyu mustered up the courage to make an invitation, followed by a cute please expression. Charity sale? Lu Chen was not very interested in this kind of activity, but thinking of Su Xiaoyu's innocent and lovely face, and the various flash sales that might be refreshed in the system mall, maybe there will be a bargain, he hesitated for a moment and replied, let's see the time. Although she didn't explicitly agree, she didn't refuse either. Su Xiaoyu was so happy that she almost jumped up. Okay. Senior, you go ahead and do your work. Tell me when you have time. Carrot. After finishing the chat with Su Xiaoyu, Lu Chen enjoyed the top-level massage and SPA services arranged by the housekeeper Chen Ming, washing away the dust and fatigue of the day. Night fell and the lights came on. Lu Chen changed into a comfortable casual outfit and decided to go down the mountain to eat some authentic local supper. Eating delicacies from land and sea every day would make you tired, and sometimes the fireworks of roadside stalls are more attractive. He did not drive the Pagani, which was too eye-catching, but asked the driver to drive a relatively low-key black Mercedes-Benz S-Class that was spare in the villa garage to take him down the mountain. The car stopped at a busy night market at the foot of the mountain. Lu Chen asked the driver to wait in the car, and got off and blended into the bustling crowd. The air was filled with the aroma of various snacks, barbecue, stinky tofu, crayfish. The noisy voices filled the vitality of the market. He walked to a hot barbecue stall, ordered a lot of skewers, and asked for a few bottles of cold beer, then found a small table in the corner and sat down. Eating skewers and drinking cold beer, he felt very comfortable with the long-lost, down-to-earth relaxation. However, the tree wants to be still but the wind does not stop. Just when Lu Chen was enjoying his meal, a few hooligans with dyed yellow hair, tattooed arms and drunk at the table next to him started to speak louder and louder, swearing non-stop and whistling at a young girl passing by, making the people around them angry but unable to say anything. One of the red-haired hooligans, probably drunk, staggered to get the beer in the freezer next to Lu Chen. He lost his balance and stumbled, causing the beer bottle he had just opened to fly out of his hand and splash towards Lu Chen. How fast was Lu Chen's reaction? With his mastery of god-level fighting skills, he noticed the bottle slipping out of his hand the moment it left his hand. He tilted his body slightly. Crash! Most of the bottle of cold beer was poured onto the plastic stool where Lu Chen was sitting and onto the ground. The splashing foam still wet the hem of his casual pants. Ha. Red hair, are you fucking capable? You can't even hold the wine. The hooligans at the same table burst into laughter. The red-haired thug stood firm, and instead of apologizing, he took advantage of the alcohol and glared at Lu Chen fiercely. Fuck. Why the hell are you hiding? You almost made me fall. What's wrong with splashing some wine on you? How much are your pants worth? I'll compensate you. He reeked of alcohol and was extremely arrogant. He obviously regarded Lu Chen as an ordinary person who could be bullied at will. Lucien slowly put down the skewers in his hand, took out a tissue, and slowly wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth. He raised his head and looked calmly at the drunk, hideous red-haired thug in front of him. His voice was unremarkable. "Apologize. And then, compensate me for my pants." "What? Apologize? Pay for your pants?" The red-haired thug scratched his ears exaggeratedly as if he had heard a huge joke, and laughed at his companions. "Ha! Did you hear that, brothers? This idiot asked me to apologize and pay for my pants? Is he crazy? Brother Red, I think he's itching for trouble. Give him some extra strength." "That's right. He's dressed up like a real man, but what's the point of pretending? Screw him." Several hooligans at the same table also stood up drunkenly, surrounded him, stared at Lucien with ill intentions, and were ready to fight. The barbecue stall owner was so scared that his face turned pale, and he wanted to persuade him but didn't dare. Many diners in the night market noticed the conflict here and looked over. Some shook their heads and sighed, some showed sympathy, and some watched the fun as if it had nothing to do with them. "Kid, know what's good for you, get out of here right now. Otherwise." The red-haired gangster grinned, stretched out his greasy hand, and wanted to slap Lucien's face. This was their usual means of insult. Just when his hand was about to touch Lucien's cheek, Lucien moved. Fast as a ghost. No one saw his movements clearly. All they heard was a sharp, tooth-grinding sound of crackling. "Ah!" The red-haired thug suddenly let out a shrill, distorted howl. The wrist of his outstretched hand was bent at an extremely strange angle, and it was obviously broken. Lucien was still sitting on the plastic stool, as if he had never moved. However, his right hand was like a pair of pliers, firmly grasping the deformed wrist of the red-haired thug. "Fuck! Damn it! How dare you do that?" Seeing this, the other thug sobered up and rushed forward with fists raised. Lucien's eyes turned cold. He let go of Red Hair's wrist. Red Hair screamed and collapsed to the ground, and his body jumped up like a cheetah. Bang! 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 Four dull sounds of flesh colliding almost merged into one. The four hooligans who rushed over flew backwards at a speed faster than they rushed over. Some of them knocked over the table next to them, and the soup and leaves were all over them. Some fell directly into the trash can behind, and one was the worst, kicked in the chest by Lucien, flew several meters away, and lay on the ground twitching, unable to even get up. The whole process takes less than 3 seconds. The 5 hooligans who were so arrogant just now were now lying on the ground groaning in pain, completely losing their fighting power. The night market was in a dead silence. Everyone stared at the young figure who was still standing there, their eyes full of horror. The barbecue stall owner opened his mouth so wide that an egg could fit in it. Lucien shook his hands, as if he had just swatted a few flies to death. He walked up to the red-haired thug who was rolling on the ground with his broken wrist in pain, and looked down at him with cold eyes. "Now, can you apologize?" "Yes. Yes. Big brother. Grandpa. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't recognize a great man. I drank too much and my heart was blinded. Please be magnanimous and forgive me." The red-haired gangster was scared out of his wits. His face was covered with snot and tears. He endured the severe pain and cowed out frantically to apologize. His crotch was wet and a fishy smell filled the air. "How do you want to compensate for the pants?" Lucien's voice remained flat. "Compensate. I'll compensate. I have 2,000 yuan in my pocket. I'll give it all to you. Please let me go." The red-haired gangster used his intact hand to tremble as he took out a stack of crumpled bills from his trouser pocket. Lucien didn't even look at the money. He just took out his cell phone and called the number the driver left in the car. "Come and take care of it. By the way, send these people to the hospital to have a good look at their injuries. Tell them that I don't want to see them on this street again." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the thugs lying on the ground like a pile of mud, and took out a few $100 bills from his pocket, cash instantly generated by the system, and placed them in front of the shocked barbecue stall owner as compensation for the spilled items. "Boss, it tastes good." Lucien nodded to the boss, then turned around and walked calmly towards the black Mercedes-Benz S600 parked at the intersection under the gaze of countless awe-inspiring eyes. The driver had already gotten out of the car and respectfully opened the door for him. Lucien sat in the comfortable back seat, and the car drove smoothly away from the bustling night market. In the car, Lucien closed his eyes and rested. This little episode was not even an appetizer for him. However, he didn't know that shortly after he left, in a dark corner across the night market, a man in a hoodie holding a mobile phone took a complete picture of Lu Chen's move. He watched the video on his phone and compared it with the blurry silhouette photo of the Pagani owner that went viral on the internet during the day. A hint of viciousness and greed flashed in his eyes. He dialed a number and lowered his voice. "Brother Hao, it's me, Biao. I think I found the guy driving the Pagani you asked me to look for." "Yes. He's at the night market at the foot of the mountain. This guy is very skilled, and Red Hair and the others were all defeated. But he didn't seem to be driving, he was driving a Mercedes-Benz S600. The license plate number is Jiang AXXXXX. Okay. I'll keep an eye on it. Waiting for your instructions." On the other end of the phone was Zhang Hao, who was lying in the VIP ward of a high-end private hospital with gauze wrapped around his cheek. He listened to his subordinates' reports and watched the video of Lu Chen's action at the night market on his phone. His eyes were filled with hatred and his teeth were chattering. "Lu Chen, you bastard. You dare to hit me? I want you dead." Zhang Hao growled into the phone, "Biao. Keep an eye on him. Find out where he lives. I'm going to let him know what will happen if he offends me." Zhang Hao, in Zhangzhou. "My dad has already asked Black Wolf to help. No matter how good he is at fighting, can he beat a professional killer? I want him to die without a burial place." Chapter 7 Killer? The system shows its power again. The black Mercedes-Benz S600 drove smoothly on the mountain road back to Yunding Palace. The interior of the car was quiet. The driver, Xiao Wang, drove the car attentively, scanning the front and rear-view mirror with sharp eyes. As a retired elite, he had an instinctive sense of danger. Lu Chen closed his eyes and leaned back on the comfortable leather chair, thinking about the little episode at the night market. Just a few hooligans, not worth mentioning. But Su Xiaoyu's initiative to contact him made him feel a little interesting. Pure school beauty, charity sale on the weekend? He decided to go and take a look, just to relax and see if he could trigger the system's flash sale mall to get some interesting things. The car drove into the exclusive winding mountain road of Yunding Palace. The surrounding environment became more and more quiet. The light from the street lamps cast mottled light and shadows in the dense woods. When we were about to reach the entrance of the villa area halfway up the mountain, a chopped-off small tree suddenly lay across the middle of the road ahead. It blocked our way. "Sir! Something's wrong." The driver Xiao Wang was alerted instantly and slammed on the brakes. At the same time, his right hand was on his waist. Almost at the same time as braking. Bang! 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 A few dull gunshots tore through the tranquility of the night. The bullets accurately hit the front windshield and hood of the Mercedes-Benz S600. Spider web-like cracks appeared on the bulletproof glass instantly, and green smoke came out of the hood. "It's a sniper. Get down, sir." Xiao Wang growled and quickly crouched down, pressing a red button on the center console. That was the emergency alarm device connected to the security center of Yunding Tiangong. Lu Chen had reacted the moment Xiao Wang warned him. The god-level fighting technique gave him not only strength, but also extraordinary perception and reaction speed. A few tenths of a second before the gun went off, he caught a glimpse of the faint reflection and murderous intent in the forest on the side. His body slid down like a ghost, perfectly avoiding the bullet shot at the seat. The bullet hit the expensive leather seat, making a muffled sound. Looking for death. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. He didn't expect the Zhang family's revenge to come so quickly and so viciously. They actually used gunmen to assassinate him. Ding! The host is detected to be in a fatal threat. Today's flash sale mall is forced to refresh. Product: Master Level Firearms Mastery Pistol Rifle Sniper Rifle Max. Original price cannot be estimated. Flash sale price 1 yuan. Is it a flash sale? Instant kill. Lu Chen roared in his heart. Second kill success. Master Level Gun Mastery Max Integration. Another huge stream of information poured into his mind. The structures, principles, shooting techniques, ballistic calculations, battlefield experience of various firearms, he instantly understood everything. It was as if he had been fighting in the hail of bullets for decades. At the same time, Lu Chen clearly sensed that the gunman who was ambushing in the dense forest on the left hillside was quickly moving after firing those shots. His movements were very professional, and he was obviously not an ordinary gangster. Stay in the car. Lu Chen shouted to Xiao Wang, then suddenly opened the car door and rolled out like a cheetah. His movements were so fast that only a shadow was left behind. Sir! Xiao Wang was shocked, but his professional ethics prevented him from following him rashly. Instead, he quickly drew his pistol and looked around vigilantly, while urgently calling for support through the intercom. Emergency number 1. The entrance to the mountain road was attacked by a sniper. Mr. Lu has gotten out of the car. Requesting immediate support. I repeat, immediate support. Under the cover of the car, Lu Chen's figure instantly disappeared into the dark shadows of the trees beside the road. With his master-level firearms proficiency, he was like a ghost in the dark night, knowing the surrounding environment and potential murderous intentions. He could clearly hear the subtle sound of the gunman breaking dead branches and his slightly rapid breathing as he moved quickly in the dense forest. The gunman, codenamed Black Wolf, was a professional killer hired by the Zhang family from abroad at a high price. He thought it would be easy to deal with a second-generation rich man with some skills, but he didn't expect the target to react so quickly and drive a bulletproof car. After the first wave of sneak attacks failed, he immediately moved according to the plan and prepared to find the next sniper point. However, an unprecedented sense of fatal crisis of being targeted by a venomous snake made his hair stand on end. How is this possible? The target is clearly a businessman. How can he have such a terrifying battlefield instinct? Just as Black Wolf stabilized his body behind a big tree and tried to lock the target position again with the thermal imaging scope. Call out. A sharp stone, with a piercing sound of breaking through the air, shot towards me as accurately as a bullet. Puff! The stone hit the sniper rifle scope in Black Wolf's hand fiercely. The expensive lens exploded instantly. The fragments even scratched his cheek. Damn it! Black Wolf's heart was shaken. He subconsciously wanted to roll over and dodge. However, it was too late. A figure appeared silently like a ghost, less than 3 meters behind him. It was Lu Chen. His cold eyes were like 2 cold lamps in the darkness. Black Wolf was so scared that he didn't even have time to think about how the other party got so close. He instinctively threw away the damaged sniper rifle and reached for the Glock pistol at his waist. His movements were as fast as lightning in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of Lu Chen, who had combined god-level fighting skills and master-level firearms proficiency, they were as slow as a snail. Lu Chen moved. He didn't use a gun, because he didn't need one. He took a step forward, and it was as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch, and he instantly cut into Black Wolf's arms. With his right hand, his fingers were like a knife, and with a sharp whistle that tore through the air, he chopped the wrist of Black Wolf's right hand as he drew his gun with incredible precision. Snap! Another teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking. The bone of Hailang's right wrist was broken. The severe pain made his eyes go black and the pistol fell out of his hand. Lu Chen did not stop moving. His left hand stretched out like lightning, and his 5 fingers were like hooks, grabbing the Black Wolf's throat. It tightened like a pair of pliers. Ugh! Black Wolf felt his throat cracking, and the feeling of suffocation instantly overwhelmed him. All his strength and skills became a joke under this absolute power suppression. His feet left the ground, and Lu Chen grabbed his throat with one hand, pressing him tightly against the tree trunk behind him. Like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. The cold killing intent emanated from Lu Chen like a substance, covering Black Wolf. Black Wolf looked at the pair of cold eyes that were so close and without any human emotion in fear, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He had no doubt that the other party would crush his throat in the next second. Who sent you? Lu Chen's voice was like the cold wind of the underworld. Every word struck Black Wolf's nerves that were on the verge of collapse. Zhang Hao? Or his father? Black Wolf's pupils shrank sharply. The other party actually guessed the mastermind behind the scenes. He made a ho-ho sound in his throat, and the fear of death overwhelmed everything. He nodded hard and desperately. At this moment, the piercing sound of sirens and the roar of vehicle engines came from afar. The security of Yunding Palace responded extremely quickly. Several black explosion-proof off-road vehicles rushed over like steel beasts, and the strong lights instantly illuminated the area as bright as day. The fully armed security personnel quickly got off the car and controlled the scene. Mr. Lu, are you okay? When the security captain saw Lu Chen strangling the killer with one hand like a god of war, even though he was knowledgeable, he took a breath and his eyes were full of awe. Lu Chen casually threw the half-dead, pissing and shitting Black Wolf onto the ground like trash. 2 security guards immediately came forward and pinned him down, handcuffing him with special handcuffs. It's okay. Lu Chen patted the non-existent dust on his hands, his tone was calm as if he had just taken a walk. Clean it up. Hand this man over to the police and make him explain everything he needs to say. Especially, the mastermind behind the scenes. Yes. Mr. Lu. I promise to do it. The security captain stood at attention and saluted in a loud voice. He looked at the killer lying on the ground like mud, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Dare to assassinate the owner on the territory of Yunding Palace? It's simply courting death. Jiang family? This time they have hit a real wall. Lu Chen walked to the side of the road and looked at his Mercedes-Benz S600, the hood of which was still smoking, and the bullet marks on the front windshield. His eyes turned completely cold. Zhang Hao. Zhang family. It seems that the lesson I taught you was not profound enough. Since you want to play big and seek death, then I will grant your wish. An invisible, frightening murderous aura emanated from him. This time, he wanted to make the Zhang family disappear from Jiangzhou completely. Chapter 8 Thunderous Measures, the beginning of the Zhang family's destruction. The lights in Villa No. 1 of Hentang Palace are bright, but the atmosphere is as heavy as ice. Housekeeper Chen Ming stood solemnly with his hands down, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Security team leader Zhao Gang reported in detail the outcome of the attack. The killer Black Wolf had been handed over to the police, and under special care, he revealed the mastermind behind the scenes Zhang Hao and his father Zhang Tianlin. The police attached great importance to it, and the chain of evidence was complete. Zhang's father and son were suspected of hiring a killer to kill, and they have been controlled. Mr. Lu, the Zhang family has been doing business in the local area for many years and has complex relationships. Zhao Gang reminded cautiously. Lu Chen stood in front of the huge French window, overlooking the Jiangzhou city, which was still flashing neon lights below the mountain, with a cold look in his eyes. Zhang Hao's stupidity and the cruelty of the Zhang family father and son completely angered him. If you don't remove the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze? Then he would pull them out by the roots. Are the relationships complicated? Lu Chen turned around, his lips curled up in an extremely cold arc, and that smile made Zhao Gang, who had been through many battles, feel a little nervous. In the face of absolute power and wealth, any network of relationships is just paper. He walked to the desk, picked up the Swiss Bank Infinite Black card, and tapped his fingers lightly on the cold card surface. Chen Ming. Here, sir. Chen Ming bowed immediately. Notify my personal customer service at Swiss Bank that I need to mobilize a sum of money. Immediately, and as quickly as possible, buy out all the circulating shares of Tianlin Group in the secondary market for me. Regardless of the cost. Yes. Sir. I'll contact him right away. Chen Ming was shocked. He didn't dare to delay and turned around to do it. Tianlin Group was the foundation of the Zhang family's survival. Its market value was nearly 10 billion. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Gang again. Captain Zhao. Mr. Lu, please give me your orders. Use all resources. I want to find out all the dirty information that can be dug up about Zhang Tianlin and his son, including hiring a killer to kill someone, commercial bribery, tax evasion, illegal fundraising. I want to see the results within 24 hours. The chain of evidence must be solid and ironclad. Understood. Mr. Lu. Make sure you complete the mission. Zhao Gang's eyes gleamed, knowing that this was going to nail the Zhang family to the ground. He immediately took the order and the entire Yunding Palace's top security and information team instantly started to operate at high speed. Lu Chen sat back on the sofa and took a sip of the top-grade Da Hong Pao that the butler had just served. The aroma of tea filled the air, but it couldn't dispel the coldness in his eyes. He took out his cell phone and called Lu Mingde, the vice president of Zhengzhou Bank. The call was answered almost immediately, and Lu Mingde's respectful, almost flattering voice came, Mr. Lu. Good evening. Do you have any instructions? I am at your service 24 hours a day. President Lu Chen said calmly, Tianlin Group has a loan from your bank, right? How much is the loan? What is the collateral? Lu Mingde was stunned, and then his heart started beating wildly. He keenly smelled the breath of the storm coming. Yes. Yes, Mr. Lu. Tianlin Group has a total of 1.5 billion outstanding loans in our bank. Mainly mortgaged by its core commercial real estate and some factory equity. Currently it is in normal state. He answered carefully, not daring to hide anything. Very good. Lu Chen's voice was still emotionless. From now on, Tianlin Group's credit rating with me is junk level. I require your bank to immediately initiate the risk investigation procedure and freeze all accounts of Tianlin Group. At the same time, announce in advance that all its loans are due. They are required to repay all principal and interest within 24 hours. Boom! Lu Mingde felt his head buzzing. Freeze the account. Withdraw the loan in advance. 1.5 billion. This is simply going to kill Tianlin Group. How did the Zhang family offend this evil star? Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. This procedure. Lu Mingde broke out in a cold sweat. This operation was too cruel. It would offend many people behind the Zhang family. Procedure? Lu Chen chuckled, but that laugh made Lu Mingde feel like he was falling into an ice cave. President Lu, do you need me to remind you how much my deposit balance is in your bank? Or, do you need me to transfer the funds to the headquarters of the Swiss bank so that they can come and discuss the procedure with you? No, no, no. Mr. Lu. You misunderstood. It's totally unnecessary. Lu Mingde was so scared that his soul flew out of his body. This gentleman's deposit in Jiangzhou Bank is an astronomical figure. He is a super VIP that the head office personally inquires about. He can't afford to offend the Zhang family? It's nothing in front of Mr. Lu. I understand. Mr. Lu. I will personally supervise it immediately. I guarantee that within 24 hours, Tianlin Group will feel the risk control strength of our bank. Very good. Lu Chen hung up the phone. Financial strangulation, intelligence crushing, and judicial liquidation. Three-pronged approach. What Lu Chen wanted was not simple revenge, but complete destruction without leaving any room for mercy. He wanted to let the entire Jiangzhou see what would happen to those who dared to lay their claws on him, Lu Chen. For Jiangzhou's upper class, this night was destined to be a turbulent and sleepless night. Chapter 9, Desperate Begging for Mercy, Invitation from the Cold CEO. The next day, just as the morning sun was shining across Jiangzhou City, a financial storm that swept across the entire business community had suddenly arrived. Just 10 minutes into the opening, Tianlin Group stock code, TLJT, was like being hit by an invisible giant hand. The order volume reached millions of lots. Selling orders were surging, but buying orders were few and far between. Panic spread like a plague. Various rumors are spreading wildly in the market. Tianlin Group chairman Zhang Tianlin and his son were taken away by the police on suspicion of hiring a killer to kill someone. Jiangzhou Bank announced that it would freeze all accounts of Tianlin Group and withdraw 1.5 billion yuan in loans in advance. The mysterious capital giant is frantically absorbing the circulating shares of Tianlin Group at all costs. Several core projects of Tianlin Group have been exposed to have serious quality problems. Many suppliers have announced the termination of contracts and demanded immediate payment. Every piece of news is like a heavy hammer, hitting the share price of Tianlin Group hard, and also hitting the hearts of all shareholders and institutions holding Tianlin shares. The headquarters of Tianlin Group was filled with gloom and panic. The executives were as anxious as ants on a hot pot. Their phones were ringing non-stop, but they could not contact the chairman and the young boss. The bank account was frozen, and the capital chain was broken instantly. Suppliers blocked the door to collect debts, and employees were worried that they would not be able to get their wages. At this time, in the special meeting room of Jiangzhou City Detention Center, Zhang Tianlin's hair turned white overnight, his eye sockets became sunken, and he looked as if he had aged 20 years. He was wearing prison clothes and handcuffs, and he looked at Lu Chen, who was dressed in a suit and looked calm and composed, through the glass. His eyes were filled with extreme fear, regret, and disbelief. Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu. Zhang Tianlin's voice was hoarse and dry, with a crying tone, I am a bad parent. It was Zhang Hao, that beast, who was blind and offended you. Please have mercy. Let Tianlin Group go. It is the hard work of several generations of our Zhang family. How much money do you want? As long as you open your mouth, I will sell everything I have to give. Let him go? Lu Chen leaned back in a comfortable chair, tapping his fingers on the table, making a regular sound, like a countdown to death. Director Zhang, that sniper bullet last night almost killed me. When your son hired someone to kill someone, did he ever think of the word let him go? Zhang Tianlin trembled all over, his face as pale as paper. Misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Mr. Lu. That killer is talking nonsense. It's a false accusation. We in the Zhang family would never dare to. Whether it is a false accusation or not, the court will give you justice. Lu Chen interrupted him with a cold tone. As for Tianlin Group, the hard work of several generations? Unfortunately, it will soon be mine. Zhang Tianlin was struck by lightning. He rushed to the glass and clapped his hands frantically. No! You can't do this. Lu Chen! You are going too far. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Retribution? Lu Chen stood up slowly as if he had heard a joke, looking down at Zhang Tianlin, who was like a trapped beast, his eyes indifferent. Mr. Zhang, I have something to say to you. When you choose to use the most despicable means to deal with others, you must be prepared to bear the most tragic consequences. The retribution of your Zhang family has just begun. Enjoy your life in prison. After saying this, Lu Chen stopped looking at Zhang Tianlin's desperate and twisted face, turned around, and left calmly under the respectful guidance of the prison guard. Behind him, Zhang Tianlin's heart-wrenching, beast-like howling and cursing could be heard, which eventually turned into a dead silence of despair. When I walked out of the detention center, the sunlight was a bit blinding. The driver had already opened the car door and was waiting. Lu Chen got in the car and his phone vibrated. It was a new WeChat friend request. The avatar is a simple snowy mountain landscape, exuding a cold feeling. Remarks, Shen Bing, Huanyu International. Mr. Lu, can you talk about Tianlin Group? Universal International? Shen Bing? Lu Chen was familiar with this name. The business queen who was well known in Jiangzhou and even the whole country, the beautiful CEO of Huanyu International, was known for her coldness, iron fist, and amazing business acumen. Huanyu International had also been eyeing the core commercial real estate projects of Tianlin Group. Lu Chen clicked yes. Almost instantly, Shen Bing sent a message, which was concise, direct, and carried an unquestionable cold aura. Mr. Lu, let's get straight to the point. Huanyu is very interested in Tianlin's Century Plaza and Jiangwan No. 1 projects. Name your price. Lu Chen looked at the message with a slight smile on his face. This cold CEO was very decisive. He replied, Mr. Shen is well informed. However, Tianlin Group is mine now. Whether the project is sold or not depends on my mood. On the other end of the phone, the president's office on the top floor of Universal International. Shen Bing looked at Lu Chen's reply and frowned slightly. She was wearing a perfectly tailored white suit that outlined her proud figure. There was no expression on her cold and delicate face, but her cold eyes flashed a sharpness. This mysterious rich man who suddenly appeared and crushed the Zhang family with thunderous means was more powerful and elusive than she had imagined. Her slender fingers tapped on the phone screen. How much is Mr. Lu's mood worth? Huanyu is very sincere. Lu Chen responded quickly, with a hint of amusement. Sincerity? Tomorrow night, there will be a charity auction at the Cloud Top Banquet. If Mr. Shen is interested, we can talk in person. Maybe. I will feel better. After sending this message, Lu Chen stopped looking at his phone and said to the driver, Go to Jiangzhou University. He promised Su Xiaoyu that he would go to the charity sale. By the way, relax. As for Shen Bing? The invitation from this aloof CEO was just a small episode in this business game. The initiative is always in the hands of Lu Chen. Chapter 10 Campus Charity Sale, the heartbeat of the school beauty. The Mercedes-Benz S600 drove smoothly into the Jiangzhou University campus. The campus on weekends is less noisy than on weekdays, and more peaceful and youthful. The sun shines through the leaves of the sycamore trees, casting mottled shadows. Groups of students walk by with books in their arms, exuding vigor and vitality. The car stopped near the gymnasium where the charity sale was held. Lu Chen got out of the car alone without asking the driver to follow him. He was dressed casually today, a simple but high-quality dark gray cashmere sweater, paired with casual pants and sneakers. He was low-key but tasteful, and blended well into the campus environment. However, his upright posture and outstanding temperament still made him the focus of attention. Wow! Look at that boy! He's so handsome! He has such a great temperament. Is he from our school? I've never seen him before. I feel like I'm even more handsome than the school hunk. And I feel like I have such a strong aura. Several girls passing by couldn't help but look back frequently, talking in low voices, with their cheeks slightly blushing. Lu Chen was already used to this, and walked towards the gym with a calm expression. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a clear and pleasant voice with a hint of surprise. Senior Lu Chen. Here. Su Xiaoyu ran over like a happy little deer. She wore a beige dress with a light blue knitted cardigan, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and a light and delicate makeup on her face. She looked pure and sweet, and obviously dressed up carefully. She ran to Lu Chen, panting slightly, her fair cheeks flushed with excitement and a little shyness, and her big eyes looked at Lu Chen with sparkling eyes. Senior! You really came! That's great! Su Xiaoyu's voice was full of joy. I promised you. Lu Chen smiled slightly, his eyes lingering on her face for a moment. It must be said that Su Xiaoyu's appearance is really good, and this pure vitality is very lethal on campus. Seniors, please come in. The charity sale is inside. Su Xiaoyu happily led the way, like a chirping bird. Many classmates donated things today. There are handicrafts, collectibles, and calligraphy and painting works. The proceeds from the auction will be donated to the Hope Primary School in the mountainous area. Walking into the gymnasium, it was already set up like a small auction house. In the center was the display stand in the auctioneer's position, and around it were long tables with various items waiting to be auctioned. Quite a few people had already arrived, mostly students, but also some people from the society who had heard the news. The atmosphere was very lively. As one of the organizers, Su Xiaoyu was obviously very popular, and people kept greeting her. Her intimate presence beside Lu Chen attracted countless curious and envious glances. Xiaoyu, who is this? A boy wearing glasses and who looked like a student union cadre walked over and looked at Lu Chen with scrutiny. Ah, Senior Wang. This is Senior Lu Chen, he used to be in our school, and now he's really great. Su Xiaoyu introduced, with a little pride in her tone, Senior Lu Chen, this is our student union president, Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe pushed his glasses, stretched out his hand, and said with a barely perceptible sense of superiority, it turns out that you are my senior, nice to meet you. I am Wang Zhe, one of the main persons in charge of this charity sale. He looked at Lu Chen's ordinary clothes in his eyes, and didn't think much of it. He guessed that he was just an ordinary alumnus. Xiaoyu was still too naive. Lu Chen shook hands with him casually and nodded with a calm attitude. He saw through the student leader's little thoughts at a glance and was too lazy to pay attention. Wang Zhe hit a snag and felt a little uncomfortable. Just as he was about to say something, a girl who was in charge of registering the auction items beside him suddenly cried out, "Oh my god! Xiaoyu! Come and see! Someone donated something anonymously. This looks so valuable." Su Xiaoyu and Wang Zhe were both attracted to it. On the registration table, there was an ancient wooden box. When it was opened, it was lined with red velvet, and on it lay a palm-sized dark green stone with natural cloud patterns and patina. It looked unremarkable. What is this? A stone? Wang Zhe frowned, a little disdainful, who was so insincere. Donating a stone anonymously? The girl in charge of registration whispered, but the donor left a note saying that this is ancient jade stone, and it's inherited from his ancestors. Ancient jade? Wang Zhe sneered, you are kidding me. If it is really a valuable ancient jade, how can it be donated here anonymously? I think it is just a broken stone picked up by the river. How can such a thing with unknown origin be put on the auction stage? It will be so embarrassing if it fails to sell. Take it away. But the girl at the registration desk was a little hesitant. At this moment, Lu Chen, who had been silent all the time, looked at the dark green stone, and the system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Special energy fluctuations detected. Scanning. Item, Hutian green jade seed material top quality. Age, primary mineral material, formed a long time ago. Condition, natural raw stone, complete skin, smooth and tender jade flesh, excellent oiliness, inner precious light, weighing about 1.2 kilograms. Market valuation, conservatively estimated at 8 million renminbi 12 million. System prompt, this item contains a weak spiritual energy, which can trigger the refresh of special items in the directed instant killed mall. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed. The finest Hutian jade seed material? Worth tens of millions? And it can also trigger a special system refresh? It's really hard to find it. Wait. Lu Chen spoke, his voice was not loud, but it instantly quieted the arguing people. He walked to the table, picked up the heavy and warm stone, and carefully looked at the skin and the unique cloud pattern. Senior? Su Xiaoyu looked at him curiously. I want this stone. Lu Chen raised his head and looked at the girl in charge of registration. Register, what's the starting price? The girl at the registration desk was stunned for a moment, then she said subconsciously, "It's an anonymous donation, and the starting price," the donor suggested. 1,000 yuan. Okay. Lu Chen nodded, took out his wallet, took out a stack of brand new 100 yuan bills the system kills instantly, counted out 10 of them and put them on the table. "No need to auction, I'll just buy it at the starting price." Ah. This. The registration girl and Wang Zhou were dumbfounded. 1,000 yuan to buy a broken stone? Is this person stupid? Wang Zhou couldn't help but sneer. Senior Lu really has a good eye for talent. He spends 1,000 yuan to buy a stone to support the table legs? How generous. It seems that you are very enthusiastic about charity. His tone was full of sarcasm. Lu Chen didn't even look at him, as if he was just a piece of air. He picked up the priceless Hetian jade seed material, feeling the warm touch from his palm and the weak spiritual energy prompted by the system, and felt happy. He turned to Su Xiaoyu and said, "It's a good thing. Donating it to the children in the mountainous area is also worth it." Although Su Xiaoyu was also confused, she had a blind trust in Lu Chen and smiled sweetly. "Yes. If the senior says it's good, then it must be good." Wang Zhou was so angry at Lu Chen's attitude that his face turned blue. He felt like a clown. He snorted coldly and walked away. Lu Chen handed the jade to the registration office and casually asked, "By the way, who donated this stone? Can we find out?" He wanted to know who was so unable to recognize the value of the stone. The registration girl shook her head and said, "It was an anonymous donation. He only left a number and phone number, and said that I can contact him after the auction to let him know the result. The phone number is 138XXXXXXXX. Lu Chen wrote down the number and understood. It seemed that the donor himself did not know the value and just donated it as an ordinary stone of a few years. This was a great opportunity. Ding! It is detected that the host has obtained an item containing spiritual energy Huttan green jade seed material. Targeted flash sale mall unlocks new categories, antiques treasures of heaven and earth. Today's targeted flash sales have been updated. Product, Song Dynasty June Kiln Celadon Glaze Purple Spot 3-Legged Furnace Authentic, with a faint aura. Original price, 120 million. Flash sale price, 1 yuan. Is it a flash sale? Lu Chen's mouth curled up even more. It really triggered. Song Dynasty June Kiln? Good stuff. Instant kill. Second kill successful. Items have been stored in the system space. At this moment, there was a small commotion at the entrance of the gymnasium. A group of people dressed in bright clothes and with extraordinary aura walked in. The one leading them was the person who had contacted Lu Chen last night, the president of Huanyu International, Xin Bing. She was still wearing her signature white suit and skirt, looking cool and stunning, with a strong aura, instantly attracting the attention of the whole audience. Her eyes scanned the crowd, and finally, they landed accurately on Lu Chen. Chapter 11, The Cold-Blooded President, The Confrontation at the Auction. Xin Bing's arrival was like a huge rock dropped into a calm lake. Her identity, appearance, and aura instantly made her the most dazzling presence at the entire charity sale. Oh my god! It's Xin Bing, the president of Universal International. Why is she here at our school's charity sale? So beautiful. So cold. So majestic. The students were talking about it, full of excitement and awe. Xin Bing ignored the attention from the people around her. She walked in her high heels with a calm and elegant pace, heading straight towards Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu. Her eyes were as sharp as ice knives. She first swept across the unremarkable stone that Lu Chen had just bought. She naturally couldn't see the way it was done, then fell on Lu Chen's face with a trace of scrutiny. "Mr. Lu, nice to meet you." Xin Bing stood in front of Lu Chen and stretched out her fair and slender hand. Her voice was cold and pleasant, but without any warmth. "Boss Xin, you are so efficient. You found this place so quickly." Lu Chen stretched out his hand and gently shook hers. It was cool and smooth, like the best jade. He felt Xin Bing's eyes were full of inquiry and a little bit of unconvinced. It's not difficult to find out Mr. Lu's whereabouts. Xin Bing retracted his hand, his tone calm, and turned his eyes to Su Xiaoyu, who was a little nervous and curious next to him. "Who is this?" "Su Xiaoyu, my junior schoolmate and the organizer of the charity sale." Lu Chen introduced. "Hello, Mr. Xin. I've long heard of you." Su Xiaoyu greeted him quickly, as excited as a fan meeting her idol. Xinbing nodded slightly as a greeting, and quickly turned her gaze back to Lu Chen, and got straight to the point. Mr. Lu, I will be on time for the invitation to the Hentaying banquet tomorrow night. I hope to hear Mr. Lu's good mood about Century Plaza and Zhongwan No. 1. She deliberately emphasized the three words good mood. Obviously she still remembered Lu Chen's reply last night. Lu Chen smiled and shook the jade in his hand. Don't worry, Mr. Shen, my mood is always proportional to my harvest. Just like this stone, it looks ordinary, but maybe there is a surprise hidden inside? Xinbing glanced at the stone, and a trace of disapproval flashed across her cold eyes. In her opinion, this was just Lu Chen's trickery. She said no more, turned around and walked towards the VIP seats with her assistant, leaving everyone with a cold and arrogant back. Wow! Mr. Shen has such a strong aura. Su Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue and whispered to Lu Chen, Senior, are you familiar with Mr. Shen? We just met. Lu Chen said casually, but his eyes were on the auction table. The real auction began. He was looking forward to whether this targeted flash sale mall that unlocked the Antiques Treasures category would bring him more surprises at this auction. Xinbing's arrival made this campus charity sale more interesting. The auction was hosted by an experienced teacher. Most of the items were students' handicrafts, calligraphy and painting exercises, some unused books or electronic products. The prices were not high, but the atmosphere was warm and full of love. Lu Chen sat in the front seat specially arranged by Su Xiaoyu, while Xinbing sat in the VIP seat not far away. The two seemed to form two independent aura centers. The auction was going on in an orderly manner. Lu Chen bought a crayon painting created by a mountain child and several exquisite pottery works made by students. The price was not high, but every time he raised his hand, he received a round of applause and cheers. Su Xiaoyu was so happy that her eyes turned into crescents. Xinbing watched coldly throughout the whole process, as if she was not involved, until the next lot is donated by an anonymous alumnus. It is a late Qing dynasty, copper-based painted enamel snuff bottle. The host looked at the introduction card in his hand and said uncertainly, the starting price is 500 yuan. The etiquette lady brought over a brocade box, which contained a colorful snuff bottle about the size of an egg, with flower and bird patterns painted on it. It looked quite old, but the craftsmanship was not top-notch, and the preservation was average, with a few minor bumps and wear. This kind of small item has limited value in the eyes of real collectors. The reaction off the court was mediocre. 500 yuan? This broken snuff bottle doesn't look worth much. It's from the late Qing dynasty, from a folk kiln, right? It's in average condition. It was probably left by an elderly family member and donated to charity. 500 once. 500 twice. Seeing that no one responded to the bid, the host was ready to drop the hammer and let the sale go. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in Lu Chen's mind. Ding! Special items detected. Scanning. Item, copper body painted enamel snuff bottle late Qing dynasty. Status, ordinary folk kiln products, market valuation, 3,000-5,000 renminbi. Special tip, there is a pure heart Bodhi seed made of sacred wood hidden in the inner layer of the snuff bottle, which contains a faint spiritual energy that can calm the mind and concentrate the spirit. Its value cannot be estimated by money. Do you want to use this targeted instant kill opportunity to lock and obtain this item? Interlayer? Pure heart Bodhi seed? Lu Chen's heart was moved. I didn't expect there would be such an unexpected gain. This targeted flash sale mall is really awesome. Not only can it identify treasures, but it can also discover hidden mysteries. Instant kill. Lu Chen did not hesitate. Second kill locked successfully. Consume today's targeted second kill opportunity. The host can bid for this item at any time at any price and obtain the hidden pure heart Bodhi seed. 600. Lu Chen calmly raised the number plate in his hand before the host brought down the gavel. Wow! Everyone's eyes were focused instantly. It was him again? He just spent 1,000 on a rock, and now he spent 600 on a broken snuff bottle? Was this mysterious senior really rich and willful, or did he have a unique vision? Xinbing also looked sideways, looking at Lu Chen with a deeper and more inquiring look. The assistant beside her whispered, Boss Shen, it's just an ordinary snuff bottle, made in a folk kiln, and in poor condition. It's worth a few thousand yuan at most. Xinbing didn't say anything, just looked at Lu Chen. 600 once. 600 twice. 600 three times. Deal. Congratulations to this sir. The host quickly brought down the hammer, fearing that Lu Chen would go back on his word. Lu Chen successfully took the snuff bottle. He took it in his hand, played with it casually, and gently pressed his fingertips on an extremely tiny bulge at the bottom of the bottle. Click! With a barely audible sound, a rice-sized layer popped out from the bottom of the snuff bottle. A brown bodhi seed, only the size of a little fingernail, round in shape, as smooth as jade, and emitting a faint sandalwood scent and a cool breath, rolled into his palm. Ding! Obtained the pure heart bodhi seed spiritual object. Wearing it for a long time can calm your mind, resist external evil, and slightly improve your mental strength. Good stuff. Lu Chen was delighted and put the bodhi seeds away calmly. These 600 yuan were worth it. The auction continued and soon came to an end. The last lot was a large watercolor painting titled Hope, created by Su Xiaoyu and several key members of the student union. It depicted the scene of children in the mountainous area running happily in front of the newly built Hope Primary School. The painting was delicate and the emotions were sincere. The starting price was 2,000 yuan. 3,000. 3,500. 4,000. This painting was obviously very popular. Many teachers and alumni raised their placards and the price quickly climbed to 8,000 yuan. Su Xiaoyu watched nervously and expectantly, as this was a work she had put a lot of effort into. 10,000. A slightly arrogant voice sounded. The person holding the sign was a boy sitting in the back row, wearing branded clothes and with a greasy face. It was none other than Wang Zhe, the president of the student union who had previously mocked Lu Chen. He glanced at Su Xiaoyu with a smug look, and then glanced at Lu Chen provocatively. He obviously wanted to show off his financial strength in front of the goddess and suppress Lu Chen at the same time. The price reached 10,000, which was already very high for a student's work. The bidding stopped. A victorious smile appeared on Wang Zhe's face. Host, 10,000 once. 10,000 twice. 100,000. A dull voice sounded, like dropping a depth bomb on the calm lake. Swish. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Lu Chen, who raised the number plate again. 100,000? It increased tenfold? The entire stadium was instantly silent. You could hear a pin drop. The smile on Wang Zhe's face froze instantly, as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. His family had a little money, but asking him to spend 100,000 to buy a painting? His father would break his legs. He tightly grasped the license plate, his knuckles turned white, but he no longer had the courage to lift it. In front of Lu Chen's casual 100,000, his 10,000 just now was like a huge joke. Su Xiaoyu covered her mouth, her big eyes full of shock and incredible surprise. She looked at Lu Chen, her heart beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out. Even Shinbing, who had been watching coldly, sat up slightly at this moment, and for the first time, her cold eyes showed obvious surprise. Spending 100,000 to bid for a student's charity painting? This has gone beyond the scope of enthusiasm. This Lu Chen, his style of doing things is really unpredictable. The host was also stunned. It took him a while to react. His voice changed with excitement. 100,000. This gentleman bids 100,000. Is there anyone who offers a higher price? 100,000 once. 100,000 twice. 100,000 three times. Deal. Oh my God. Thank you for this gentleman's generosity to the children in the mountainous areas. On behalf of the children, thank you. Thunderous applause broke out instantly. It lasted for a long time. Everyone looked at Lu Chen with admiration and enthusiasm. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Chen calmly stood up and walked towards the auction table. When he passed by Wang Zhe, he didn't even look at him. This kind of disregard was more lethal than any ridicule. Wang Zhe's face turned red like a pig's liver, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lu Chen signed his name on the donation confirmation form, then picked up the microphone and spoke to the audience. His voice was calm but clear throughout the stadium. This painting of hope is very well done. 100,000 yuan is not much. But if this little money can help build another bright classroom for children in the mountainous areas and buy a few more good books, then it will be worth it. He paused, his eyes swept across the excited crowd and the tearful Su Xiaoyu, and finally, he glanced meaningfully at the expressionless Shinbing in the VIP seat, and slowly said, "In addition, I will make an additional personal donation. Well, I will donate to a Hope Primary School, named Shenxi. My assistant will contact the school for the specific details." Boom! Additional donation. A Hope Primary School? The entire stadium was in an uproar. The screams, applause, and cheers almost blew the roof off. Donating a Hope Primary School. This is more than just generosity. What a generous and kind heart. Su Xiaoyu was so excited that tears fell from her eyes. Shen Bing's pupils shrank suddenly. When she looked at Lu Chen for the first time, she was filled with strong shock and a desire to explore that she herself had not even noticed. This mysterious man crushed $1 billion group like an ant, but he spent a fortune on children in the mountains. Domineering, mysterious, strong, but also has an indescribable charm? Lu Chen put down the microphone and walked backstage under the gazes of countless enthusiastic people. The system prompt sounded again. Ding! The host has completed the charitable act. Big deal. Received a special reward, targeted flash sale mall refresh times +1. The host's current reputation Jiangzhou has been significantly improved. Unlock new title, Mysterious Philanthropist. Lu Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Not bad. Bodhi seeds, reputation, and that cold CEO seem to have been pried open a little? Tomorrow night's Cloud Top banquet will be more interesting. Chapter 12, The Banquet at Cloud Top, Shen Bing's Test. As night falls and the lights come on, the Yunding Club located on the top of the highest peak in Jiangzhou is now brightly lit and colorful. Outside the huge glass curtain wall is the dazzling night view of the entire Jiangzhou city, like a spreading diamond galaxy. The Yunding Banquet is the annual top charity auction dinner in Jiangzhou and even the surrounding areas. Those who can receive the invitation are all political and business celebrities, social elites, and both wealth and status are indispensable. The air is filled with the smell of expensive perfume, cigars, money, and power. One after another, top luxury cars drove into the exclusive passage like docile beasts. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Bentley Mulsanne, Maybach, all looked common here. When Lu Chen's iconic obsidian black Pagani Huayra BC appeared with a low and violent roar, it instantly attracted the attention of everyone at the entrance. It's that Pagani Huayra. The mysterious rich man from Jiangzhou is here. Look! It's really him. He's even more powerful than in the video. The Zhang family was ruined by him? He is too young. Exclamations and discussions were heard one after another. Flashlights flashed wildly. Lu Chen pushed open the car door and stepped out. He had changed into a handmade black evening gown tonight, which was tailored to fit his tall figure perfectly, making him look like a king of the night. The powerful aura naturally revealed after integrating the god-level fighting technique made the celebrities around him, who were usually high and mighty, feel an invisible sense of oppression and subconsciously made way. The waiter respectfully led him into the magnificent banquet hall. Countless eyes instantly focused on him, with curiosity, inquiry, awe, and hidden jealousy. Lu Chen looked calm, and casually took a glass of champagne from the waiter's tray, and glanced casually at the whole place. He saw many familiar faces. The owner of a building materials company who had just kneeled down to beg for mercy in the hospital yesterday, now toasting to him flatteringly. The vice president Lu Mingde, who tried to fool around with the bank's loan withdrawal, even wanted to bend his waist to the ground. Just then, a cold and powerful aura approached. Mr. Lu, very punctual. Shen Bing's voice sounded beside him. She changed out of her signature suit tonight and wore a champagne-colored floor-length fishtail dress, which outlined her breathtaking curves. Her black hair was piled up, revealing her slender white neck, and a simple but valuable diamond necklace adorned her delicate collarbone. She was still cool and beautiful, but with a breathtaking feminine charm. As soon as she appeared, she immediately became the focus of all the men's attention. Miss Shen looks radiant tonight. Lu Chen raised his glass in greeting, his gaze lingering on her for a moment, with admiration but without any disrespect. Thank you. Shen Bing nodded slightly, looking directly at Lu Chen with cold eyes. Mr. Lu's contribution at Jiangde last night was impressive. Donating to build a Hope Primary School, Chensi, what a good name. A little token of my appreciation. Lu Chen took a sip of champagne and said casually, Mr. Shen, you didn't ask me to come here just to praise my charity, did you? Shen Bing opened her red lips slightly and was about to speak when a slightly greasy male voice interrupted. Hey! Mr. Shen! Long time no see. You are so beautiful tonight. A middle-aged man with a slicked back hair, a beer belly, and gold-rimmed glasses came over with a glass of wine, his eyes greedily scanning Shen Bing, ignoring Lu Chen beside him. I am Li Maokai from Tian Hai Group. Last time at. Mr. Li, is there something wrong? Shen Bing frowned slightly, and her voice instantly returned to freezing point, with a sense of alienation. It's okay. I just want to talk to Mr. Shen. Li Maokai was chilled by Xin Bing's aura and tried to get close to her with a wry smile. Boss Li, Lu Chen's voice sounded faintly, with a hint of unquestionable meaning. Boss Xin is talking to me about something. Li Maokai then noticed Lu Chen next to him. He was young and unfamiliar. Li Maokai was not qualified to recognize Lu Chen at the first sight. Although his clothes were elegant, he could not tell the brand top-grade handmade custom-made. He immediately looked down on him and put on an elder's airs. Young man, I am talking to Mr. Shin, why are you butting in? Do you understand the rules? You. His words stopped abruptly. Because he saw Lu Chen's eyes. The look was calm, yet like a bottomless abyss, containing an indifference that froze his soul and a majesty that looked down on an ant. Li Maokai instantly felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The rest of the words were stuck in his throat, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He felt that if he said one more word, something extremely terrible would happen. Li Maokai's face turned pale, his lips trembled, and his hand holding the wine glass was shaking. Get out! Lu Chen only uttered one word. His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder exploding in Li Maokai's ears. Yes. Sorry. Sorry to bother you. Sorry to bother you. Li Maokai felt as if he had been pardoned. He fled the scene in a miserable state. This scene happened very quickly, and everyone who noticed it looked at Lu Chen with awe. Xin Bing's cold eyes also flashed a strange light. She didn't expect that Lu Chen could scare a tough guy like Li Maokai to death with just a look and a word. Mr. Lu was so majestic. It was hard to tell whether Xin Bing's tone was praise or something else. Be quiet. Lu Chen looked at her. Boss Xin, can we talk business now? Xin Bing nodded and brought the topic back. Mr. Lu is a straightforward person. Huan Yu is determined to acquire Century Plaza and Jiangwan 1. Please state your conditions. She revealed her trump card directly, showing strong self-confidence. Lu Chen shook the champagne in his glass and looked through the glass at the auction table in the middle of the banquet hall, where a dazzling diamond necklace was being displayed. He said slowly, conditions? Very simple. Huan Yu withdraws from the bidding for the core land of the new CBD on the south bank of Jiangzhou. I want that land. Xin Bing's pupils suddenly contracted. The core plot of the new CBD in the south bank. That is the most important strategic layout of Huan Yu International in Jiangzhou in the next 5 years. The value far exceeds Century Plaza and Jiangwan No. 1. Lu Chen actually wants this? Impossible. Xin Bing flatly refused, her voice as cold as ice. Mr. Lu, your appetite is too big. Huan Yu will never give up that piece of land. Really? Lu Chen smiled slightly, but his smile was cold. Mr. Xin, what do you think, if the largest overseas financing channel of Huan Yu is suddenly tightened, or some of your key projects in Southeast Asia have some small problems at the same time, how much money and energy will Huan Yu have to tackle the hard bone of Nannan? Xin Bing's expression changed instantly. She looked at Lu Chen fiercely, and for the first time, her cold eyes showed shock and a hint of horror. How could he know Huan Yu's financing channels? And the Southeast Asian projects? These are all absolutely confidential. You investigate the universe? Xin Bing's voice was cold. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Lu Chen's smile remained unchanged, but his tone was calm and in control of everything. Mr. Shun, I am a businessman. You use 2 burdensome projects that you want to get rid of. Century Plaza and Jiangwan No. 1 are not rated high by Huan Yu to exchange for a hand that can lay golden eggs in the future. The South Bank plot, plus Huan Yu's stable development in Jiangzhou. You will not lose in this deal. Xin Bing stared at Lu Chen intently, her chest rising and falling slightly. For the first time, she felt that all her cards seemed to be seen through in front of this man. The feeling that everything was under his control made her shocked and angry, but she had to admit, he was right. From a business perspective, it was indeed a good deal to exchange 2 useless projects for the safety of the strategic core plot. But she couldn't swallow this. Mr. Lu has a good method. Xin Bing almost squeezed out these words from between her teeth. But, do you think Huan Yu will give in with just a few words? Isn't Mr. Lu too confident? Confidence comes from strength. Lu Chen put down his wine glass and looked towards the auction table. Mr. Xin, the auction has begun. Why don't we take a look at what interesting items are on auction tonight? Maybe there will be surprises? His eyes fell on an item that the auctioneer had just unveiled the red cloth for. It was a 3-legged incense burner with a simple shape, a sky blue glaze with dreamy purple-red patches. It was the Song Dynasty June Kiln Azure Glaze Purple Spotted 3-legged furnace that he bought in seconds yesterday. Xin Bing followed his gaze, and when she saw the June Kiln incense burner, even though she was knowledgeable, her cold eyes suddenly burst into irrepressible surprise and passion. Chapter 13 June Kiln appears, 100 million shocks the audience. On the auction stage, under the spotlight, the three-legged incense burner stood quietly on the black velvet exhibition stand. It is about 1 palm high, with a dignified and simple shape and smooth and rounded lines. The most fascinating thing is its glaze color. The whole body is as pure and deep as the sky after the rain, and the glaze is thick and warm, like solidified jade. On the azure background, several purple-red patches flow naturally, like sunset glow and blooming violets, magnificent and changing, like a dream. The edge and bottom of the furnace mouth reveal the warm fetal bones, forming a natural purple mouth and iron feet, adding to the ancient charm. June Kiln. Sky blue and purple spots. Top quality. There was a suppressed exclamation from the audience. The knowledgeable collectors were all stunned. The auctioneer's voice was full of excitement, resounding throughout the venue. Dear distinguished guests, the next lot is the most important treasure of the night. A June Kiln sky blue glaze purple spot three-legged furnace from the Song dynasty. The inheritance is orderly, the appearance is perfect, the glaze is gorgeous, and the purple red spots are unpredictable. It is a masterpiece handed down from the June Kiln. The starting price is 30 million yuan. Each bid increase must not be less than 1 million. June Kiln. One of the 5 famous kilns in the Song dynasty. Gold has a price, but June is priceless. A piece of June porcelain is worse than a fortune. This sky blue purple spotted three-legged furnace is the best among June kilns in terms of shape, glaze color, and appearance. The starting price of 30 million is definitely not high. 31 million. Someone immediately raised a sign. It was a local real estate tycoon. 33 million. Another jewelry tycoon followed closely. 35 million. 38 million. Prices are skyrocketing. Competition is fierce. Xin Bing's eyes were fixed on the June Kiln incense burner, and her cold eyes flashed with a light of determination. June Kiln, especially this kind of sky blue purple spot, is the collection dream pursued by her grandfather all his life. She must get it. 50 million. Xin Bing's cold voice sounded, and the price jumped up directly, instantly suppressing most of the bidders, showing her determination to win. The venue was silent for a moment. 50 million was already an extremely high price for a piece of porcelain. 51 million. An old but powerful voice came from a white-haired old collector in the front row. 52 million. Xin Bing said without hesitation. 53 million. The old collector seemed to have given it his all. 55 million. Xin Bing raised the price again. The old collector sighed, shook his head helplessly, and gave up. 55 million was beyond his psychological expectations. The auctioneer shouted excitedly, 55 million. Ms. Xin Bing bid 55 million. Is there a higher bid? 55 million once. 55 million twice. 60 million. A calm voice, like dropping a drop of cold water into a boiling oil pan, instantly made the entire venue explode. Swish. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on Lu Chen, who was holding the sign. It was him again. Xin Bing turned her head suddenly and looked at Lu Chen. For the first time, clear anger ignited in her cold eyes. It was him again. He was stealing the Zhang family's property, snatching the auction at Jian University, and now he was trying to steal the June Kiln that she was determined to get? Was he here to go against her? Mr. Lu. Xin Bing's voice was chilly, this June Kiln is very important to me. Lu Chen put down his number plate, met Xin Bing's angry gaze, and smiled slightly, but his smile was somewhat playful. Mr. Xin, at the auction, the highest bidder wins. I also like this stove. You. Xin Bing was furious. She took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. 65 million. 70 million. Lu Chen didn't even blink. Boom. The venue was in an uproar. 70 million. To buy a piece of porcelain? This was no longer an auction, but a show of arrogance. Xin Bing's face turned extremely ugly. 70 million was close to her psychological bottom line for this June Kiln. But her grandfather's last wish. She gritted her teeth and said, 72 million. 80 million. Lu Chen's voice remained flat, as if he was not quoting 80 million, but 8,000 yuan. Hiss. The whole audience gasped. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. 80 million. This has created the highest record of domestic June kiln auctions in the past 5 years. Xin Bing's body shook slightly, and her face turned pale. She stared at Lu Chen intently. Her eyes were extremely complicated, with anger, unwillingness, disbelief, and a hint of powerlessness that she herself was unwilling to admit. 80 million was beyond her budget, and also exceeded the current market value limit of this June kiln. Mr. Xin, do you want to add more? The auctioneer looked at Xin Bing cautiously. Xin Bing pursed her lips tightly, digging her nails deep into her palms. Finally, she closed her eyes dejectedly and shook her head slowly. She was defeated. She was defeated by this mysterious man's bottomless financial resources and his almost rogue interference. 80 million. Mr. Lu Chen bid 80 million. Is there a higher price? 80 million once. 80 million twice. 80 million 3 times. Deal. The auctioneer's hammer fell heavily, his voice trembling with excitement. Congratulations, Mr. Lu. You have obtained this rare treasure, a Song Dynasty June kiln Celadon glazed purple spotted 3-legged furnace. Thunderous applause rang out, but it was more of a shock and a show. Everyone looked at Lu Chen and the pale-faced Xin Bing, and the air was filled with invisible gunpowder. Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Chen calmly walked towards the auction table to handle the formalities. When he passed by Xin Bing, he paused slightly, tilted his head, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Mr. Shen, it seems that your Century Plaza and Jianwan No. 1 will have to wait for my good mood. But... He glanced at Xin Bing's clenched fists and pale face, and a meaningful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. This June kiln is a gift from me to Mr. Shen. I hope he likes it. After saying that, Lu Chen did not stop and walked straight to the backstage. Xin Bing opened her eyes suddenly and looked at Lu Chen's back in disbelief. Give it to my grandfather? He spent 80 million to buy something he was determined to get, and then, he was going to give it to his grandfather? What on earth was he trying to do? The huge impact made Xin Bing's brain go blank. Anger, unwillingness, doubt, and a trace of indescribable complex emotions intertwined together. For the first time, she felt that she could not see through this man named Lu Chen at all. He was like a bottomless whirlpool, mysterious, powerful, and domineering, but at a certain moment, he revealed a kind of heart-pounding tenderness? Or a teasing of controlling everything? Lu Chen signed in the backstage and watched the staff carefully pack the sky-blue purple spotted June kiln furnace. In his mind, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The host successfully took a photo of an item containing spiritual energy June kiln furnace from the Song Dynasty. Absorbing spiritual energy, the host's mental strength is slightly improved. Trigger special effect, treasure appraisal aura. The host's intuitive sensitivity to antiques containing spiritual energy or high value increases by 20%. Targeted flash sale mall refresh times +1. Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. 80 million? Small money. In exchange for the improvement of mental power and the practical skill of appraising treasures, plus making that IC CEO confused, it's worth it. The core auction of Cloud Top Banquet tomorrow night has not started yet, the best is yet to come. Xin Bing, this is just an appetizer. He wants to take the land on the South Bank. Chapter 14, Gift to June Kiln, ripples in Xin Bing's heart. In the VIP room behind the auction, the scent of sandalwood incense was wafting, isolating the noise from the outside world. The June kiln tripod furnace with azure and purple spots was quietly placed on a tray covered with velvet. Under the soft light, the glaze flowed, the purple and red spots were gorgeous like a dream, and it exuded a warm luster spanning thousands of years and a faint but clear spiritual fluctuation. Lu Chen's fingers gently brushed over the cold furnace, feeling the wonderful touch and the sharp intuition brought by the system's prompt, treasure appraisal light. 80 million? To him, it was just a number jumping on a bank card. But the value of this artifact itself and the system gain it brought were the real gains. There was a gentle knock on the door, and the butler Chen Ming walked in respectfully. Sir, the formalities have been completed. Miss Xin Bing is outside and seems to want to see you. Chen Ming's tone was a little cautious, and he obviously felt the unusual low pressure of the IC president outside. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly, as expected. Please ask her to come in. Xin Bing walked in. She still maintained her aloof demeanor, but her slightly heaving chest and tightly pursed lips revealed her inner restlessness. Her eyes immediately fell on the June kiln furnace, with a complex and incomprehensible feeling of desire, loss, and even anger as if she was being played by Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, you have a trick. Xin Bing's voice was colder than usual, like a bead of ice falling to the ground. You spent 80 million to buy something I was determined to get, just to humiliate me in front of everyone and show off your financial strength and willfulness? Lu Chen turned around and ignored her questioning. Instead, he picked up the June kiln furnace and handed it to Xin Bing. Here. Xin Bing was stunned and subconsciously took a half step back, her cold eyes full of vigilance and disbelief. What do you mean? I told you, Lu Chen said calmly, as if he was stating something very ordinary. This June kiln porcelain is a token of my appreciation to Mr. Shin. I heard that Mr. Shin was fascinated by ancient porcelain, especially June kiln porcelain. This item is now in its rightful place. Give it to my grandfather? Shen Bing was completely stunned. The huge shock made her mind go blank. She had imagined countless purposes of Lu Chen showing off, making things difficult, using this as a bargaining chip to threaten the world, but she had never thought of giving it to. And it was for her most respected grandfather. Why? Xin Bing's voice was trembling, which she herself did not notice. She stared at Lu Chen, trying to find any trace of teasing or hypocrisy on his face. However, Lu Chen's eyes were deep and calm, with only a kind of sincerity that was almost indifferent. No reason. Lu Chen moved the stove forward again. Mr. Shin has been a soldier for half his life, serving the country and the people. He deserves respect. It's just a piece of porcelain. If it can make him happy, the money is worth spending. As for the business negotiations between you and me, he paused, his tone was unquestionable and strong. One thing is one thing. I am determined to get the land on the South Bank. Exchanging it for Century Plaza and Zhangwan No. 1 is the wisest choice for Huanyu. Mr. Shin is a smart man and should understand. Xin Bing looked at the June kiln treasures in front of her, and then looked at Lu Chen's eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Anger, reluctance, doubt, shock, all kinds of emotions hit her heart like a tide. For the first time, she felt that in front of this man, her calmness and judgment, which she was proud of, were so vulnerable. He tyrannically snatched away what she was determined to get, but casually gave it to the person she cared about most. He made no secret of his ambition for the South Shore plot, but expressed unexpected respect for his grandfather. What kind of person is he? A devil? Or an angel? In the end, the desire to fulfill his grandfather's wish overwhelmed everything. Xin Bing took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress her turbulent emotions, stretched out her slightly trembling hands, and carefully took the heavy June kiln furnace. The warm blaze felt heavy with history and the warmth of Lu Chen's palm. Thank you. These two words came out of Xin Bing's mouth, with great difficulty, but with a softening that she herself did not even notice. She avoided Lu Chen's gaze and whispered, Grandfather will definitely like it very much. I, Xin Bing, will remember this favor. As for the South Bank plot. She raised her head, her eyes regained the sharpness of a businessman, but also lost some of the previous hostility. I need time to think about it. Okay. Lu Chen smiled slightly, his goal had been achieved. Just prying open the tip of the iceberg was enough. The auction isn't over yet, Mr. Shin, why don't you go shopping again? There might be some surprises. Xin Bing looked at Lu Chen deeply, hugged the June kiln furnace as if it were a rare treasure, and turned to leave. Her back was still cold, but her steps no longer seemed so distant. She needed to calm down and digest the huge shock of tonight. Watching Xin Bing leave, Lu Chen was in a good mood. To subdue the iceberg president, he needed to be cautious step by step. He returned to the banquet hall, and the auction had reached its climax. Ding! High energy reaction detected. Scanning. Item, unknown stone meteorite core? Status, the surface is covered with ordinary rocks, and the interior contains pure and violent star energy. Extremely dangerous. Value, unknown. System prompt, this item contains huge energy, which can be absorbed and transformed by the system. Or it can trigger the synthesis of special items. Risks and opportunities coexist. Do you want to lock it? Lu Chen's eyes instantly locked onto a new piece of ore that was the size of a human head, black, and full of pits. The starting price was only 500,000, and no one was interested. But in his treasure appraisal aura, the inside of the stone was emitting a dazzling energy light like a small sun. Lock it. Lu Chen did not hesitate. Opportunities often come with risks, but he has the system. Chapter 15, Starstone, Late Night Call from School Beauty. The next lot was donated by an overseas expedition team. It is a special mineral that is said to come from a meteorite crash zone. The specific composition is unknown. The starting price is 500,000. The auctioneer's introduction was also uncertain. There was little reaction from the audience. It's black, like a coal ball. Meteorite? Who knows if it's real or not? 500,000 for an unknown number? That's a lot of money to burn. 500,000 once. 500,000 twice. It was about to fail in the sale. 550,000. Lu Chen raised the sign calmly. Wow! It's him again. Everyone's eyes are on him again. Is this rich man going toe-to-toe with stone tonight? He bought stone for 1,000 yuan before, and now he's buying coal briquettes for 550,000 yuan? Xin Bing also noticed it, and tightened her grip on the Junyao box, looking at Lu Chen with a more complicated look. What was he going to do? No one competed, and Lu Chen easily won the strange stone for 550,000. The staff carefully moved it to the location designated by Lu Chen. At close range, Lu Chen could feel the violent and surging star power inside the stone, like a sleeping beast. If it weren't for the system suppression and the body strengthened by the god-level fighting technique, ordinary people might feel palpitations when approaching. The auction was coming to an end. The finale item was a blue diamond necklace that was said to have come from a European royal family. It was sold at a sky-high price of 150 million, but Lu Chen had no interest in it. The banquet was over, and Lu Chen left in his Pagani wind god under the gaze of countless awe-inspiring people. The strange stone was carefully packed and escorted back to Yunding Palace by a security vehicle. Returning to the luxurious yet empty Villa Number 1, Lu Chen communicated with the system immediately. System, absorb the energy of this strange stone. Warning! The target contains too much and violent energy. Direct absorption may lead to uncontrollable consequences. The host is recommended to choose 1. System forced absorption and conversion needs to consume 10 million system energy points, conversion rate is about 30%. 2. Find a special container or method to guide safely, risk unknown. 3. Temporarily seal. 10 million system energy points? Lu Chen frowned. System energy points are accumulated through consumption and completing special events. He has only accumulated less than 20 million points so far. The conversion rate is only 30%? Too low. Seal it and wait until we find a suitable method. Received. The item has been sealed in the system's special space. Although it cannot be used for the time being, Lu Chen knows that this is definitely a huge bargain. The value is far more than that of the June kiln. After taking a comfortable hot spring bath, Lu Chen was about to rest when his cell phone rang. It was a WeChat video call request from Su Xiaoyu. The call was connected. Su Xiaoyu's innocent and lovely face immediately appeared on the screen, with her dormitory in the background. She was wearing cute cartoon pajamas, with wet hair, and had obviously just taken a shower. Her big eyes were sparkling, with excitement and a hint of shyness. Senior! I hope I didn't disturb your rest? Su Xiaoyu's voice was soft. Not yet. Is there something? Lu Chen leaned against the head of the bed, speaking casually. It's okay, it's okay. Su Xiaoyu waved her hands quickly, her face slightly red. I just want to say thank you to Senior. Today I am really grateful to Senior. The painting was sold for 100,000, and a Hope Primary School was donated. Our entire student union is excited. The principal even called to praise him personally. She chirped like a happy little bird. It's nothing. Lu Chen looked at the energetic girl on the screen and relaxed. Su Xiaoyu's innocence and enthusiasm were completely different from Xun Bing's iceberg. It's a small matter for you, but it's a great thing for us and the children in the mountainous area. Su Xiaoyu said seriously, and then she showed a playful smile. You know what? It's rumored in the school that you are a hidden super rich man, a prince who is on a secret visit. Wang Zhi's face turned green today, and he didn't dare to show up all day. Lu Chen smiled and said nothing. Su Xiaoyu looked at Lu Chen's handsome profile and lazy and casual posture on the screen, and her heartbeat accelerated again. She mustered up her courage and asked in a low voice, Senior, that our school has an annual drama club show this weekend. I have a performance. Senior, are you free to come and watch? After saying that, she held her breath nervously, and looked at the screen with big eyes full of expectation. Drama? Lu Chen was not very interested in this kind of campus activity. But looking at Su Xiaoyu's expectant and nervous eyes, he swallowed the words of refusal back. Just relax? What time? 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. In the school's Art Center theater. Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up instantly, as if they were filled with stars. Well, it depends on the situation. Lu Chen gave an ambiguous answer. Ah. Oh. Okay. Come when you are free. Although Su Xiaoyu was a little disappointed, she was still very happy, at least she was not rejected directly. Then I won't disturb you to rest. Good night. After hanging up the video, Lu Chen shook his head. He naturally understood the school beauty's thoughts. But now, he was more concerned about the strange stone in Shenbing's reply. The next morning, Lu Chen was having breakfast on the terrace of the villa when the housekeeper Chen Ming walked over quickly with a serious expression. Sir, I just received the news. Mr. Shen, the grandfather of President Shenbing, had a sudden emergency last night and was sent to the intensive care unit of Jiangzhou First Hospital. The situation is said to be very critical. Lu Chen paused for a moment while holding his coffee cup. Mr. Shen? He had just sent the June kiln over. This illness came out of nowhere. Chapter 16, Elder Shen is critically ill, the shadow of the ancient martial arts family. What's the situation? Lu Chen put down his coffee cup, his eyes sharp. The news is tightly blocked. Chen Ming whispered, our people only found out that Mr. Shen suddenly fell into a coma after attending a private collection appreciation meeting last night. He was sent to the hospital and diagnosed with acute heart failure accompanied by rapid failure of multiple organs of unknown cause. The hospital has issued a critical illness notice. The Shen family has mobilized all resources and invited top experts from home and abroad to consult, but the effect is minimal. A private collection appreciation meeting? Lu Chen's mind moved. Do you know who will be attending? Especially, are there any people from the Situ family? Chen Ming's eyes flashed with surprise, and he immediately replied, yes. The third master of the Situ family, Situ Hon, and his son Situ Hao. Yes, sir. Chen Ming immediately went to arrange it. At the same time, in Jiangzhou First Hospital, the top-floor VIP special care area. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was suffocating. The long corridor was filled with people from the Shen family, all with heavy faces. Shenbing was dressed in black, her face was as pale as paper, her eyes were red and swollen, but she forced herself to straighten her back and stood guard at the door of the intensive care unit. Her father, Shen Guodong, frowned and paced back and forth. Several medical masters with gray hair and extraordinary temperament gathered together and discussed in a low voice, but their faces were extremely ugly. Mr. Shen, the leading national-level expert sighed, took off his glasses, and rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. Mr. Shen's condition is very not optimistic. The speed of heart failure far exceeds the normal pathological process, and other organs are also corroded by unknown energy. We have used all means, and can only delay it temporarily. The cause of the disease can't be found out. It's like he's been hit by some kind of evil magic. The old expert said at the end, his voice trembling with a hint of disbelief. Witchcraft. Shen Guodong's voice changed. Shen Bing's body swayed, and she held onto the wall, her nails digging deep into her palms. Witchcraft. Could it be that strange ancient jade from the Situ family? At this moment, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps was heard. Lu Chen, accompanied by Chen Ming and Zhao Gang, walked straight through the crowd. His appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Lu Chen? Shen Bing saw Lu Chen, and a complex look flashed in her eyes, and then she was overwhelmed by great helplessness and sadness. Why are you here? Come and see Elder Shen. Lu Chen's eyes swept across the tightly closed door of the intensive care unit. His powerful mental power allowed him to vaguely sense the weak and chaotic breath of life inside. How is the situation? Shen Bing bit her lip, holding back tears, and repeated the old expert's words. Finally, she choked up and said, the doctor said that Grandpa may not survive tonight. Evil magic? Energy erosion? Lu Chen's eyes condensed, and he was more certain that it was the Situ family who did it. The ancient martial arts family really had some shady methods. Let me go in and take a look. Lu Chen said in a deep voice. You? A middle-aged doctor wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses frowned. He was the vice president of the hospital. Mr. Shen is in critical condition now. We need absolute silence. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Besides, are you a doctor? What can you see? Vice President Wang. Shin Guodong shouted. Although he didn't know Lu Chen, he knew from his daughter's reaction and Lu Chen's demeanor that this man was no ordinary man. Who is this gentleman? Dad, he is Lu Chen. Shin Bing whispered. Lu Chen? Shin Guodong was stunned, and then his eyes burst into light. He was the mysterious rich man? The one who crushed the Zhang family and bought the June kiln for his father? He came here at this moment. Is there a way? Mr. Lu. I've heard a lot about you. Shin Guodong immediately stepped forward, lowering his head. Can you save my father? He seemed to have grabbed the last straw. I need to take a look at the situation first. Lu Chen did not guarantee it. Okay. Please. Shin Guodong opened the door of the intensive care unit without hesitation. Vice President Wang, please cooperate with Mr. Lu. Although Vice President Wang was full of doubts, he dared not disobey Shin Guodong's order and could only follow in with a sullen face. Inside the ward, the instruments were ticking regularly. On the bed, an old man with white hair and beard and a resolute face had his eyes tightly closed. His face was pale and he was plugged with various tubes. His vital signs were extremely weak. A cold and strange energy with a rotten smell was like a maggot on his tarsal bones, entwining his heart veins and several important organs, constantly eroding his vitality. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. It was indeed an evil trick. His powerful mental power could clearly see the viciousness of that energy. Ordinary medical methods could not remove it at all. Ding! The host has been detected to be eroded by special energy Yin Sha erosion heart curse. Item scan, the spell medium ancient jade fragment remains in the patient's body. System mall urgent refresh. Product, 9 Yang rejuvenation pill spiritual grade lower. Effects, expel evil spirits and poisons, strengthen the body, and restore the vitality of the internal organs. Needs to cooperate with the host's internal force guidance. Original price, 1 billion system energy points. Flash sale price, 1 yuan limited time emergency special offer. Is it a flash sale? Instant kill. Lu Chen roared in his heart. It came just in time. Second kill successful. The elixir has been distributed to the host. Lu Chen flipped his palm, and a red pill the size of a longan, emitting a warm luster and a strong medicinal fragrance, appeared out of thin air in his palm. The medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire ward, and the smell lifted people's spirits. What is this? Vice President Wan was stunned. Shin Guodong and Shun Bing, who followed and also looked at the pill in Lu Chen's hand in shock. Lu Chen did not explain. He walked to the bedside and said to Shin Guodong, Mr. Shin, I need to rescue Mr. Shin. The process cannot be disturbed. Everyone, please leave. This, Mr. Lu, this medicine. Shin Guodong looked at the magical pill, surprised and suspicious. Dad. Believe him. Shin Bing suddenly spoke, her tone was extremely firm. She remembered Lu Chen's mystery and power, and his indescribable sincerity when he gave her the June kiln. At this moment, she had no choice but to gamble. Shin Guodong looked at his daughter's determined eyes, then looked at his father who was in critical condition on the hospital bed, and gritted his teeth. Okay. Mr. Lu, please. He pulled Vice President Wang, who was still in a daze, and let all the medical staff out, and strictly ordered no one to disturb them. Only Lu Chen and the unconscious Mr. Shin were left in the ward. Lu Chen took a deep breath. After integrating the god-level fighting technique, he had already derived pure internal strength in his body. He pinched open Mr. Shin's mouth and put the 9 Yang rejuvenation pill into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into a warm torrent. Lu Chen put his fingers together like a sword, gathered his inner strength, and tapped several acupuncture points on Mr. Shin's chest, dantian, etc. like lightning. Under the guidance of his inner strength, the pure 9 Yang medicinal power rushed towards the entrenched evil poison like the warm sun in an instant. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Like pouring cold water into hot oil. The temperature in the ward suddenly rose. Mr. Shin's body trembled violently, and it seemed that black air and red light were fighting fiercely under his skin. The instrument issued a shrill alarm. The hearts of the people outside the door were in their throats. Lu Chen's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He concentrated on controlling his internal strength and guiding the medicinal power to accurately encircle and suppress those evil energies. This requires extremely exquisite control. If he hadn't combined the god-level fighting skills and the newly improved mental power, he he would not be able to do it. Time passes by. Finally. Puff. The unconscious Mr. Shin suddenly spat out a mouthful of extremely smelly black blood. Then, his pale face regained its rosy color at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his weak heartbeat and breathing became strong and powerful. All indicators on the instrument quickly returned to normal range. The evil poison wrapped around his heart and organs was completely dispelled and burned by the 9 Suns rejuvenating pill. The small piece of black ancient jade fragment remaining in his body was also forced out by the medicine and fell on the bedsheet. Lu Chen retracted his fingers and breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. He picked up the black fragment that exuded an ominous aura, his eyes as cold as a knife. The Situ family. What a sinister and vicious ancient martial arts family. He made note of this account. Chapter 17 Situ Hao's provocation, a punch sent him flying. The door of the ward opened. Lu Chen walked out looking a little tired, holding the piece of black ancient jade in his hand. Mr. Lu. My father. Shen Guodong was the first to rush up, his voice trembling. Grandpa. Shin Bing also looked at him nervously. Mr. Shin is fine now. The evil poison has been removed. He will recover after a few days of rest. Lu Chen handed the fragment to Shin Bing. This is the source of the disaster, the fragment of the ancient jade sent by the Situ family. Keep it, it's evidence. Really? Shin Guodong and Shin Bing were ecstatic. Rushing into the ward, they saw the stable indicators on the instrument in their father's face, which was weak but obviously getting better, and they were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. A miracle doctor. He is truly a miracle doctor. After the examination, Vice President Wang and several veteran experts were even more astonished. They looked at Lu Chen with eyes full of awe and disbelief. The terminal illness that they were helpless against was actually cured by this young man with just 1 pill and a few acupuncture points? This is simply a miracle. Shin Bing walked out of the ward and looked at Lu Chen, who was resting against the wall. Her eyes were extremely complicated. Gratitude, shock, guilt, and an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. He saved Grandpa. Once again. When she was most desperate. Lu Chen. Thank you. Shin Bing walked up to Lu Chen, her voice softer and more sincere than ever before. Her cold eyes were now watery as she looked straight at him. I don't know how to repay you. It's just a piece of cake. Lu Chen waved his hand, his eyes fell on the fragments in her hand. Boss Shin, how are you going to settle this account with the Situ family? When the Situ family was mentioned, Shin Bing's eyes instantly became icy cold, and she regained the aura of a business queen. Blood debt must be paid with blood. My Shin family and the Situ family will never stop fighting. Grandpa is the pillar of the Shin family, and the Situ family dared to do such a vicious thing. This is a hatred that will never end. Okay. Lu Chen nodded. If you need help, just let me know. The Situ family won't be able to survive for much longer. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Just then, a loud noise came from the end of the corridor. Get out of the way. What are you all doing here? Is old man Shin dead? I'm here to see him off. A young man wearing a flashy printed shirt, with silver gray hair and a frivolous and arrogant look, walked over with a few tough bodyguards. It was the young master of the Situ family, Situ Hao. He had a malicious smile on his face, and he obviously didn't know what was happening in the ward. Shin Bing's face instantly turned cold as ice. Shin Guodong also glared at her. Situ Hao walked closer, his eyes swept over Shin Bing with lewd surprise, and finally landed on Lu Chen, sneering, Hey? Isn't this the idiot who spent 80 million to buy a broken stove last night? What? Are you here to mourn for old man Shin too? Do you have too much money and nowhere to spend it? The bodyguards behind him burst into laughter. Lu Chen looked at him indifferently, as if he was looking at a noisy fly. Situ Hao, didn't your father teach you to use your brain when you go out? What the hell did you say? Situ Hao's face darkened, and he pointed at Lu Chen's nose and cursed, Boy, don't think you are great just because you have a few stinky money. In Jiangzhou, my Situ family has the final say. This is the fate of old man Shin for offending our family. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake, and then hand over the broken stove you took a picture of last night, and I will consider sparing you. His words stopped abruptly. Because Lu Chen moved. Fast. Fast as a ghost. Everyone just felt a flash before their eyes. Bang! A dull and heart-pounding noise. Situ Hao felt like he was hit by a speeding truck. He hunched over, his eyes bulged out, blood foam mixed with gastric juice spurted out of his mouth, and his body flew backwards off the ground. Boom! He smashed the glass door of the fire hydrant at the end of the corridor, and his whole body was embedded in the broken glass and metal frame like a broken sack. His chest collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and I don't know how many ribs were broken. He didn't even have time to scream before his head tilted and he fainted. Dead silence. Absolute silence. The whole corridor was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by the sudden, brutal, and domineering punch. Sitohao's bodyguards were petrified. The grim smiles on their faces had not yet faded, but turned into extreme fear. They didn't even see how Lu Chen made his move. Lu Chen slowly retracted his fist, as if he had just slapped a fly away. He took out a snow-white handkerchief, wiped his hand slowly, and then casually threw it on the unconscious Sitohao's face. His cold eyes swept over the trembling bodyguards. "Take your useless young master and get out. Tell Sito that I was the one who beat his son. I will personally go to the Situ family and get the money back with interest. Get out." The last word "get out" sounded like thunder. The bodyguards were so frightened that they rushed over, crawling and tumbling, and frantically dug Sitohao out of the glass shards, carrying him and running away. They didn't even dare to say a harsh word. The only sounds in the corridor were heavy breathing and gazes of utmost awe. Xin Bing looked at Lu Chen's tall and straight back, at his domineering punch just now, and at his casual hand-wiping action at this moment. Her heart began to beat violently, uncontrollably. An unprecedented sense of security, accompanied by an indescribable throbbing, instantly overwhelmed her. This man, how strong is he? Lu Chen turned around and looked at Xin Bing, his tone returning to normal. "Boss Xin, I've dealt with the trouble. Mr. Xin needs to rest, I'm leaving first." After saying this, he did not stay any longer. Under the gazes of countless awe-inspiring people, he left calmly with Chen Ning and Zhao Gang. Xin Bing watched his back disappear at the elevator entrance, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. The cold ancient jade fragment in her hand seemed to have a hint of the warmth of his palm. Sitohao's miserable state, Lu Chen's tyranny, all of this was engraved on her heart like a brand. "Binger." Xin Guodong walked to his daughter's side, looking at the direction where Lu Chen left, and said in a complicated tone, "This Mr. Lu is definitely not an ordinary person. The Situ family. I'm afraid they've really hit a wall this time." Xin Bing didn't say anything, but just tightly grasped the fragments in her hand. In her cold eyes, something was quietly melting and reshaping. Chapter 18, School Beauty on Stage, Situ Family's Revenge. Sunday afternoon, Zhengzhou University Art Center. The huge theater was packed with people and the atmosphere was warm. The lights on the stage were bright, and the annual drama Romeo and Juliet was being performed. Su Xiaoyu played Juliet, wearing a classical long dress, pure and with a hint of sadness, with a sweet voice and a sincere and moving performance, which won rounds of applause. Lu Chen sat in the reserved VIP seat in the front row, with a lazy posture. He was not very interested in Shakespeare's plays, and was purely there to show his support for Su Xiaoyu. It was quite pleasing to watch the girl on the stage, radiant and immersed in her role. With his strong perception, he could clearly capture the sparkling eyes and the undisguised joy when Su Xiaoyu secretly looked at him during the performance. The performance reached its climax with the meeting on the balcony. "Romeo, Romeo. Why do you have to be Romeo?" Juliet, played by Su Xiaoyu, leaned on the balcony and talked to Romeo below, her eyes moving and full of affection. Just at this moment, something strange happened suddenly. The huge background curtain hanging right above the stage made a sharp metal twisting sound without any warning. Then, the connection suddenly broke. The heavy steel hanger, along with the huge curtain and lamps hanging on it, smashed down towards Su Xiaoyu in the center of the stage like a collapsed mountain. "Ah!" Screams of terror broke out from the audience instantly. "Xiaoyu! Get out of the way!" The actors on the stage were also scared. Su Xiaoyu looked up and saw the huge shadow falling on her head. Her mind went blank. The fear of death instantly seized her. She had no time to dodge. At the critical moment, a figure that was extremely fast shot out from the front row of the audience as if teleporting. The strong wind it brought even overturned the seats next to it. "It's Lu Chen." At the moment the boom broke, his extraordinary perception and reaction speed granted by his god-level fighting skills allowed him to capture the crisis. Without the slightest hesitation. Bang! A deafening bang. Lu Chen was like a human cannonball. When the boom was about to hit Su Xiaoyu, he used his shoulders and back to knock the heavy steel frame away. At the same time, he quickly grabbed the frightened Su Xiaoyu with his left hand, spun around, and held her tightly in his arms. Crash! The heavy suspension rods, curtains and lighting fixtures crashed down on the spot where Lu Chen had just stood, creating a huge hole on the stage. Smoke and dust filled the air. Broken wood and glass flew everywhere. Lu Chen held Su Xiaoyu in his arms and landed steadily a few meters away. He used his body to block all the flying debris. Dead silence. The whole place was in dead silence. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change in Lu Chen's superhuman reaction and strength. Su Xiaoyu huddled in Lu Chen's arms, her face pale and her body still trembling. She clutched his clothes tightly, as if she had grabbed the only life-saving straw. It's okay. Lu Chen's low voice sounded in her ears, carrying a strange soothing power. Su Xiaoyu raised her head, and with tearful eyes she looked at Lu Chen's handsome face and the reassuring power in his eyes. The huge shock of surviving the disaster and some indescribable emotions instantly burst out. She couldn't hold it back any longer, and cried out while, hugged Lu Chen's neck tightly, and buried her face in his solid chest. Senior, woo-woo. I'm scared to death. Lu Chen's body stiffened slightly, but he felt the trembling and fear of the girl in his arms, and he didn't push her away after all, but just patted her back gently. The soft and warm girl in his arms, the faint fragrance of the girl lingered around his nose. There was chaos on and off the stage. Security rushed up to maintain order and check the cause of the stage accident. Soon, a security guard ran over with a metal clip that was obviously damaged by violence, and his face was solemn. Mr. Lu, Miss Su. Found it. The safety clip of the boom was sawed off by someone. This is murder. Man-made. Murder. The target is directly aimed at Su Xiaoyu. Lu Chen's eyes instantly became icy cold. He comforted Su Xiaoyu, who was still sobbing, and his eyes swept across the chaotic theater like a sharp sword. The Situ family. The Situ family again. Since they couldn't do anything to him and the Shin family, they attacked the people around him? And they used such despicable means. They were simply courting death. Ding! The host has been detected to be under malicious attack targeting related persons. Trigger special mission, Thunder Strikes Back. Mission requirements: within 72 hours, completely destroy the Situ family's power in Jiangzhou and uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. Task reward: advanced permissions for targeted flash sale mall can refresh in specified item categories. Permanently increase mental power by 10%. Failure penalty: randomly deprive one system ability. System tasks. Advanced permissions. Mental strength improvement. Behind the generous rewards, there are severe punishments. A cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Situ family, your doomsday has come. Chapter 19, Thunder Plan, Hacking into the Core. In Villa No. 1 of Hentang Palace, the atmosphere in the study is as heavy as iron. Su Xiaoyu was frightened, and Lu Chen arranged for a female assistant to take her back to the school dormitory to rest. Zhao Gang held the sawed-off safety buckle he brought back from the theater, his face livid. Sir, it has been verified. The one who did it was a gangster raised by the Situ family, nicknamed Scar Chang. He has been controlled and is in the place where Black Wolf stayed, referring to the special care area of the detention center. He confessed that it was Situhao's confidant Abao who instructed him to do it, and gave him 500,000 yuan to create an accident to kill Miss Su, to give you a warning. Warning? Lu Chen sat behind the large desk, tapping the tabletop with his fingertips, making a regular sound. Each one seemed to hit people's hearts. Very good. It seems that the hospital's punch has not taught the Situ family what fear is. He looked at Chen Ming. How is the integration progress of Tianlin Group? Sir, it's basically done. Chen Ming reported immediately. All the core industries of the Zheng family have been merged into the newly established Xinxin Group, the bad assets have been divested, and all financial and legal risks have been eliminated. The current market value has risen back to 12 billion, and is still growing rapidly. All resources can be mobilized at any time. Very good. Lu Chen nodded and looked at Zhao Gang again. Have you figured out the Situ family's industrial layout in Jiangzhou, their core members, and especially their shady businesses and handles? We have basically mastered it. Zhao Gang's eyes flashed, and he handed over a thick file. The main industries of the Situ family are Hanyuan Real Estate, Jinning Security, several nightclubs, and underground casinos. The head of the family, Situ Hong, is in charge behind the scenes. His brother Situ Wei is in charge of the gray industry, and Situ Hao is the playboy in public. Their biggest reliance is the several ancient martial arts masters supported by the family, whose strength is unknown. In addition, we have intercepted that Situ Hong was furious after learning that Situ Ha was seriously injured, and he has urgently contacted the two elders of the family who were in seclusion. At the same time, he is secretly transferring some illegal funds to overseas accounts, and seems to want to run away. Want to run? Lu Chen sneered, it's not that easy. He moved his fingers across the tabletop, as if planning an invisible battle. First, Chen Ming. Use all the funds of Qinxing Group and leverage with Swiss Bank to attack the share prices of Hanyuan Real Estate in Hong Kong and its shares. Create panic and force it to suspend trading. At the same time, contact all banks that have business dealings with Hanyuan, declare it bankrupt, and withdraw loans in advance. I want Hanyuan Real Estate's capital chain to be completely broken within 3 days. Second, Zhao Gang. Send all the evidence you have about the Situ family's gray industry to the police, tax authorities, and the Commission for Discipline Inspection anonymously. Quickly. Do it vigorously. Especially those hard evidences involving human life, smuggling, and bribery. I want Situ Wei and his key subordinates to come in for tea tonight. Third, keep a close eye on Situ Hong and those two old guys. Don't they have ancient martial arts masters? Let them come. Come to Yunding Palace to find me. I'll be waiting. Fourth, hack into the account where the Situ family transfers funds. Don't even think about letting a single cent out. Hacked accounts? Zhao Gang and Chen Ming were both stunned. For an old fox like the Situ family, their overseas accounts must be encrypted and protected at every level, which is very technically difficult. Lu Chen raised his lips in a cold arc, leave the technical issues to me. He thought about it and communicated with the system. System, refresh today's flash sale mall. Targeted lock, top hacker skills max. Ding. The targeted flash sale mall has been refreshed successfully. Product, God level hacker mastery max. Original price, cannot be estimated. Flash sale price, 1 yuan. Is it a flash sale? Instant kill. Second kill success. God level hacker mastering fusion. A huge amount of information instantly flooded into Lu Chen's mind. Network protocols, encryption algorithms, vulnerability exploits, penetration attacks, countless top hackers could never master their skills in their entire lives, but he instantly mastered them. At this moment, he was a god in the online world. Lu Chen walked to the top of the line computer in the study, and his fingers turned into a shadow on the keyboard. The code on the screen rolled like a waterfall. Firewall? Like paper. Encryption algorithm? Cracked instantly. The dozen or so overseas offshore accounts that Situ Hong thought were secret were transparent in front of Lu Chen. In less than 10 minutes. The hundreds of millions of funds that Situ Hong secretly transferred were wiped out by an invisible hand, disappearing without a trace. The account balances were all reset to zero. And a destructive virus that could not be traced or deleted was implanted. At the same time, the share price of Hanyuan Real Estate suffered unprecedented short selling, plummeting and triggering a circuit breaker. The joint action team of the Police, Taxation Department and Discipline Inspection Commission raided the nightclubs and casinos owned by the Situ family with lightning speed, taking away a large number of key members including Situ Wei. In a secret villa in the suburbs, Situ Hong was looking at the account on the computer screen that had returned to zero and the bad news that kept coming in. He was so angry that he spat out blood and looked like a madman. Lu Chen. I, Situ Hong, will fight you to the death. First elder. Second elder. Please come out. Kill this beast. Chapter 20, the elder comes out of retreat and fights the extraordinary for the first time. The Situ family's ancestral home is hidden deep in a quiet valley in the far suburbs of Jiangzhou, which is shrouded in a formation. There are towering ancient trees here, and the spiritual energy compared to the outside world is much richer. At this moment, outside a stone chamber that was closed all year round deep in the ancestral home, the atmosphere was solemn. Situ Hong was pale, with blood on the corners of his mouth, and he paced anxiously outside the stone chamber. Situ Ha was lying on a stretcher, his chest wrapped in bandages, unconscious. The core members of the family gathered outside, all of them pale. Within 1 day, the family's open industry suffered a devastating blow, the grey forces were uprooted, and the funds were mysteriously frozen and emptied. The Situ family's century-old foundation in Jiangzhou was about to be destroyed. Master. The two elders haven't responded yet, an elder asked in a trembling voice. The two elders in seclusion were the real pillars of the Situ family, and they were ancient martial arts masters who transcended the ordinary. Wait a little longer. Situ Hong's eyes were bloodshot and his voice was hoarse. The two elders are in seclusion to break through the key bottleneck. We cannot disturb them forcibly. But the survival of the family depends on this. They will definitely come out. As soon as the words fell. Boom! The heavy stone door made a dull noise and slowly opened inward. A powerful and ancient aura, like a sleeping beast awakening, instantly spread out. It oppressed everyone present so much that they couldn't breathe and couldn't help wanting to kneel down. Two figures, one tall and one short, wearing simple gray linen clothes, walked out slowly. The tall man was as thin as a bamboo pole, with an old face, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and his eyes were as bright as a hawk. His breath was as cold as a poisonous snake. It was the eldest elder of the Situ family, Situ Ming. The short man was stocky, with a shiny bald head, a face full of flesh, bulging temples, and a violent aura like a furnace. It was the second elder, Situ Lai. What's bothering you? Situ Ming's voice was hoarse and dry, like the friction of sandpaper, with a creepy chill. First elder. Second elder. Situ Hong fell to his knees with a plop, tears streaming down his face. He recounted how Lu Chen injured Situ Hao, how he destroyed the Situ family's assets with lightning speed, how he froze the funds. He exaggerated and accused them all. That little thief Lu Chen, relying on his little outer martial arts and crooked ways, bullied our Situ family too much. I beg the elders to come out and kill this beast to avenge our Situ family. Humph. Trash. Situ Lai was in a hot temper. He looked at the unconscious Situ Hao and the clansman kneeling on the ground, and snorted angrily. His voice was like a bell, making people's eardrums buzz. A young boy has forced you to this point? You have brought shame to the Situ family. Situ Ming's hawk-like eyes swept across Situ Hao's collapsed chest, and a hint of sinisterness flashed in his eyes. Severely injure Hauer with one move? It's a bit of brute force. But... He twisted his skinny fingers, and a subtle explosion sounded in the air. If you dare to touch anyone in my Situ family, you must be prepared to bear the wrath of thunder. Where is he? It's in Hentang Palace. Villa number 1. Situ Hong gritted his teeth. Yunding Palace? Situ Ming's eyes flashed with disdain. It's just a mortal place of wealth. Lao Lai, would you like to go there? Stretching your muscles? That's exactly what I meant. Situ Lai grinned, revealing his white teeth, with a cruel light flashing in his eyes. I want to see what kind of person this is. The two figures disappeared in an instant like ghosts, leaving behind only the surging strong wind and the ecstasy of the Situ family members who had survived a calamity. Two elders, take action. Lu Chen is dead. He must be torn into pieces. Take back everything we have. Hentang Palace, Villa number 1. Lu Chen stood in front of the huge French window, overlooking the lights below the mountain. He changed into a comfortable black training suit, and his aura was condensed. After integrating the god-level fighting technique, the pure internal force in his body surged like a river, and his mental power was highly concentrated. He clearly sensed that two powerful and hostile auras were rushing towards Yunding Palace from the suburbs at an astonishing speed. Like two torches lit in the dark night. Here I come. Lu Chen's mouth curled up with a cold arc. He moved his wrist, and the fighting spirit in his eyes rose. Just right. Use these two old guys to test my current strength. And also see how strong this so-called ancient martial arts family is. Zhao Gang. Here, sir. Zhao Gang stood behind him like a javelin. Activate all the villa's defense systems. Everyone, retreat to the underground safe house. Do not come out without my order. Sir. You are alone. Zhao Gang was anxious. Execute the order. Lu Chen's voice left no room for doubt. Yes. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth and accepted the order, and immediately issued a command through the intercom. The entire Yunding Palace instantly entered the highest state of alert, and all security personnel and non-combat personnel quickly evacuated. Lu Chen was alone, pushing open the door of the villa and walking to the center of the wide courtyard. The night wind blew the corners of his clothes, and the moonlight sprinkled on him, casting a long shadow. He stood with his hands behind his back, like a hunter waiting for his prey to come to him. A few minutes later. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sharp sounds of breaking through the air rang out. Like the cry of an owl at night. Two figures, one tall and one short, fell from the sky like giant birds and landed heavily in the courtyard. The powerful impact caused the ground to tremble slightly. They were Situ Ming and Situ Lai. The two looked at Lu Chen, who was standing alone in the middle of the courtyard, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. This kid didn't run away? He even dared to face them alone? Boy! Are you Lu Chen? Situ Lai's voice was like thunder, and his violent momentum crushed towards Lu Chen like a mountain. If it were an ordinary person, he would have collapsed to the ground with trembling heart and liver. However, Lu Chen did not move at all, not even the corner of his clothes moved. He raised his eyelids and looked at the two people calmly. Old dog of the Situ family? Tell me your name, I will not kill nameless people. Arrogant. Situ Lai was furious. As an ancient martial arts elder, how could he be looked down upon by a young boy? I am Situ Lai. I will send you to hell. Before he finished speaking, he kicked his foot, and the hard granite ground cracked instantly. The whole person was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex, with a scorching and violent airwave, punching Lu Chen in the face. The fist wind whistled, and the air made an explosion. This punch was enough to break the monument and split the stone. Old Lai, be careful. There's something strange about this boy. Situ Ming's eyes condensed, and he warned him, but he didn't make a move. He was used to making plans before taking action, and wanted to see Lu Chen's background first. Facing Situ Lai's extremely violent punch, Lu Chen's eyes turned slightly cold, and he advanced instead of retreating. He clenched his right fist, and the internal force surging in his body instantly condensed into the tip of his fist. There were no fancy moves, just the simplest and most direct straight punch. He was the last to strike but the first to arrive. He faced Situ Lai's fist and smashed it head-on. Boom! Fists collide. It's like two high-speed trains colliding head-on. A visible circular wave of air suddenly exploded with the two people as the center. The precious flowers and plants in the courtyard were instantly torn to pieces. The hard stone slabs cracked inch by inch. Snap! A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. Ah! Situ Lai let out a terrifying howl. His arm, which was thicker than an ordinary man's thigh and infused with violent internal energy, twisted and bent at a strange angle. The white bone pierced through the flesh, and blood was dripping. He flew backwards at a faster speed than when he came, and slammed hard on the rockery dozens of meters away. With a loud bang, the rockery collapsed, burying half of his body. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. One punch. Just one punch. The violent and arrogant second elder of the Situ family, Situ Lai, was seriously injured and on the verge of death. There was dead silence in the courtyard. All that was left was the whimpering sound of the night wind blowing through the broken flowers and plants. The calmness and sinisterness on Situ Ming's face froze instantly, and turned into extreme shock and disbelief. He stared at Lu Chen, as if he was looking at a prehistoric beast covered in human skin. You, who are you? Chapter 21 Soul-Searching Secret Technique, Xianin Sect appears. There was deathly silence in the courtyard. Under the moonlight, among the rubble, Situ Lai was half buried under the collapsed rockery, his breath was weak, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. The air was filled with the smell of blood and the burning breath left by Situ Lai's violent internal force. Situ Ming stood there, his skinny body trembling slightly, not because of fear, but because of extreme shock and rage. His proud second brother, one of the strongest elders of the Situ family, was actually beaten to death by the young man in front of him? Who are you? Situ Ming's voice was hoarse and dry, like the cry of a night owl, full of disbelief and strong murderous intent. His hawk-like eyes were fixed on Lu Chen, and the cold internal force in his body was running wildly. The temperature of the air around him dropped sharply, and a thin layer of white frost even condensed on the ground. There can't be a master like you in the secular world. Which hidden sect did you come from? Hidden sect? Lu Chen shook his wrist. The recoil of the punch just now was insignificant to him. He looked at Situ Ming, who was facing a great enemy, with indifference. Situ family, is it so great? It's just sitting in a well and looking at the world. Arrogant young man. You're looking for death. Situ Ming was completely enraged. Lu Chen's contempt was like a poisonous snake biting his heart. He stopped trying, his skinny body shook violently, and disappeared like a ghost. The speed was so fast that only a faint afterimage was left. The next moment. TSK. 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 Three cold and piercing finger winds, flashing with a faint blue light, were like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, silently but fiercely attacking Lu Chen's back, throat, and dantian. The angle was extremely vicious. It was the Situ family's unique skill, the Xianin finger. The finger wind contained the evil internal force, and the poison entered the body of the person who was hit, freezing the meridians, and making life worse than death. However, in front of Lu Chen, who had integrated god-level fighting skills and greatly increased his mental strength, this speed of sneak attack was like a slow-motion replay. Lu Chen didn't even look back. His body tilted slightly, tilted back, and slid as if he had foreseen the future. 3 deadly gusts of wind brushed past the corners of his clothes and hit the landscape stone behind him. Puff, puff, puff. The hard landscape stone was instantly pierced with 3 finger-sized holes, and thick frost condensed on the edges, making a cracking sound. What? Situ Ming's pupils shrank. His Xianin finger was as fast as lightning, with a tricky angle, and never missed. The other party actually avoided it so easily? Is that all you can do? Lu Chen's voice was filled with disappointment, and his figure appeared on Situ Ming's left side as if teleporting. It was the same punch. It was plain and simple, but it contained the terrifying power to collapse mountains and split rocks. The wind from the fist tore through the air, making a piercing scream. Situ Ming's soul was about to burst out. He could clearly feel the destructive power contained in this punch. It was even more terrifying than Situ Lai's punch. He screamed strangely, and the cold internal force in his body burst out desperately. His hands instantly turned as black as ink, crossed in front of his chest, and performed the strongest defensive move, Xianin Body Protection Gang. Bang! The fist force and the body protecting force collide violently. Like a heavy hammer hitting rotten leather. Snap! A teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking was heard. The bones of Situ Ming's arms were instantly shattered by the terrifying force. The protective chi of his body was shattered like paper. He was like being hit by a high-speed train, blood spurted out of his mouth, his body flew backwards uncontrollably, and hit the solid outer wall of the villa hard. Boom! The reinforced concrete wall was smashed into a spider web like deep pit. Situ Ming was embedded in the wall like a broken painting, and blood stained the wall red. His arms drooped limply, his chest collapsed, his breath instantly withered, and his eyes were filled with endless fear and horror. Defeated. Just 2 moves. The 2 strongest elders of the Situ family, one dead and one seriously injured. In front of Lu Chen, they are like chickens and dogs. Lu Chen walked slowly to Situ Ming, who was embedded in the wall, and looked down at him with cold eyes. Now, can you answer my questions properly? Who is behind the Situ family? Where did the ancient jade fragment that harmed Mr. Shen come from? And why did you attack Amelia Su? Cough cough. Ho Situ Ming coughed up blood foam, his eyes flashing with resentment and a hint of madness. Young man, you are very strong, but you have provoked an existence that should not be provoked. My Situ family is just one of the representatives of Xianin sect in the secular world. If you kill a Xianin sect, will not let you go. They will make you wish you could not live, wish you could not die. Xianin sect. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, there was a mastermind behind this. A sect that sounded weird. Where is the Xianin sect? How strong is the sect? Lu Chen asked. Ha ha ha. Want to know? Go. Go to hell and ask. Situ Ming suddenly laughed crazily, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes, his skinny body trembled violently, and a sinister and violent aura burst out from his head. He actually wanted to self-destruct his dantian and die together with Lu Chen. Stubborn. Lu Chen snorted coldly and attacked with lightning speed. His finger was as fast as lightning, and it pointed at Situ Ming's forehead with incomparable precision. God-level soul-searching technique fragment activate. This is the method of using mental power that Lu Chen realized after integrating the god-level fighting technique. Although it is incomplete, it is enough to deal with a seriously injured, dying, and mentally distracted ancient warrior. Ugh! Situ Ming let out a shrill howl that was not human. He felt his soul being violently torn apart and flipped through by an invisible hand. Countless fragments of memory poured into Lu Chen's mind like a revolving lantern. Situ Ming's memory is like a filthy quagmire. The eerie and terrifying mountain gate was shrouded in black fog, with the word Xianin written on it. A black-robed figure with a powerful aura and a blurred face, a high-ranking member of the Xianin sect. Pieces of the soul-nourishing jade emitting a sinister aura were bestowed upon secular representatives such as the Situ family, to be used to absorb the essence of living souls and nourish the evil cultivators in the sect. The piece of ancient jade fragment of Mr. Shen was exactly the leftover material of one of the soul-nourishing jade. It was used by Situ Hong to plot against him, intending to devour Mr. Shen's spirit and vitality. The reason why he attacked Su Xiaoyu was because Sita Hao accidentally discovered that Su Xiaoyu had a special physique, suspected to be a Xianin spirit body, which was an excellent furnace for practicing the evil skills of the Xianin sect. He wanted to secretly kidnap her, but failed because of Lu Chen's intervention, so he used despicable means to silence her. The Xianin sect is a powerful sect that occupies a remote mountain secret place in the southwest. The leader is unfathomable and is suspected to have surpassed the Xiantian ancient martial arts realm. There are many elders and deacons in the sect, and their methods are weird and vicious. The amount of information is huge. Lu Chen quickly filtered out the useful information, his face becoming colder and colder. This Xianin sect treats human life as worthless and acts extremely viciously. The soul-searching process was extremely painful. Situ Ming's screams became weaker and weaker. Finally, his head tilted, blood flowed from all 7 orifices, and he was completely silent. His soul had been shattered under the soul-searching technique. Lu Chen retracted his fingers, his eyes flashing with coldness. Xianin sect. Soul-nurturing jade. Xianin spirit body. Furnace cauldron. Very good. Since you want to play, I will play with you to the end. He turned around and looked towards the foggy southwest direction. New enemies and a broader stage have opened up to him. Chapter 22, Starry Body Tempering, Xin Bing's Late Night Visit. The bodies of the 2 elders of the Situ family were quickly disposed of by Zhao Gang and his men. The Cloudtop Palace returned to peace, but the air still seemed to linger with the murderous atmosphere after the extraordinary battle. Lu Chen returned to the meditation room built for him on the top floor of the villa. The view here was wide, and he could look up at the starry sky directly. He sat cross-legged and took out the black meteorite stone that was the size of a human head. Under the vision of treasure appraisal spiritual light, the violent star energy inside the stone, like a small sun, is emitting an attractive and dangerous light. System, analyze the energy of this strange stone and find a way to safely guide the body tempering. Analyzing. The target contains pure star source energy not activated, violent in nature, containing star core flame power and void cold evil, requiring special methods to guide and refine. Match the host's current conditions. Recommended plan, exchange 4 9 Heaven Star Art Basic Edition. This technique can draw the power of the stars to temper the body, and is perfectly adapted to the energy of this strange stone. Product, 9 Heaven Star Secret Basic Edition. Grade, Spiritual Grade Upper Grade. Effects, draw the power of the 9 heavenly stars to temper the body and refine the soul, and build a supreme foundation. Original price, 5 billion system energy points. Flash sale price, 1 yuan special offer for first-time redemption of cultivation techniques. Is it a flash sale? Instant kill. Lu Chen did not hesitate. Cultivation technique. This is the true path to power. Instant kill successful. 9 Heaven Star Secret Basic Edition is being instilled. Boom. A vaster flow of information than any before poured into Lu Chen's mind. Countless mysterious star runes, exercise routes, and body tempering methods were imprinted deep in his soul. It was as if he was born with this knowledge. At the same time, a pure seed of star power was generated in the chi-si of his dantian, slowly rotating and emitting a faint but tenacious light. Lu Chen took a deep breath and followed the instructions of the technique. He held the strange stone in his hands and placed it in front of his chest. He concentrated his mental power, communicated with the star seeds in his dantian, and activated the 9 Heavens Star technique. Buzz! The strange stone trembled violently. The black stone skin on the surface faded away like ice and snow, revealing the crystal clear, crystal-like core inside. A pure and majestic star power with the attributes of ice and fire, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly poured into Lu Chen's meridians. Snort! Lu Chen groaned. The violent star power was like millions of red-hot steel needles and cold ice cones piercing into his body at the same time. Severe pain instantly swept through his body. The meridians seemed to be torn, frozen, and burned. He gritted his teeth and persisted, running the 9 Heaven Star Art with all his strength. The star seeds in his dantian spun wildly, emitting suction, guiding the violent energy to run along a specific Jotian route. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Half of Lu Chen's skin turned red like fire, emitting scorching heat and steam rising. The other half was covered with blue frost, freezing cold. Ice and fire intertwined to form a strange scene. His body was like a huge furnace, undergoing extreme tempering. Pain. Unimaginable pain. But Lu Chen's mental strength was extremely strong due to the previous June kiln aura and system improvement. He held onto the spiritual platform and guided the power of the stars to wash the meridians, bones, flesh, blood, and internal organs over and over again. Every time he washed away, he felt a tearing pain, but after the pain, he felt an indescribable comfort and strength. He could clearly feel that his meridians were widening and becoming tougher. Under the tempering of the power of the stars, the density of his bones increased greatly, and they faintly exuded a jade-like luster. His flesh and blood were full of vitality, and his strength was growing wildly. Time goes by little. Outside the quiet room, the night was deep and the stars were dotted. The sky above the cloud-top palace seemed clearer than anywhere else, and faint wisps of starlight were pulled by an invisible force and gathered towards Villa Number 1. Zhao Gang and Chen Ming were standing outside the quiet room, feeling the horrifying aura coming from inside, which was sometimes hot and sometimes cold, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. They were terrified and their awe of Lu Chen reached its peak. I don't know how long it took. Buzz. In the quiet room, the core of the strange stone in Lu Chen's hand was completely turned into powder, and the last bit of star power was absorbed by him. The ice and fire vision on his body slowly dissipated, revealing skin as crystal-like as jade and emitting a faint starlight. He slowly opened his eyes, and it seemed as if there were stars disappearing in his eyes, so deep. Whew. A long breath of foul air was exhaled, like a sharp arrow, leaving a faint white trace in the air. Lu Chen felt the star power surging in his body, which was more than 10 times purer and stronger than before, as well as his powerful physique that seemed to have been reborn. The corners of his mouth curled up in satisfaction. Introduction to 9 Heaven Star Art. Starry body tempering, initial form. At this moment, his physical strength alone was enough to crush his previous self. Not to mention the star power flowing in his body. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door of the quiet room, and Chen Ming's respectful but slightly strange voice came. Sir, Mr. Shen Bing came to visit late at night and said he had something urgent to discuss. He is waiting in the living room. Shen Bing? Late night visit? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. The Situ family had just been destroyed, and the Xianin sect had surfaced. She came at this time? Chapter 23 Shen Bing's Decision, Cooperation Proposal. The lighting in the living room is soft. Shen Bing sat alone on the sofa, still wearing a well-tailored business suit, but her brows were filled with fatigue and a hint of fright. She held a cup of cold tea in her hands, her eyes were a little empty, as if she was thinking about something terrible. When Lu Chen walked into the living room, Shen Bing suddenly came back to her senses. The moment she saw Lu Chen, a flash of surprise and disbelief flashed in her eyes. The Lu Chen in front of him seemed like a different person. His figure was still upright, but his temperament was more profound and introverted, his skin was like jade, and there was a faint flow of precious light. When his eyes opened and closed, the divine light was bright, with an indescribable sense of transcendence. Just standing there, it gave people an invisible sense of oppression, but it made people want to get closer and explore. You. Shen Bing forgot what to say for a moment. Mr. Shen, I am visiting you late at night. What is going on? Lu Chen walked to the sofa opposite her and sat down, his tone calm. He naturally knew about his changes. After the star tempering, his life level was already different. Shen Bing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the ripples in her heart, and pushed a sealed document bag in front of Lu Chen. Her voice trembled slightly. The Situ family is finished. Hunyuan Real Estate declared bankruptcy, and all assets were seized. Situ Hong was arrested when he tried to flee the country. Situ Wei and other core members were all arrested. The evidence is irrefutable, and they will be severely punished by law. Good efficiency. Lu Chen nodded, not surprised. His attack was like thunder. But Shen Bing changed the subject, his eyes becoming extremely solemn. After the Situ family was destroyed, our Shen family used all our strength to track down the Xianin sect, but the result was heavy losses. She opened the file bag, revealing several bloody photos and a report. The photos showed several bodies with extremely strange deaths. Some were shrunken like mummies, some were frozen into ice sculptures, and some were charred black. The report showed that the elite team sent by the Shen family to the southwest to track down clues, a total of 8 people, were all killed. The cause of death is unknown, and the method is extremely cruel and weird. As soon as our people entered that area, they lost contact. In the end, they only sent back a few blurry images and a sporadic warning: Xianin cannot be fought, quickly escape. Shen Bing's voice was filled with suppressed anger and a hint of fear. What Situ Ming said before he died is true. That Xianin cult is so scary. They are simply not human. Lu Chen looked at the photos and reports with cold eyes. The Xianyin cult's methods were indeed vicious. The Shin family had hit a wall this time. Lu Chen, Shin Bing raised her head and looked directly into Lu Chen's eyes as deep as the starry sky. She called his name for the first time with an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of pleading in her tone. I know you are very powerful, incredibly powerful. The two monsters of the Situ family are not your opponents. But the Xianyin sect, they are even more terrifying. Moreover, their target may not only be my Shin family. She paused and lowered her voice even more. I suspect they are also looking for you. Because the Situ family was destroyed because of you. Amelia Sue's matter is also related to you. We are people in the same boat now. Lu Chen didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly. Shin Bing took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. My Shin family still has some power and connections in the secular world. But in front of an existence like the Xianyin sect, we are vulnerable. So, I want to cooperate with you. Cooperation? Lu Chen finally spoke, but there was no emotion in his tone. Yes. Cooperation. Shin Bing sat up straight, regaining some of the aura of a business queen, but her eyes were more determined. All the resources, intelligence networks, and secular influence of the Shin family can be used by you. I will fully support you in dealing with the Xianyin sect. There is only one condition, to ensure the safety of the Shin family, and if possible, avenge my dead people. She pushed a long-prepared cooperation agreement in front of Lu Chen. The terms were very clear. The Shin family would provide all support unconditionally, and Lu Chen would provide shelter. There was no distribution of benefits, only the Shin family's dependents and requests. This was Shin Bing's decision after careful consideration. After seeing Lu Chen's inhuman strength and the horror of the Xianyin sect, she understood that if the Shin family wanted to survive and seek revenge, the only way to survive was to rely on this mysterious and powerful man in front of them. Even if it cost the entire Shin family. Lu Chen glanced at the agreement and did not answer immediately. He tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingers. The living room was silent, with only the sound of Lu Chen's fingertips tapping, like the drumbeat of fate, beating on Shin Bing's heart. She waited nervously, her palms slightly sweating. This was a desperate gamble by the Shin family. After a long while, Lu Chen raised his head and looked at Shin Bing. Boss Shin, you are very smart and decisive. He picked up the pen and signed his name on the agreement. The cooperation is established. I have accepted the resources of the Shin family. As for the Xianyin sect, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. They won't be able to jump around for much longer. Seeing Lu Chen sign his name, Shin Bing's tense nerves relaxed instantly, and a huge feeling of fatigue and relief surged into her heart. She knew that the Shin family was safe for the time being. Thank you, Shin Bing said sincerely. The look in her eyes when she looked at Lu Chen contained not only awe but also a hint of complex dependence. No need. Lu Chen put away the agreement. The most urgent task is to find the Xianyin sect's lair. Although your people suffered heavy losses, they should have left some clues. Give me all the information you have about the southwest area and the Xianyin sect. It's already being sorted and will be delivered before dawn. Shin Bing said immediately. Very good. Lu Chen nodded and stood up. It's getting late, Mr. Shin, please go back. Leave the Xianyin sect's affairs to me. Shin Bing also stood up, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, You, be careful. They are very evil. There was a barely perceptible concern in his tone. Lu Chen nodded slightly. After seeing Shin Bing off, Lu Chen stood in front of the huge French window, looking at the night sky in the southwest. The power of the stars flowed slowly in his body, bringing a strong sense of power. Xianyin sect. Soul-nurturing jade. Furnace. Su Xiaoyu's mysterious spirit body. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. This evil cult must be eradicated. Ding. Trigger the main quest, destroy Xianyin. Mission requirements, destroy the Xianyin sect, kill the leader and core members. Task reward, system level upgrade. Unlock, cultivation resources, second hit mall. 9 Heaven Star Secret Advanced Edition. Failure penalty, system unbinding, host's cultivation is completely wasted. Main quest. Generous rewards. Even more severe punishment. Lu Chen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 24, The Spirit Moves, Su Xiaoyu's Crisis. The next few days were calm. The Shin family sent over top-secret information about the suspected Xianyin cult activity area in the southwest. The information was very detailed, including topography, satellite cloud maps, magnetic field anomalies, and some strange legends circulating in the area. The blurry image sent back by the team lost by the Shin family pointed to a place called Haifingo, which was shrouded in thick fog all year round, and electronic equipment failed. It was a famous no man's land. Lu Chen studied the information carefully, combined with the sporadic images of the Xianin Sex Mountain Gate in Situming's memory, and basically locked Haifingo as the target. While consolidating his cultivation after the star-tempered body, he used the system to kill them all and began to prepare for going deep into the Xianin Sex lair. Instant kill. Obtain breath-suppressing talisman, lower spiritual grade X10. Instant kill. Obtain Vajra talisman, lower spiritual grade X10. Instant kill. Obtain God traveling talisman, lower spiritual grade X10. Instant kill. Obtain evil breaking arrow, one-time magical weapon X3. Lu Chen bought all kinds of practical life-saving and combat talismans and magic tools at a flash sale price of 1 yuan. Driven by the spiritual power of the stars, the power of these talismans and magic tools far exceeded that of ordinary ancient warriors. At the same time, he also asked Zhao Gang to use the Shin family's channels to purchase a batch of top-level wilderness survival equipment and high-tech detection instruments. Secular technology is not necessarily useless in the extraordinary field, and sometimes it can have unexpected effects. Just as Lu Chen was preparing intensively, an unexpected call came in. It was from Su Xiaoyu's counselor, Teacher Li, who sounded very anxious. Mr. Lu. It's bad. Xiaoyu, she suddenly fell into a coma. The school doctor couldn't find the cause and sent her to the first municipal hospital. Her condition is very critical. The doctor is helpless. Su Xiaoyu is in a coma? Lu Chen's heart sank. He instantly thought of her Xianin spirit body. Could it be because of the Xianin cult? I'll be there right away. Lu Chen hung up the phone and his figure instantly disappeared in the villa. Jiangzhou First Hospital, VIP ward. Su Xiaoyu was lying on the hospital bed, her eyes closed, her face almost transparent, tiny ice crystals hanging on her long eyelashes. Her body exuded an astonishing chill, and the entire ward was like an ice cellar. The instrument showed that her body temperature was frighteningly low, her heartbeat and breathing were so weak that they almost stopped. A thin layer of blue frost covered her exposed skin. Several experts surrounded the bed, sweating anxiously. They used all kinds of instruments and medicines, but they were unable to stop the spread of the cold or wake her up. It's so weird. Where does this cold air come from? Physical cooling? Her temperature is already below 20 degrees. If you continue like this, your organs will fail completely. Su Xiaoyu's parents burst into tears. The door of the ward was suddenly pushed open, and Lu Chen walked in quickly. As soon as he entered the door, he felt the pure but cold Xianin qi. It was 100 times purer than Sitaming's Xianin finger force. Senior Lu Chen. Teacher Li seemed to have seen a savior. Everyone get out. Lu Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried unquestionable majesty. Who are you? This is? An expert frowned. Get out. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold, and the powerful mental power mixed with the pressure of star spiritual power was released instantly. Everyone in the ward, including Amelia Su's parents, felt as if their hearts were being gripped by an invisible hand. They had difficulty breathing and involuntarily left the ward. Lu Chen walked to the bedside and used his mental power to carefully check Su Xiaoyu's condition. Sure enough, the Xianin spirit in her body was somehow activated in advance. At this moment, it was madly absorbing the cold air around it uncontrollably. Her body was like a bottomless pit, but she was unable to withstand and transform this huge force, causing her vitality to be eroded by the cold air, and her life was hanging by a thread. It's the Xianin cult. Lu Chen's eyes were cold. Although he didn't know the specific reason, it must be related to this evil cult. It might be that after the destruction of the Situ family, the Xianin cult sensed the existence of Su Xiaoyu's spirit through some secret method and stimulated or summoned it remotely. Xiaoyu, hold on. Lu Chen shouted, no longer hesitating. He stretched out his hands and placed his palms on Su Xiaoyu's icy forehead and lower abdomen. The pure and warm star spiritual power, like the warm sunlight, slowly poured into Su Xiaoyu's body. The power of the stars is extremely masculine and extremely strong. It is the nemesis of the dark cold air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It's like pouring cold water into boiling oil. The coldness of Xianyin in Su Xiaoyu's body met the spiritual power of the stars, and a fierce conflict broke out instantly. Her body trembled violently, and the dark blue light under her skin clashed fiercely with the starlight in Lu Chen's palm. Humph! Lu Chen snorted. The purity of the cold energy in Su Xiaoyu's body was far beyond his expectations. And it had an instinctive resistance and devouring nature. He used all his strength to operate the nine heavens star art, and the star seeds in his dantian shone brightly. Even more majestic and pure star spiritual power poured into Su Xiaoyu's body, forcibly suppressing and guiding the violent black cold air. This is an extremely dangerous process. If he is not careful, not only will he fail to save Amelia Su, but Lu Chen himself may also be attacked by the cold air of Xianyin, or the spiritual power of the stars may go out of control and destroy Amelia Su's fragile meridians. Time passes by. Fine beads of sweat oozed out of Lu Chen's forehead, instantly frozen into ice crystals by the cold air, and his face turned slightly pale, but his eyes were firm and his mental strength was highly concentrated, carefully controlling the two forces. Finally, under the guidance and suppression of Lu Chen's powerful star power, the violent cold air in Su Xiaoyu's body was gradually gathered and compressed, forming a slowly rotating blue cyclone the size of a grain of rice in her dantian. Although it still exuded cold air, it no longer leaked out violently. Instead, it began to slowly feed back a trace of pure vitality, nourishing her damaged internal organs and meridians. The frost on Su Xiaoyu's body faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye, her pale face regained its rosy color, her breathing and heartbeat became steady and strong. Her long eyelashes trembled a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. What came into view was Lu Chen's slightly tired but still handsome face. "Senior?" Su Xiaoyu's voice was filled with confusion and weakness from just waking up. She then recalled the coldness and pain before she fell into a coma, as well as the unprecedented coolness and comfort in her body and a strange connection with the person in front of her. Her big eyes were instantly covered with a layer of mist. "Senior, it's you who saved me again? How do you feel?" Lu Chen withdrew his hand and his voice became gentler. "It's much better, but I feel cool inside my body." Su Xiaoyu felt the strange cyclone in her dantian and felt a little helpless. "It's okay," Lu Chen comforted, "you have a special physique, so from now on, follow me to practice." "Practice?" Su Xiaoyu was confused. At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. Shin Bing rushed in anxiously, obviously having received the news. "Xiaoyu, how are you?" Shin Bing rushed to the bedside, looked at Su Xiaoyu with concern, and then her eyes fell on Lu Chen with a questioning look. However, when her eyes swept over Su Xiaoyu, her intuition as a woman and Shin Bing's own sharpness allowed her to instantly capture Su Xiaoyu's undisguised dependence, gratitude and a hint of affection when she looked at Lu Chen. Shin Bing's heart was inexplicably clenched. Looking at the pure and delicate Su Xiaoyu on the hospital bed, and then looking at Lu Chen beside her with a deep breath, like a guardian angel, an unprecedented emotion called sour quietly spread in her cold heart. The atmosphere in the ward suddenly became a little subtle. Chapter 25, the two beauties meet for the first time, and the Xianyin order appears. Inside the ward, the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Su Xiaoyu looked at Shin Bing, who suddenly barged in with a strong and cold aura, and asked timidly, "Senior, who is this sister?" Before Lu Chen opened his mouth, Shin Bing had already regained her cold expression, took the initiative to extend her hand, and spoke with a barely perceptible sense of alienation. "Hello, Su Xiaoyu, I am Shin Bing, the president of Huanyu International. I heard that you were sick, so I came to see you." "Ah. Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen. Hello. Thank you for coming to see me." Su Xiaoyu was flattered and quickly stretched out her hand to shake hands with Shin Bing. Shin Bing's hand was cold and smooth, like the finest jade, but Su Xiaoyu felt that the other party seemed to not like her very much. "Mr. Shen is well informed," Lu Chen said lightly, breaking the delicate atmosphere. "The Shen family must have some ears and eyes in Zhangzhou." Shin Bing withdrew her hand and looked at Lu Chen with a probing look in her eyes. "What happened to Xiaoyu? The doctor said it was a sudden unknown cold, but I feel it's not that simple." She keenly noticed the residual cold energy fluctuations in the ward, which was different from ordinary cold air. Lu Chen glanced at Su Xiaoyu, who was still a little confused, and said to Shin Bing, "Let's talk outside." The two walked to the corridor outside the ward. "It's the Xianyin sect," Lu Chen said concisely. "Xiaoyu has a special physique. She is the Xianyin spirit body that the Xianyin sect has always dreamed of. They used a secret method to stimulate her spirit body in advance. If I hadn't arrived in time, she would have been devoured by the cold air that erupted from her spirit body." Xianin spirit? Remote stimulation? Xin Bing took a breath of cold air, her eyes flashing coldly. These beasts. They didn't even let the students go. Her hatred for the Xianin sect deepened. What about Xiao Yu now? It's fine for now. I helped her suppress and initially guide the power of her spirit body. Lu Chen said, however, her physical condition has been exposed, and the Xianin sect will not let it go. It's not safe to stay here. Are you planning to take her away? Xin Bing blurted out, then realized that her tone was a little anxious and pursed her lips. Yunding Palace is the safest place at the moment. Lu Chen did not deny it. In addition, I need to teach her some basic cultivation methods so that she can initially control her own power, otherwise similar situations will happen again. Xin Bing was silent for a moment. She knew that what Lu Chen said was true. She had seen the defense of Yunding Palace. But, thinking that Su Xiaoyu would live in Lu Chen's villa in the future and spend time with him day and night, the inexplicable bitterness in her heart became stronger. Boss Shen, Lu Chen's voice interrupted her thoughts. How is the data analysis of Haifango going? Have you found any specific entrances or weak points? Xin Bing collected his thoughts and said seriously, I was just about to tell you. Our technical team combined satellite images and magnetic field data to simulate the topography of Black Wind Call and found an abnormal point. At the deepest part of the call, in an area that is shrouded in thick fog all year round, where the magnetic field is most severely distorted, there may be a weak point in space. In other words, something like a portal. And she took out her phone and pulled up a very blurry photo that seemed to have been taken through thick fog. In the photo, a twisted black vortex could be vaguely seen, and on the stone wall next to the vortex, there seemed to be a blurry token-like pattern engraved. This is the last image sent back by the sacrifice team member. After the highest level of image restoration, we saw this. Xin Bing pointed at the token pattern. Compared with some ancient book rubbings found in the secret room of the Situ family's ancestral home, we preliminarily determined that this is likely to be the key to opening the Xianin sect's mountain gate, the pattern of the Xianin token. Xianin order. Lu Chen's eyes condensed. In Situ Ming's memory fragments, it was indeed mentioned that to enter and exit the Xianin sect's mountain gate, one needs to hold a special Xianin order. Where is the real Xianin order? Lu Chen asked. I don't know. Xin Bing shook his head. The Situ family was searched from top to bottom, but nothing like this was found. Maybe it's in the hands of the messenger sent by the Xianin sect? Or does it require a specific method to reveal it? The clue points to the Xianin order. Without it, forcing through that weak point in space would be extremely risky. Keep investigating. Use all resources to track down the whereabouts of the Xianin order. Lu Chen said in a deep voice. Also, prepare a helicopter with the best performance, fill it with fuel, and have 2 of the best pilots on standby. Be ready to set off for Haifango at any time. Yes. Xin Bing felt the sternness in Lu Chen's tone and immediately agreed. Just then, Lu Chen's cell phone vibrated. It was Zhao Gang calling. Sir. When we were cleaning the secret room in the Situ family's ancestral home, we found a very hidden compartment. Inside there is a black metal token. It is engraved with a pattern that is almost the same as the one in the picture provided by Mr. Shen. And there is also a letter. It is written to Situ Hong. Xianin order? Letter? Lu Chen and Xin Bing looked at each other and saw the gleam in each other's eyes. No matter how hard you try, you still can't find it. Chapter 26, The Ghost Haunts the Soul, The Outpost Battle at Black Wind Pass. Half an hour later, Villa Number 1 of Hentang Palace. Lu Chen and Xin Bing looked at the 2 things on the coffee table. A palm-sized, pitch-black token made of neither metal nor wood. The token felt cold and heavy. On the front was a hideous evil ghost head surrounded by twisted runes. On the back was a complex pattern of clouds and mountains, which matched the pattern in Xin Bing's photo. It was the Xianin token. The other was a letter written on some kind of animal skin, with the handwriting being eerie and twisted. Situ Hong, the soul-nourishing jade has been used to nourish the spirit, so I grant you a Xianin deputy order. You can use this order on a full moon night when the Yin energy is at its peak, in front of the devil-crying stone in Haifango to activate it. The portal will open for 3 hours, and you can then enter the sect to receive a new jade and rewards. Remember, the deputy order can only be used once, so be careful. Deacon of the outer sect of Xianin sect, Nightmare. Xianin deputy order? Full moon night? Devil cry stone? Xin Bing frowned and read the key information. it turns out it's just a deputy order, it can only be used once. And it requires a specific time and place. Lu Chen picked up the cold Shenin token and probed into it with his mental power. The internal structure of the token was complex, containing a cold energy that faintly echoed the aura of the vortex in the photo of Haifango. The full moon will be in 3 days. Lu Chen calculated the time. Black Wind Valley, Devil Crying Stone. This will save us the trouble of finding the entrance. 3 days, time is very tight. Shin Bing said immediately, I will arrange helicopters, personnel and equipment immediately. For this operation, the Shin family. The Shin family doesn't need to participate. Lu Chen interrupted her, his tone unquestionable, this is a battle at the extraordinary level. Ordinary people will die if they go. You and the Shin family, just guard the rear and provide intelligence and resource support. Shin Bing opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but seeing Lu Chen's unquestionable eyes and thinking of the strange methods of the Shenin sect, she finally swallowed her words back and sighed helplessly. In the face of absolute power, the wealth and power of the Shin family seemed so pale. Then, you can take Zhao Gang and the others with you? Shin Bing compromised. Zhao Gang will be responsible for the external support. Lu Chen said, once we really get into Haifango, I alone will be enough. His tone was calm, but it contained strong self-confidence. Shin Bing looked at Lu Chen, at the ominous token in his hand, and her heart was filled with worry, but more of a sense of powerlessness. In front of this man, everything she was proud of seemed to have lost its meaning. Then, you must be careful. This was all Shin Bing could say. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, in addition to consolidating his cultivation and familiarizing himself with various talismans and instruments, Lu Chen also guided Su Xiaoyu to initially control the mysterious and spiritual energy in her body. Su Xiaoyu was extremely talented, and with her spiritual body awakening, she could quickly induce a slight chill. Although she was still very inexperienced, at least she would not lose control. Her dependence on and admiration for Lu Chen also deepened day by day, which made Shin Bing, who occasionally came to visit her, feel even more complicated. The full moon night arrived as expected. The night was as cool as water, and a huge silver plate hung high in the sky, casting a cool light. Temporary camp outside Haifango. A specially modified AW-139 helicopter painted in camouflage has started, and the rotors have rolled up strong airflow. Zhao Gang and 6 of the most elite security team members are fully armed and checking their equipment. Shin Bing came to see him off in person, wearing a neat outdoor outfit, but she couldn't hide the worry between her brows. Lu Chen changed into a black combat uniform special material for instant kills that was easy to move, with a tactical vest on the outside, 3 evil breaking arrows inserted in the special leather holster on his waist, and various talismans in his pockets. He was restrained, like a sword out of its sheath, ready to go. Lu Chen. Shin Bing walked forward and handed him a special tactical watch. It contains the latest real-time topographic map of Haifango, life detection and magnetic field monitoring functions, and is directly connected to satellites. There is also a positioning and distress device. She paused and whispered, you must come back safely. Amelia Su was also present, her face tense and her eyes full of worry. Senior, be careful. Lu Chen took the watch and put it on, then nodded to the 2 girls, wait for my news. He said no more and boarded the helicopter. Set off. The helicopter roared and rose from the ground, like a black night owl, flying towards the Haifango that was shrouded in thick fog under the moonlight, like a crawling giant beast. The atmosphere in the cabin was solemn. Zhao Gang and his companions were veterans, but they were still nervous. Only Lu Chen closed his eyes and rested, his heart as calm as water. Soon, the helicopter arrived above Haifango. The thick fog was like rolling ink, obscuring the scene below, and it was unclear even in the moonlight. The strong magnetic field interference caused the onboard instruments to issue a piercing alarm, and the screen flickered. Sir! The magnetic field interference is too strong. We can't accurately locate. We can only land near the call based on experience, the driver shouted. Land! Lu Chen opened his eyes, and a starlight flashed in his eyes. The helicopter landed with difficulty on a relatively flat open space at the entrance of Haifango amidst violent turbulence. As soon as I got off the plane, a cold, damp wind with a rotten smell blew in my face, making me shiver. The fog was thick and visibility was less than 10 meters. Establish a temporary camp. Keep communications silent. Stay where you are. Zhao Gang quickly ordered. The team members immediately took action and built simple fortifications. Lu Chen took out the map and Xianin deputy order given by Shan Bing. The map was no longer effective under the strong magnetic field, but Lu Chen's strong mental power could clearly sense the weak traction from the depths of the depression from the deputy order. And a disgusting evil breath was quietly spreading in the thick fog. The Devil Crystone is over there. Lu Chen pointed to a direction deep in the thick fog, which was exactly where the traction came from. Sir, I'll go with you. Zhao Gang said immediately. No need. Guard this place well. Lu Chen shook his head and slapped a Vajra talisman on Zhao Gang. The talisman turned into a faint golden light and sank into his body. If you encounter something you can't understand, retreat immediately. Don't worry about me. After saying that, Lu Chen's figure flashed, like a ghost blending into the thick fog, and instantly disappeared from the sight of Zhao Gang and others. Inside Hyphengo, the fog was even thicker, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. The strangely shaped jagged rocks looked like dormant demons, and the air was filled with a faint smell of sulfur and decay. The ground under your feet was slippery and muddy. Lu Chen used his body skills to move among the rocks like a ghost, at an extremely fast speed. His mental power was highly concentrated, scanning the surroundings like a radar. The pulling force of the Xianin deputy command became clearer and clearer. Sudden. Woo-woo. A shrill, whimpering sound, like a woman crying, suddenly sounded in the thick fog. The sound was erratic, moving left and right, drilling straight into people's brains. It had a kind of magical power that bewitched people's minds. There were several suppressed exclamations and the sound of weapons being loaded from Zhao Gang's camp. Apparently they heard it too. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold and he stopped. This voice contained a mental attack. Playing tricks. Lu Chen snorted coldly, and the star power circulated, easily dispelling the invasion of the devil's voice. He flicked his finger, and a faint starlight shot towards the source of the sound. Puff! The starlight penetrated the thick fog like a bullet and hit a strange human-shaped rock. Ouch! A sharp scream rang out. The strange stone twisted like a living thing, and a twisted and painful face appeared on its surface, and then turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated. Low-level ghost? Xianin cult's watchdog? Lu Chen was disdainful. Ghosts of this level were not even appetizers. He continued to move forward. The deeper he went, the heavier the Yin energy became. Shadowy ghosts began to appear in the mist, emitting all kinds of confusing sounds and illusions. But in front of Lu Chen's powerful mental power and star power, these ghosts were like moths to a flame, and were easily killed by the starlight he casually pointed out. Finally, after passing through a maze-like stone forest, the view in front of us suddenly opened up. Relatively speaking, the fog was lighter. A huge black stone, 10 feet high and horrible in shape, like the faces of countless evil spirits, stood at the deepest part of the valley. Below the huge stone was a black pool with a diameter of about 3 feet. The water in the pool was dead silent and exuded a bone-chilling cold. This is the Devil May Cry stone. At this moment, in front of the huge Devil May Cry stone, there were more than a dozen shadowy figures standing. They all wore black cloaks embroidered with evil ghosts, and they all had a cold and gloomy aura. They were obviously followers of the Xianin sect. The leader was tall, with a pale and sinister face under his cloak. His aura far surpassed the others, and he had reached the late Xiantian stage ancient martial arts realm. It was that outer sect Deacon Nightmare mentioned in the letter. And beside the nightmare, there were 3 groups of black mists that were constantly twisting and wailing silently. The painful faces of the members of the Shin family's elite team could be vaguely seen in the mist. Their souls were actually extracted and refined into vengeful spirits. Yen was holding a Xianin suborder that was exactly the same as Lu Chen's in his hand, and was about to press it into a concave token-shaped hole on the Devil Cry stone. The time has come. With the sacrifice of living souls, we will welcome the opening of the portal of the holy religion. The cold voice of Nightmare sounded. Humph. You can't wait for the door to open. An icy voice, like a chilly wind from the netherworld, suddenly sounded in the thick fog. Lu Chen's figure, like a star tearing through the night sky, appeared in front of the Xianin sect members. Chapter 27, Destroy with Overwhelming Force, the Nightmare Deacon is killed. Lu Chen's voice was like thunder, exploding in the dead silence of Black Wind Valley. The Nightmare Deacon, who was about to activate the Xianin deputy commander, suddenly froze, his pale face under the cloak twisted instantly, and a terrifying green light shot out of his eyes. The dozen or so Xianin believers around him also turned around like frightened crows, and their cold eyes locked on the figure walking out of the thick fog. Who is it? The voice of the Nightmare Deacon was sharp and piercing, with incredible anger. Hythango was an important place of the Xianin sect. There were countless ghosts patrolling the periphery, and there were also natural mazes and evil magnetic fields guarding it. How could someone get here silently? When he saw that Lu Chen was alone and there was no strong energy fluctuation on his body, the star spirit power was restrained, his shock and anger instantly turned into cruel murderous intent and a trace of greed. He. So you are a mortal warrior who doesn't know how to live or die? How dare you trespass into the forbidden area of the Holy Church? It just so happens that this deacon is still short of a few fresh souls to refine the wrathful soul banner. Use your soul to sacrifice the flag for the opening of the Holy Church. He waved his hand, pointed at Lu Chen, and shouted to the believers around him, capture him. Extract his soul and refine his spirit. Yes, sir. More than a dozen Xianin followers screamed and pounced on Lu Chen like ghosts. Their movements were strange, bringing up gusts of cold wind, and the claws that stretched out from under their cloaks were as black as ink, carrying the stench of corpse poison and evil spirits. Some of them even made hand gestures and chanted something, summoning several ghosts with blurred faces and fangs and claws, screaming and rushing towards him. For a moment, ghosts cried and wolves howled, and cold winds blew. Ordinary people would have been frightened to death by this scene. However, Lu Chen's eyes were as cold as ice, and there was even a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Earth chicken and clay dog. He didn't even move his feet. The star power in his body was slightly surging. 9 heaven stars, obey my command. Starlight protects your body and makes it immune to all evil. Buzz. A faint, water-like starlight halo instantly covered Lu Chen's entire body. Sacred, majestic, and carrying the aura of purifying all evil spirits. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ghosts that rushed in were like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun. The moment they came into contact with the starlight halo, they screamed terribly, black smoke billowed out, and they melted and disintegrated in an instant. Not even a slag was left. The dark ghost claws that reached out and grabbed the starlight halo were like grabbing a red-hot iron, making a sizzling burning sound, and the black air dissipated wildly. The few believers who rushed to the front held the charred and smoking claws and howled and retreated. Ah! My ghost claw! What kind of power is this? It hurts. Holy light? Impossible. The Xianin followers were horrified. The evil spirit they relied on to commit crimes was vulnerable to the opponent's thin halo. The grim smile on Deacon Nightmare's face froze instantly, replaced by extreme shock and a hint of fear. Star power? You are from the Star Palace? He screamed. Only the legendary Star Palace that is hidden from the world can master such pure star power that can restrain all evil. A dead man doesn't need to know too much. Lu Chen moved. He took a step forward, as if shrinking the distance into an inch, and instantly appeared in front of a believer who was retreating in horror. No fancy moves, just a simple straight punch. There are bright stars on the tip of the fist. Puff. The cultist's protective yin sha was as thin as paper, and his chest was directly pierced. A transparent hole as big as a bowl appeared. The edge of the wound was charred, and not a drop of blood flowed out, only black smoke and a burnt smell. He didn't even scream, and the life in his eyes was extinguished in an instant, and his body fell softly to the ground. Quick. Ruthless. Absolute. Lu Chen's figure was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Every flash, every punch, kick, elbow, was accompanied by the flash of stars. Bang. Puff. Snap. The dull sound of impact, the sound of bones breaking, and the sound of flesh being pierced and burned were endless. Those Xianin followers who were powerful enough to dominate the secular world were like lambs to be slaughtered in front of Lu Chen. Their yin sha attacks had no effect on the starlight body protection, and Lu Chen's attacks were fatal no matter where they touched. The star power had an absolute restraining and destructive effect on the yin sha qi in their bodies. Just a few breaths. More than a dozen vicious Xianin followers were all turned into charred, smoking corpses on the ground. In front of the devil-crying stone, only the Nightmare Deacon was left, standing there in a daze, as if he had been cast into a state of immobilization. You. The Nightmare Deacon looked at Lu Chen, who was walking slowly like a demon god. His voice was trembling. Where was the arrogance from before? He could hardly hold the Xianin deputy order in his hand. Xinggong, why did Xinggong want to be an enemy of my Xianin sect? An enemy? Lu Chen stopped 3 meters in front of Deacon Nightmare, his eyes indifferent. If you touch my people, the outcome is doomed. Your people? Deacon Nightmare was stunned, then suddenly remembered something and said in a lost voice, "That mysterious Yin spirit? Are you here for her? It seems you are not that stupid." Lu Chen's eyes swept over the three groups of Shen family members' souls that were still wailing silently beside the nightmare deacon, and his eyes became even colder. "Extracting souls and refining spirits, you are so heartless. Today, use your soul to comfort the dead. Want to kill me? That's not that easy." A hint of madness flashed in the eyes of Nightmare Deacon. He knew that he was no match for Lu Chen, so he had no choice but to fight desperately. He slammed the Xianyin deputy token in his hand into the groove on the Ghost Cry stone, bit his tongue, and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the token. "I will sacrifice my blood to the holy stone. The passage to the netherworld is open." Boom! The Devil Cry stone suddenly shook violently. The countless ferocious ghost faces on it seemed to come alive, roaring deafeningly. The dark dead water pool rolled up huge bubbles like boiling water. A sinister aura that was 100 times thicker than before, with the smell of sulfur and blood, gushed out from the bottom of the Devil Cry stone, and instantly condensed into a rotating, dark vortex with a diameter of about 10 feet in front of the stone. In the depths of the vortex, the distorted outline of the palace and countless wandering ghosts could be vaguely seen. It was the passage leading to the mountain gate of the Xianyin sect. At the same time, the Nightmare Deacon's aura skyrocketed. His cloak burst open, revealing a skinny body covered with strange black runes. He clasped his hands together and let out an inhuman roar. 10,000 ghosts devouring souls. Kill them. As he roared, countless twisted ghost shadows emitting resentful auras surged out of the dark vortex like a tide. They were so dense that they blocked out the sky. With piercing cold winds and mind-destroying screams, they rushed towards Lu Chen. This was the evil power of the channel that was forcibly activated by the Nightmare Deacon burning his blood in deputy orders. It was far more powerful than him. Faced with this horrifying scene that seemed like hell descending upon us, Lu Chen's eyes remained calm, but with a hint of solemnity. A trifle. He formed seals with his hands, and the star power in his body rushed out like a river bursting its dam. The stars shine in the sky, slaying evil and destroying delusion. The true fire of the stars, burn. Call. With Lu Chen as the center, an extremely blazing silver flame ignited out of thin air. This flame was not ordinary fire, but was condensed from the purest star power. It contained the most yang and strong breath that purified everything. It was the secret attack technique recorded in the 9 heavens star arc, the Starfire. The silver-white flame swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a sea of fire several feet in radius, protecting Lu Chen firmly in the center. Chi chi chi. Ah! The surging waves of evil spirits crashed into the starfire like moths to a flame. The extremely shrill screams resounded through the bottom of the valley. Countless evil spirits were burned into nothingness in an instant, and not even black smoke was left. The starfire's restraint on the evil spirits reached the level of crushing. Impossible. Deacon Nightmare's eyes were bloodshot as he watched his strongest trump card turn to ashes under the opponent's flames, and boundless despair surged in his heart. Just when his mind was lost. Call out. An extremely bright starlight, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, penetrated the sea of stars and fire that had not yet dissipated, and arrived in an instant. It's Lu Chen. He held an evil-breaking arrow in his hand. The runes on the arrow lit up, and it was wrapped with pure star power, turning into an indestructible starlight. Phew! The evil-breaking arrow pierced with incredible precision through the fragile brows of the Nightmare Deacon, which had been left after his essence and blood were burned. The Nightmare Deacon's body suddenly stiffened, and the madness and despair in his eyes froze instantly. A small burnt hole appeared between his eyebrows, but no blood flowed out, only wisps of black air escaped. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but his body seemed to have been drained of all its strength, and he fell straight backwards, plop, and fell into the rolling dead water, and was instantly swallowed by the dark water, and no trace was left. The forcibly opened netherworld passage lost the blood of the Nightmare Deacon and the maintenance of the deputy commander, and let out an unwilling hissing sound, twisted violently a few times, shrank rapidly, and finally disappeared completely in front of the devil-crying stone. The thick evil aura at the bottom of the valley also slowly calmed down. Lu Chen put away the starfire and walked to the edge of the pond. The 3 souls of the Shen family members who were imprisoned by the Nightmare Deacon were freed by the Nightmare Deacon's death. They bowed silently in the direction of Lu Chen, and slowly dissipated between heaven and earth with relief and gratitude. He raised his head and looked at the token groove on the Devil Cry stone. Deputy Xianyin had already sunk to the bottom of the pool along with Deacon Nightmare. The passage has been opened, and the deputy order has been destroyed. It seems that we can only find another way to get in. Lu Chen looked sharply in the direction of the deep Xianin sect mountain gate that seemed to hide endless evil, but now that we know where the gate is. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. Xianin sect, here I come. Chapter 28, Entering the Mountain Gate, a pool of blood and bones. The Nightmare Deacon was killed and the Netherworld passage was closed, but Lu Chen did not leave. He stood in front of the devil-crying stone, his mental power spreading like a tide, carefully exploring the area, especially the bottomless black pool that exuded a cold and deadly aura. The sharp perception bestowed upon him by 9 heavenly star secrets allowed him to realize that deep in the pool of water there seemed to be a faint spatial fluctuation hidden, which originated from the same channel that had just been closed, but was more obscure and stable? Could it be that this stagnant pool itself is a hidden passage? Lu Chen's mind moved. The Xianin sect was secretive and cunning, and it was impossible that a passage could only be opened by a deputy order on a full moon night. He walked to the edge of the pond. The water was as dark as ink, icy cold, and exuded a strong cold death aura that could freeze the soul. If an ordinary creature fell into it, it would turn into dry bones in an instant. But Lu Chen was endowed with star power, extremely masculine and strong, and was the nemesis of this cold death aura. You can't get a tiger cub without risking it. Lu Chen's eyes focused, and he no longer hesitated. He used the star power to form a solid starlight shield on his body to isolate it from the erosion of the lake water. Then he jumped. Plop! The icy cold water instantly submerged him. The biting cold and powerful corrosive energy madly impacted the starlight shield, making a sizzling sound, but could not break through. Lu Chen dived down like a fish. The water was deeper than he had imagined, and the deeper he went, the greater the water pressure became, the thicker the cold and dead air became, the light completely disappeared, and he couldn't see his hand in front of him. His mental strength was also greatly suppressed underwater. I don't know how long I dived, but just when the light of the star shield was compressed to a range of a few feet around my body, Lu Chen's mental power finally captured an abnormality at the bottom of the pool. There was no mud there, but a black stone slab as smooth as a mirror and engraved with strange runes. In the center of the stone slab, there was a fist-sized hole, which was slowly rotating and emitting weak spatial fluctuations. Around the hole, countless pale skeletons were piled up. Some were human, and some were from various unknown creatures. Found it! Lu Chen was delighted. This hole should be another stable passage to the Xianin sect's mountain gate. These skeletons were probably the unlucky ones who accidentally entered this pond or were thrown into the pool by the Xianin sect. He swam to the stone slab and carefully observed the rotating hole. There was a powerful energy restriction at the entrance of the hole, which repelled all creatures that were not of the Xianin sect. If he forced his way in, he might trigger an alarm or even spatial turbulence. System, scan the restrictions on this channel and find a way to crack it or pass through safely. Scanning. The target is the Xianin Niuan array node. You need a specific Insha attribute aura or a magic weapon to break the array in order to pass through without injury. Match the host's current conditions. Recommended plan, use the breath retention talisman lower spiritual level with the star power to simulate the Insha fluctuations. Success rate 87%. Do you use it? Use it. Lu Chen did not hesitate. He took out a breath-retaining talisman from his pocket, activated his spiritual power, and slapped it on his body. The talisman turned into a faint light and merged into his body, instantly perfectly restraining his own aura, like a stubborn stone. At the same time, he activated the 9 heaven star art, carefully controlling a trace of star power to simulate the pure Insha fluctuations on the Nightmare Deacon before. This process was extremely delicate, like walking on a tightrope, and it would be exposed if you were not careful. After doing all this, Lu Chen took a deep breath. This action was just instinctive underwater and took a step towards the rotating black hole. Buzz. It's like passing through a sticky, cold film of water. The scene in front of me changed instantly. The biting cold and the pressure of the water disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was a stronger, almost condensed evil aura. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and sulfur. Lu Chen steadied his body and looked around vigilantly. He was standing in a huge, naturally formed cave. Countless sharp stalactites hung upside down from the top of the cave, flickering with a faint green phosphorescence, barely providing lighting. Under his feet was a dark red hard rock, as if it had been stained with blood countless times. What made Lu Chen's pupils shrink the most was the center of the cave. There was a huge blood pool that looked like a small lake. In the pool rolled the sticky, bubbling dark red blood. Countless white skeletons floated in the blood pool, some human and some strange animal bones. The edge of the blood pool was engraved with complex and strange runes, emitting evil energy fluctuations, constantly absorbing the blood essence and resentment in the blood pool. Above the blood pool, 3 fist-sized beads emitting a thick evil black aura were suspended. They were the soul-nurturing jades. Nourished by the blood essence and resentment of the blood pool, they slowly rotated, greedily absorbing the energy below. Soul-nourishing jade, blood pool to refine souls, what a cult! Lu Chen's eyes were cold, and murderous intent was rising. This blood pool had killed countless lives. The cave was not empty. Around the blood pool, a dozen Xianin followers in gray linen clothes were sitting cross-legged. They had their eyes tightly closed, their hands pressed together, and were mumbling something. They were obviously practicing some evil skills to absorb the blood essence and resentment that escaped from the blood pool. Their aura was much stronger than those followers in Haifengou, and most of them were at the early stage of Xiantian. At the entrance of the cave, a huge arched stone door leading to a deeper cave, there stood 2 guards with even stronger auras. They were wearing black leather armor, holding bone spears, and had fierce eyes. They had reached the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Lu Chen appeared silently, and the breath-suppressing talisman perfectly concealed his breath and body movements. He was like a shadow in the cave, observing quietly. This should be the outer area of the Xianin Sect's mountain gate, similar to an outpost or a jade workshop? Lu Chen judged in his heart, Su Xiaoyu's spirit is special, and she must be imprisoned in the core area. We must find her first. He fixed his eyes on the arched stone door leading to a deeper place. The 2 guards in the middle stage of Xiantian were no threat to him, but if he acted rashly, he might alert the masters inside. System: scan the cave structure and look for hidden routes or exploitable environmental factors. Scanning. The cave has a complex structure, with many natural cracks and abandoned mine tunnels. The blood pool has violent energy fluctuations, which can interfere with the perception of low and mid-level monks. The patrol route is fixed, with a 15-second blind spot. Recommended route: in the shadow of the stalactites on the left front, go around the abandoned mine tunnel to the stalagmite on the right side of the stone gate. Take advantage of the guards turning around and use the God of Speed to speed up and break into the stone gate. Success rate 95%. Execute. Lu Chen's mind raced, and his figure was like a real ghost. Under the cover of the dim green phosphorescence and thick shadows, he moved silently along the route planned by the system. He successfully bypassed the cultists who were practicing by the blood pool, and like a gecko, he clung to the cold rock wall and sneaked behind a huge stalagmite not far from the stone gate guard. The effect of the breath-suppressing talisman was so good that even the 2 guards in the middle stage of the innate realm were unaware of it. Guard A was yawning out of boredom, while Guard B was looking vigilantly in the direction of the blood pool. The time is now. There was a gleam of light in Lu Chen's eyes. The magic talisman. Activate. A talisman burned silently, turning into a breeze that wrapped around his feet. Lu Chen's speed instantly increased several times. Swish. Like teleporting. At the moment when Guard B turned his gaze to the blood pool and Guard A was halfway through yawning, Lu Chen's figure left an imperceptible afterimage, passing through the gap between the 2 people as fast as lightning and disappearing into the huge arched stone door. Guard A seemed to feel something flash in the corner of his eye. He turned his head to look inside the stone gate in confusion, but he only saw deep darkness. What's wrong? Guard B asked. Nothing, I'm just dazzled. Guard A rubbed his eyes and muttered, this damn place, everyone becomes suspicious after staying here for a long time. Behind the stone gate was a wide corridor that sloped downward. On the walls on both sides of the corridor, skull lamps emitting a faint green light were inlaid. The light was dim, and the atmosphere was even more gloomy and depressing. The evil spirit and bloody smell in the air were several times stronger than in the cave outside. Lu Chen restrained his breath and moved quickly through the tunnel like a shadow. He concentrated his mental power and sensed everything in front of him. The tunnel was not straight, but winding, like the intestines of a giant python. After walking for about an incense stick of time, the road ahead suddenly became clear. A larger and more terrifying scene appeared in front of Lu Chen. Chapter 29, The Cord Demon Cave, The Appearance of the Spirit. After passing through the long corridor, what appeared before Lu Chen's eyes was an underground space that was indescribable and so huge that it was beyond imagination. Rather than calling it a cave, it is more like a temple belonging to the devil that has been hollowed out from the center of the earth. The dome of the space was so high that it was invisible, and it was lost in the thick darkness. Countless huge stalagmites flashing with pale green phosphorescent light hung down like the fangs of a demon. The ground was no longer rock, but some kind of dark purple fungal carpet that seemed to be still slightly wriggling. It felt nauseating and sticky when stepped on. The most shocking thing is the center of the space. There stood a huge altar made entirely of white bones. The altar was 10 feet high and pyramid-shaped, and each brick was a complete skull, rib, or leg bone. On top of the altar stood a twisted black stone pillar that looked like a spine, and on top of the stone pillar was a dark red heart as big as a millstone that was constantly beating. Every time the heart beat, it exuded a majestic evil vitality and suffocating pressure, pulling the evil spirit of the entire space to follow the rhythm. Around the altar, 9 dark red blood rivers flowed. These blood rivers were not liquid, but were made of sticky, stinking plasma. They flowed slowly like living things, and finally gathered into a bottomless blood-red vortex at the bottom of the altar. Countless painful and twisted souls floated and wailed in the blood rivers. The rock walls around the space were filled with caves that looked like a honeycomb. Most of the caves were pitch black, emitting a frightening aura. Only a few caves had light coming out, and figures sitting cross-legged could be vaguely seen inside, with a strong and evil aura. At this moment, hundreds of Xianyin believers were gathering in the open space in front of the skeleton altar. They were dressed in uniform gray or black linen clothes, their expressions were fanatical and numb. They knelt on the ground in unison, and worshipped the beating heart on top of the altar, chanting obscure and eerie prayers, which combined into a wave of sound that made one's scalp tingle. At the front of the group of believers, there stood 7 or 8 figures with extremely powerful auras. They were wearing black robes embroidered with golden evil ghost patterns, and were obviously high-ranking members of the church. One of them had an aura like an abyss or a hell, unfathomable, far beyond the others. It was the Xianyin leader that Lu Chen had seen in Situming's memory. He was shrouded in a black robe, revealing only a pair of eyes burning with pale green flames, staring fanatically at the top of the altar. Next to the base of the altar, a cage made of black metal is particularly eye-catching. In the cage, there was a petite figure in a white dress curled up. It was Su Xiaoyu. Her eyes were tightly closed, her face was pale, ice crystals hung on her long eyelashes, and her body was trembling slightly. A pure but uncontrolled cold air of Xianyin emanated from her body uncontrollably, and was greedily absorbed by the beating heart on top of the altar. Her Xianyin spirit body was being forcibly drained of power. Xiao Yu. Lu Chen's eyes were instantly icy cold. The killing intent burst out like a substance. But he forcibly suppressed the urge to rush forward immediately. There were so many masters here, especially the leader, who gave him a strong sense of oppression. I'm afraid he has surpassed the innate and reached the legendary foundation building stage. If he acted rashly, not only would he fail to save people, he might also fall into a desperate situation. System, scan Su Xiaoyu's status, evaluate the strength of the altar's core energy, and formulate the best rescue plan. Scanning. The target Su Xiaoyu's vital signs are stable, the essence of the Xianyin spirit body is being forcibly extracted, and the mind is in a deep coma. The energy intensity of the altar core CIXIN, mid-stage foundation building fake, contains a huge collection of life essence and resentment. Warning. The evil heart is connected to the 9 blood rivers and the Yin Sha of the earth veins. Forcible destruction may cause energy backlash or space collapse. Analyze the environment. Exploitable factors. The fanatic state of the believers has reduced perception. The attention of the higher-ups is focused on the ritual. The energy fluctuations of the altar itself can conceal a small-scale spiritual power explosion. Recommended plan 1. Use the evil breaking arrow to remotely snipe the evil heart and create chaos. Success rate 45%, high risk. 2. Sneak into the vicinity of the cage, use the star power to isolate the evil heart from extraction, and try to awaken Su Xiaoyu's spirit body to counterattack. Success rate 65%, requires precise timing. 3. Wait for the keynote of the ritual. The moment when the evil heart absorbs power saturated to take action, risks and opportunities coexist. Success rate unknown. Lu Chen's brain was working rapidly. Plan 1 was too risky and could easily alert the enemy. Plan 2 had a decent success rate, but it would require getting close to the cage and making it easy to be discovered. Plan 3. The risks were unknown, but it might be the only chance to severely damage or even destroy CIXIN. His eyes were fixed on the dark red evil heart on top of the altar, which was beating more and more vigorously, and then he looked at Su Xiaoyu, who was frowning in pain in the cage. Xiaoyu, hold on. Wait for me. He decided to combine plan 2 and 3. First, try to get close to wake up Su Xiaoyu and create an insider. Wait for the moment when the evil heart is saturated, and then strike with thunder. Lu Chen took a deep breath and pushed the effect of the breath-suppressing talisman to the extreme. His figure was like flowing water blending into the shadows. With the help of the cover of the huge skeleton and the mental interference field created by the fanatical worship of the believers, he sneaked carefully towards the direction of the altar base. Every step is like walking on thin ice. My spirit is extremely tense. Getting closer and closer to the cage. Chapter 30, The Spiritual Body Bite Back, the leader is furious. Shadows are wriggling beneath the skeleton altar. Like the most experienced hunter, Lu Chen quietly sneaked to the back of a huge leg bone less than 10 meters away from the cage under the eyes of countless fanatical believers and powerful high-ranking officials. The strong smell of blood and the evil aura almost condensed into substance, suffocating people. The beating sound of the dark red evil heart on top of the altar was like a dull war drum, beating in everyone's heart and also covering up Lu Chen's subtle movements. In the cage, Su Xiaoyu's face turned even paler, and her body trembled violently. The speed at which the cold energy in her body was forcibly extracted seemed to have accelerated, and a trace of faint blue light penetrated her body uncontrollably and was greedily absorbed by Xin. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and she seemed to be in great pain even in her coma. Xiaoyu. Lu Chen's eyes were sharp and his mental strength was highly concentrated. He carefully sent out a strand of extremely fine and warm star spiritual power, which was like an invisible silk thread, bypassing the restrictions of the cage. This cage only prevented energy from leaking out, and had weak internal defense, and gently touched Su Xiaoyu's brow. Xiaoyu, it's me, Lu Chen. Wake up. Keep your mind focused and try to control the power in your body. Don't be sucked away by it. Lu Chen's voice rang directly in the depths of Su Xiaoyu's consciousness through this strand of spiritual power, carrying a power to calm the mind and spirit. Su Xiaoyu, who was in a coma, seemed to be sinking into an endless cold nightmare. The biting cold and the pain of her soul being torn apart made her despair. At this moment, a familiar and warm voice sounded in the depths of her consciousness like the sun penetrating the darkness. It was the senior. It was the voice of Senior Lu Chen. Senior? Su Xiaoyu's consciousness struggled, like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw. The warm star power was like a warm current injected into her cold sea of consciousness, dispelling a trace of coldness and bringing an unprecedented sense of security. Yes. It's me. Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. Feel the cool breath in your dantian. That is your power. Try to control it, guide it, and don't let it be sucked away by that evil thing. Lu Chen's voice carried unquestionable guidance. Su Xiaoyu instinctively trusted Lu Chen. She tried to concentrate her remaining consciousness and feel the blue cyclone in her dantian. She had briefly touched it when Lu Chen helped her guide it before. At this moment, under Lu Chen's guidance and the protection of the star's spiritual power, she tried to communicate and control it again. It was difficult at first, and the cyclone was still pulled by the power of the evil heart. But Su Xiaoyu's will was surprisingly strong. Her trust in Lu Chen and her anger at her own experience turned into a powerful driving force. This is my power. Don't take it away. A cry came from the depths of consciousness. Buzz. The dark blue vortex of Xianin trembled violently. As if it sensed the will of its master, the speed of its rotation suddenly slowed down. The cold air that was escaping was instantly weakened by more than half. At the top of the altar, the beating evil heart seemed to sense the resistance of the food and suddenly stopped. Then it began to beat even more violently. A stronger suction force broke out, trying to forcibly extract it. Su Xiaoyu groaned, her face turned pale, and the connection she had just established was almost broken. Hold on. Lu Chen shouted, increasing the input of a little star power to help her stabilize her mind. At the same time, he keenly sensed that the evil heart had produced a violent energy fluctuation due to Su Xiaoyu's resistance, and the energy accumulated in its core seemed to have reached a critical point and became extremely unstable. This was the moment of its most greedy and vulnerable saturation. The time is now. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with cold light. No longer hiding. He suddenly stood up from his hiding place. The 3 evil breaking arrows that he had already held in his hand were instantly activated. Old Devil Xianin. Die. Whoosh. 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 3 evil destroying arrows wrapped in bright starlight and fully activated runes were like 3 thunders that tore through the darkness. They carried the righteous energy that could purify all evil spirits, and shot straight at the dark red evil heart that was beating to the extreme on the top of the altar at a terrifying speed that exceeded the speed of sound. Who is it? Bold. Protect the sacred heart. The sudden change caused the entire underground space to explode instantly. The fanatical worshippers looked up in horror. The Xianyin sect leaders in front of the altar were even more shocked and angry. The leader of the Xianyin sect suddenly turned around, and his eyes burning with green flames instantly locked onto Lu Chen. When he saw the 3 arrows containing the power of the stars that made him feel palpitating, he showed horror in his eyes for the first time. The power of the stars? The remnants of the Star Palace? No. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The speed of the evil breaking arrow was too fast. The target was too clear. The timing was too tricky. Puff. 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 3 dull sounds, like an airbag being punctured. The 3 evil breaking arrows hit the core of the evil heart with incredible accuracy. The star purifying power contained in the arrows exploded instantly. Boom! A loud bang that shook the earth. The dark red evil heart, as big as a millstone, suddenly expanded to its limit like a punctured balloon, and then exploded. Countless sticky and smelly dark red blood plasma and thick and insoluble resentful black gas gushed out like a volcanic eruption. My power! The leader of the Xianyin sect let out a shrill and extremely miserable howl. He was connected to the evil heart by blood, and when the evil heart was destroyed, he was instantly severely injured. The pale green flames swayed wildly on his body, and his aura dropped sharply. The terrifying explosion shockwave mixed with dirty blood and resentment swept down like a tsunami. The first to bear the brunt were the senior officials in front of the altar. They were too close. Master! No! Several high-ranking officials who were slow to react were engulfed by the torrent of foul blood and resentment. Their protective yin sha was shattered like paper, and they screamed miserably, and their bodies melted like candles. Only 2 or 3 people reacted quickly, spewing out blood and performing secret methods to escape, but they were also in a mess and seriously injured. The believers below were like wheat being cut down, and they were turned into dry bones and pus and blood under the impact of the dirty blood and resentment. The entire underground space instantly turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. The location of the cage happened to be blocked by the huge base of the altar. In addition, the moment Lu Chen shot the evil breaking arrow, he activated the Vajra talisman and used all his strength to open the star shield, rushing towards the cage like a cannonball. Boom! The aftermath of the explosion hit the star shield hard. The shield flickered violently, and it groaned under the heavy load. Lu Chen felt a sweetness in his throat, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he held on. He rushed to the cage, and the star power turned into a sharp blade, instantly cutting off the chain. Senior! Su Xiaoyu had opened her eyes at this moment. Although she was weak, her eyes were clear. The Xianyin qi in her body seemed to break free from its shackles and became extremely active at the moment when the evil heart exploded. She looked at Lu Chen, who was shining with starlight and rushing towards her like a god of war, and tears instantly welled up. Let's go! Lu Chen pulled Su Xiaoyu out of the cage and protected her behind him. His eyes were like lightning, scanning the chaotic battlefield and the space on the altar that had become extremely unstable due to the explosion of the evil heart. The leader of the Xianyin sect struggled to stand up from the filthy blood, his body covered in blood and his breath weak, but his eyes, burning with pale green flames, were staring at Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu, filled with tremendous hatred and madness. The remnants of the Star Palace. Destroy my holy heart. Take away my spiritual body. I will extract your souls and refine your spirits, and you will never be able to reincarnate. Elders, listen to my order. Form the 10,000 ghosts devouring immortals formation. Trap them to death for me. Chapter 31, 10,000 ghosts devour the immortal. The star map shows its power. The shrill roar of the Xianyin sect leader was like the death knell of hell, echoing in the underground space where blood and flesh were flying and resentment was rising to the sky. The remaining believers struggled in fear and fanaticism, while the 3 surviving black-robed elders, 2 in the early stage and 1 in the middle stage, suppressed their injuries, with fierce light flashing in their eyes. They simultaneously spurted out blood and quickly pinched strange spells with their hands. 10,000 ghosts devouring the immortal. Rise. Buzz. Following the roar of the 3 elders, the remaining blood, broken bones, and dissipated resentment in the entire underground space seemed to be summoned by an invisible force and gathered frantically towards the altar. The dark purple fungal carpet on the ground squirmed violently, and countless painful and twisted ghost faces emerged from it, wailing silently. Boom! The 9 originally flowing blood rivers suddenly rolled back. The sticky blood plasma rushed up into the sky, interweaving and entwining in the air. The space around the altar base was distorted violently, and a huge black magic circle covering half of the underground space was formed instantly. In the magic circle, countless hideous ghosts, twisted vengeful spirits, and flowing blood-colored chains appeared out of thin air, emitting a piercing scream, completely blocking the area where Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu were. The wind howled, and the ghosts cried loudly. The extremely dense evil resentment formed a solid black fog, which continued to erode the star shield that Lu Chen had opened. The starlight on the shield dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Senior! Su Xiaoyu hid behind Lu Chen, her face pale, trembling with fear at this horrific scene that seemed like hell had descended upon her. However, she clutched the corner of Lu Chen's clothes tightly, her eyes full of trust. Don't be afraid. Hold on to me. Lu Chen's eyes were extremely solemn. This 10,000 ghosts devouring immortals formation was incredibly powerful. It gathered all the remaining evil spirits and the full force of the three elders, enough to trap and kill a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. Although his star power could restrain the evil spirits, it was also in danger under the absolute suppression of numbers and the amplification of the formation. The light of the Vajra talisman had long been annihilated. He little bastard from the Star Palace. Let us see how long your turtle shell can last. An injured elder grinned and controlled several huge tentacles condensed from dirty blood, lashing them fiercely at the star shield. Bang! Bang! The shield shook violently and cracks spread. The spirit is mine. Hand her over. Another elder summoned dozens of blood-killing ghosts whose aura was comparable to that of the late innate stage, and they bit the shield madly. The leader of the Xianyin sect sat cross-legged in mid-air, his broken body wrapped in a pale green flame. He was madly absorbing the resentment gathered by the formation to heal his wounds, and his aura was slowly recovering. Those resentful eyes locked onto Lu Chen like a venomous snake. The situation is extremely critical. System. Activate the backup plan. Lu Chen roared in his heart. He had anticipated that he might be besieged by a large formation, and had already prepared a trump card through the flash sale mall. Ding! Backup plan activated. Use the advanced privilege of targeted instant kill. Locked item, Zhou Xingchen 2, replica. Product, Zhou Xingchen 2, replica. Grade, spiritual grade supreme. Effect, invoke the power of the stars in the sky, lay down a small star field, suppress evil spirits, and strengthen yourself. Flash sale price, 1 yuan. Is it a flash sale? Instant kill. Lu Chen did not hesitate. Second kill successful. The item is delivered to the host. An ancient scroll the size of a palm, not made of silk or satin, emitting soft starlight, instantly appeared in Lu Chen's palm. On the scroll, countless stars slowly moved along mysterious trajectories, as if it contained a miniature universe. What is that? The Xianyin sect leader in mid-air noticed the abnormality at the first moment, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. The power of stars? How could it still exist? The elder who controlled the blood tentacles was also shocked and confused. Lu Chen's eyes were determined, and he poured the remaining star power in his body into the star scroll in his hand without reservation. 9 heaven stars, listen to my command. The Zhou star map, manifest the void. Suppress. Buzz. The star scroll instantly shone brightly. It turned into a dazzling silver beam of light that shot up into the sky. It ignored the barrier of the underground space and seemed to directly communicate with the vast starry sky outside. Boom! The entire underground space shook violently. The darkness of the dome seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand. A magnificent and vast miniature starry sky composed of countless star projections suddenly descended, enveloping Lu Chen, Su Xiaoyu, and the core area of the entire 10,000 ghosts devouring immortal array. Map of the stars in the sky replica expand. The silver starlight falls like a waterfall. Sacred, vast, and carrying the majestic power of heaven that can purify all filth. Ah! No! Wherever the starlight reached, those tentacles condensed by dirty blood and resentment, bloody evil spirits, and the black fog of the formation. It was like encountering the nemesis of the nemesis. They let out extremely shrill screams, and the ice and snow melted in an instant, turning into wisps of green smoke and dissipating. Under the suppression of this microstar field, the entire 10,000 ghosts devouring immortals formation twisted violently, collapsed and disintegrated like boiling soup pouring snow. The backlash of the formation instantly acted on the 3 elders who presided over the formation. Puff! 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 The three elders spurted blood at the same time, their bodies were like being hit by a heavy hammer, and their breath instantly weakened to the extreme. One of the early elders even screamed, and his body exploded into a ball of blood mist. The treasure of the Star Palace? The Zhoutian Xingchen too? Impossible. The Xianin sect leader screamed in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. The pale green flame on his body swayed wildly under the starlight, like a candle in the wind. He could no longer care about healing his wounds, and suddenly spurted out a mouthful of his life essence. Netherworld Blood Sea. Protect my true body. Boom. Sticky, smelly, dark red blood that exuded endless resentment gushed out from under him like a fountain, instantly forming a swirling blood-red vortex that wrapped him up, barely resisting the purification of the starlight. In the starlight field, Lu Chen's pressure suddenly decreased. He felt that the consumed spiritual power was rapidly restored under the blessing of the star map, and even became more pure. The Xianin cyclone in Su Xiaoyu's body also became unusually docile and active, as if it had been nourished by something. Senior. You are so awesome. Su Xiaoyu looked at the miraculous starry sky, her big eyes filled with little stars of admiration. Lu Chen did not relax his vigilance, his eyes were like lightning, locking onto the Xianin sect master who was struggling to hold on in the Netherworld Blood Sea, and the two elders who were seriously injured and dying in the distance. He knew that although the power of the star map replica was strong, it consumed a lot of energy and had a time limit, so he had to fight quickly. Master, it seems that your 10,000 ghosts formation is not working well. Lu Chen's cold voice echoed in the starlight field, with a hint of sarcasm. Now, it's my turn. He put his fingers together like a sword, and the star power condensed at his fingertips, turning into a dazzling star sword aura. With the blessing of the star map domain, the power of this sword aura is enough to kill the foundation building. Chapter 32, The Bloody Sea Surges, The Stars Change. Youngster. Stop being so arrogant. In the Netherworld Sea of Blood, the Xianin sect leader roared with resentment. Lu Chen's ridicule and the deadly star sword energy that locked onto him made him feel unprecedented humiliation and fear. He was the leader of the Xianin sect, a great evil master in the middle stage of foundation building, but he was forced into such a situation by a young Xinggong Jr. Even the sacred heart that he had spent countless efforts to refine was destroyed. This hatred was irreconcilable. Even if my foundation is damaged, I will drag you down with me. The Xianin sect leader's eyes burned with crazy flames. He bit his tongue hard and sprayed 3 mouthfuls of black blood containing the essence of the soul onto the Netherworld Blood Sea below him. I will sacrifice my spirit to the Netherworld. The sea of blood is boundless, swallowing up the sky and the earth. Rise. Boom boom. After receiving the sacrifice of the leader's essence, the Netherworld Blood Sea, which was originally only for protection, suddenly became violent. As if it was injected with life, it expanded and roared wildly. The dark red blood wave rose hundreds of feet high, carrying the evil breath of destroying the world in endless wailing and resentment, like a flood of destruction, and slammed towards the Zhoutian star map field that Lu Chen had opened. This was no longer a defense, but a fatal attack launched by the Xianin sect leader despite the serious damage to his vitality and even the fall of his realm. The power far exceeded the previous 10,000 ghosts devouring immortal formation. Before the blood wave arrived, the overwhelming resentment, stench, and terrifying pressure caused the entire starlight field to shake violently. The star projection became flickering. The starlight at the edge of the field even began to be eroded and polluted by the blood wave, making a sizzling sound. Senior. Su Xiaoyu's face turned pale, and she tightly grasped Lu Chen's arm. She could feel the terrifying power contained in the sea of blood, as if it was going to drag her soul into an endless bloody abyss. Lu Chen's face was also extremely solemn. He didn't expect the Xianin sect master to be so decisive and ruthless. The power of the Netherworld Blood Sea driven by the burning spirit was close to the late stage of foundation building. Although the Zhoutian star map replica was powerful, it was only a spiritual grade top grade after all, and it was a range-type magic weapon. Facing such a concentrated destructive impact, it was only a matter of time before the defense was broken. The star-shaped sword energy condensed at his fingertips seemed so insignificant in front of such a terrifying sea of blood. System. Maximum power output. Strengthen the star map area. Lu Chen roared in his heart, and at the same time, he used all his strength to operate the 9 heavenly star art and madly injected the recovered spiritual power into the star map. Warning. The star map replica has reached its load limit. Forced output may cause the scroll to be damaged. It is recommended that the host evacuate immediately. Or, try to fuse the power of the stars with the power of the mysterious Yin spirit body to stimulate the hidden mysteries of the nine heaven star art. The risks are unknown. Fusion of the power of the stars and the power of the mysterious Yin spirit? Lu Chen's heart was shocked. Su Xiaoyu's Yin spirit body was behind him at this moment. Her spirit power was extremely pure, and it was the yin and yang of the stars, seemingly contradictory, but the nine heaven star art was all-encompassing, explaining the birth and death of stars, the rotation of yin and yang. Maybe there was really a glimmer of hope. Xiaoyu. Believe me. Give me your strength. Lu Chen turned around suddenly and put one hand on Su Xiaoyu's shoulder. Su Xiaoyu looked into Lu Chen's deep and powerful eyes without any hesitation. She nodded vigorously, "Senior. I believe in you. You can use my power." She closed her eyes and tried her best to release the control of the dark blue cyclone in her dantian. The extremely pure Xianyin spiritual energy, like a flood opened, poured into Lu Chen's body without reservation. Hiss! The extreme coldness instantly invaded Lu Chen's meridians. It clashed violently with the extremely young and strong star power in his body. The severe pain swept through his body like a tide. The meridians seemed to be torn apart. Yin and yang rotate, the stars are the guide. Melt for me. Lu Chen roared in his heart, and the nine heaven star art was running wildly. He pushed his mental power to the extreme, forcibly guiding the two forces that were completely opposite but belonged to the origin of heaven and earth to collide and intertwine. It's like a bomb exploded inside the body. Boom! Lu Chen's body instantly turned into a battlefield. Half of his skin was red like fire, steam was rising. The other half was covered with dark blue frost, the cold was piercing. The intense pain made his eyes go black, and he almost fainted. But under this extreme pain and life and death pressure, the mystery of nine heavenly star art seemed to be forcibly pried open. The violently conflicting star power and the mysterious Yin spiritual energy, at a certain mysterious balance point, actually began to strangely fuse. Transformed into a deeper, more ancient, gray energy with the breath of the beginning of chaos. Although this new energy is weak, it contains unimaginable power. At the same time, boom! The huge waves of the netherworld blood sea finally slammed heavily onto the starlight realm. Snap! The Zhou Tian Xing Chen 2 replica let out a wail of being overwhelmed. The surface of the scroll was instantly covered with cracks. The bright starry sky was violently distorted and dimmed, like a candle in the wind, and it was about to be completely shattered. Ha ha ha! Die! The crazy laughter of Xianyin sect leader came from the sea of blood. At this critical moment, Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. There was no longer pure starlight in his eyes, but the left eye was shining like a silver star, and the right eye was deep blue. A mysterious and ancient aura rose from him. He no longer tried to maintain the star map field, but instead concentrated all the chaotic star power that had just merged into his body, as well as the last power of the star map that was about to shatter, on his right fist. On the tip of the fist, there was no longer a silver-white starlight, but a slowly rotating gray ball of light that contained the galaxy in the cold moonlight. Although the ball of light was small, it emitted a terrifying wave that made the space tremble. Xianyin old dog. Take my punch. Stars change. Lu Chen roared angrily and punched the surging blood wave. That gray ball of light, like the first ray of light since the creation of the world, sank silently into the boundless sea of blood. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Next moment. Boom boom boom. An unspeakable horrific explosion occurred. Not flames, not shock waves. But annihilation. Wherever the gray ball of light passed, the sticky, smelly, and endlessly resentful sea of blood seemed to be thrown into a black hole, silently and in large areas disappearing. As if it had never existed. No. This is impossible. The shrill and desperate howl of Xianyin sect leader resounded throughout the space. The netherworld blood sea, which he relied on to save his life and even used as a trump card, was as fragile as foam in front of the gray light. The gray light was unstoppable, annihilating the sea of blood and instantly hitting the remains of the Xianyin sect leader at the core of the sea of blood. Puff! It's like pressing a red-hot iron on the snow. The body of the Xianyin sect leader, along with the green flames on his body, melted and annihilated silently the moment they came into contact with the gray light. Not even a trace of dust was left. Only his last scream filled with endless fear and unwillingness echoed in the space. One punch. Just one punch. The leader of the Xianyin sect who burned his spirit and activated the netherworld sea of blood, both his body and soul were destroyed. The remaining sea of blood lost its support, collapsed, and turned into dirty blood rain. The entire underground space was dead silent. The two surviving elders and some believers looked at Lu Chen, who was standing in the air with starlight in his left eye and dark blue in his right eye, like a god or devil. They collapsed to the ground as if all their bones were pulled out, with only boundless fear and despair in their eyes. Lu Chen slowly retracted his fist, feeling the faint yet extremely powerful chaotic star power in his body, as well as the system prompt sound ringing in his mind. The corners of his mouth curled up in an arc of relief and ambition. Ding! The host comprehends the hidden meaning of 9 Heaven Star Art Star Transformation Prototype. Ding! Killed the evil cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building by crossing levels. Gained a huge amount of experience. Ding! 9 Heaven Star Art Basic Edition has broken through to the Great Mastery. The host's cultivation has been promoted to the initial stage of foundation building. Ding! System level upgraded. Unlock Cultivation Resources, Snapshot Mall. Ding! The first stage of the main quest, Destroy Xianin, is completed. Reward, 9 Heaven Star Art Advanced Chapter Qi Refining and Divine Transformation Volume. Chapter 33, Initial Foundation Building, Instant Kill Mall New World. Ding! The host comprehended the hidden secret of 9 Heaven Star Art Star Transformation Prototype. Ding! Kill an evil cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building by crossing levels. Gain huge experience. Ding! The 9 Heaven Star Art Basic Edition has reached its peak. The host's cultivation has been promoted to the initial stage of foundation building. Ding! System level upgraded. Unlock Cultivation Resources and win the Instant Shopping Mall. Ding! The first stage of the main quest, Exterminate Xianin, is completed. Reward, the advanced chapter of 9 Heaven Star Art Qi Refining and Divine Transformation Volume. A series of system prompts sounded like heavenly music in Lu Chen's mind. The star power in his body, which was originally surging like a river, underwent a qualitative change the moment he broke through the foundation. Boom! A majestic, pure, and far superior aura burst out from Lu Chen without reservation. In the Dantian Qi Sea, the liquid star essence was like a dazzling galaxy vortex, slowly rotating. Every rotation caused the spiritual energy of the world around the body to resonate slightly, emitting a heart-pounding pressure. The dense evil spirit that originally filled the underground space quickly melted away like ice and snow under the scorching sun under the pressure of this extremely masculine and powerful aura, which was like the beginning of chaos. Those Xianin followers who were lucky enough to survive and the only 2 seriously injured elders who remained could not even scream in the face of this pressure. Their minds were directly crushed and they collapsed to the ground, completely losing their vitality. In the entire skeleton altar space, there were only 2 living people left, Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu, and a messy battlefield. Senior, Yu. Su Xiaoyu was pushed back a few steps by the terrifying aura emitted by Lu Chen when he broke through. Her mouth opened slightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and deep admiration. The Xianin Qi in her body was extremely active under the influence of Lu Chen's foundation building aura, as if it had also experienced a baptism and became more pure and condensed. Lu Chen slowly gathered his breath, and the starlight and blue in his eyes gradually faded, returning to a deep state. He felt an unprecedented powerful force in his body, and a feeling of controlling the world and overlooking all living things arose spontaneously. The initial stage of foundation building. This was his first step to officially enter the extraordinary realm. It's okay, Xiaoyu. Lu Chen turned around, his voice gentle but with unquestionable majesty. He raised his hand, and a warm star power passed into Su Xiaoyu's body, helping her to sort out the somewhat disordered coldness and stabilize the spiritual essence that had just been forcibly extracted and then backfired. How do you feel? Much better. Senior, you were so awesome just now. Su Xiaoyu felt the warmth in her body, and her pale face regained some redness. Her big eyes were shining, full of gratitude for surviving the disaster and her infinite trust in Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded, his eyes swept across the bloody demon cave, and finally landed on the twisted black stone pillar on top of the altar. Without the evil heart, the stone pillar also lost its luster and was covered with cracks. We should not stay here for long. Although the leader of Xianin sect is dead, there is no guarantee that he will not have other tricks or attract other evil spirits. Lu Chen said in a deep voice. He took Su Xiaoyu's hand, and the star power wrapped around the two of them, preparing to leave. At this moment, he had an idea and couldn't wait to communicate with the system. System, open the cultivation resources, instant shopping mall. Buzz. The system interface in my mind changed instantly. The dazzling array of luxury cars, real estate, and technological items disappeared, replaced by an interface that exuded a hazy aura and was full of ancient charm. Cultivation Resource Flash Sale Mall, refreshed daily. Item name, Low-Grade Spirit Stone X1000. Grade, Upper Class Ordinary Grade Common Currency and Cultivation Resource in the cultivation world. Effects, contains pure spiritual energy and can be used for cultivation, formation, and driving magical instruments. Flash sale price, 1 yuan. Item name, Qi Gathering Pill Small Bottle, 10 pills. Grade, Lower Spiritual Grade. Effects, it speeds up the recovery of spiritual power for cultivators in the Qi refining stage, and also has a slight effect on those in the early stages of foundation building. Flash sale price, 1 yuan. Item name, Basic Talisman Collection Jade Slip. Grade, Lower Spiritual Grade. Effects, Records 108 Basic Talisman Drawing Methods Cleaning Talisman, Light Body Talisman, Fireball Talisman, Diamond Talisman, etc. Flash sale price, 1 yuan. Item name, Black Iron Flying Sword Standard. Grade, Lower Spiritual Grade. Effects, the most commonly used entry-level flying sword by cultivators, it is sharp and tough, and can be flown with the sword requires spiritual power from the foundation building stage. Flash sale price, 1 yuan. Item name, Breath Resisting Jade Talisman. Grade, Spiritual Grade Middle Grade. Effect, passively effective, can perfectly restrain the wearer's aura difficult to detect below the Jindan stage, and defend against a full strength attack from the early Jindan stage one time. Flash sale price, 1 yuan. Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. This is what he really needs. Spiritual stones, elixirs, techniques, and magical instruments. The cornerstones of the world of cultivation. And all for only 1 yuan. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen clicked his mind continuously. Instant kill. Instant kill. Instant kill. Instant kill. Instant kill. 5 faint lights flashed, and the items were instantly stored in the system space. Ding. Flash sale successful. Cost 5 yuan. Lu Chen was filled with pride. With these resources, his foundation in the foundation building period would be extremely solid. Especially the black iron flying sword, he could finally experience the pleasure of flying with a sword. And the breath-retaining jade talisman, it was simply a magical tool for pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, making a fortune in silence. At the same time, his mind touched the advanced chapter of 9 Heavens Star Art refining Qi and transforming into spirit awarded by the system. A huge stream of profound information poured into his mind, and countless deeper insights about foundation building cultivation, spell application, and the mysteries of the stars were imprinted in his heart. The basic chapter is about refining the body and guiding the Qi, and this refining Qi and transforming into spirit is the supreme method that truly leads to the Golden Elixir Road. Senior, how do we get out? Su Xiaoyu looked at the closed environment around her and felt a little worried. Lu Chen smiled confidently, his eyes cast towards the winding corridor. The original route is too slow. Try this. As soon as he thought about it, the black iron flying sword that had just killed him appeared in his hand. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long, black in color, and slightly heavy in the hand, emitting a faint sharp aura. Hold on to me. Lu Chen said to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu quickly hugged Lu Chen's arm tightly. Lu Chen took a deep breath, and the star essence of the foundation building period poured into the flying sword. Buzz. The black iron flying sword made a clear sword sound, and the black sword body instantly lit up with bright starlight. It broke away from Lu Chen's palm and hovered in front of him. The sword body suddenly expanded to more than 10 feet in length, enough for 2 people to stand. Let's go! Lu Chen held Su Xiaoyu's slender waist, jumped lightly, and landed steadily on the flying sword shining with starlight. Ah! Su Xiaoyu, who was experiencing the flying sword for the first time, exclaimed and subconsciously hugged him tighter. Get up! Lu Chen drew his sword and activated the star essence. Swish! The black iron flying sword turned into a silver meteor, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and shot along the huge corridor at a speed far faster than when it came. The speed was so fast that the skull lamps on both sides of the corridor turned into green light. Feeling the whistling wind in his ears and the solid touch of the flying sword under his feet, looking at the surprised and nervous face of the girl in his arms, Lu Chen felt extremely happy. The foundation has been built, the system has been upgraded, resources are in hand, and the flying sword is put to the test. In this extraordinary world, he, Lu Chen, has officially arrived. Chapter 34, showing his prowess for the first time, the inspector of Mount Longhu. The black iron flying sword carried Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu, like a silver lightning tearing through the darkness. In an instant, they rushed out of the long corridor full of blood and gloom, and returned to the cave with the huge pool of blood. The cave was still filled with a strong smell of blood, with blood pools rolling and bones floating. The dozen or so Xianin followers who had practiced here before had already turned into dry bones in the aftermath of the battle between Lu Chen and the leader. This place had become a dead place. Lu Chen did not stop, and the sword light turned and flew towards the natural crack exit at the top of the cave. That was the entrance he had sneaked in before. "Senior, shall we fly out directly?" Su Xiaoyu held Lu Chen tightly, looking at the disgusting pool of blood below, her little face turning pale. "Well, hold on tight." Lu Chen nodded, and the star essence in his body accelerated again. The flying sword's speed increased sharply, turning into a stream of light, accurately passing through the crack and rushing into the dark dead water pool outside. Buzz! The shield formed by the star power instantly opened up, isolating the cold water and the powerful corrosive energy. Although the speed of the flying sword was hindered in the water, it was more than 10 times faster than when Lu Chen came. The true essence shield of the foundation building period is extremely tough, and the erosion of the pool water and the huge water pressure are almost negligible. Lu Chen expanded his consciousness and easily locked onto the black stone slab engraved with runes at the bottom of the pool. He did not stop, the flying sword broke through the water flow and rose rapidly towards the water surface. Puff! A moment later, the calm surface of the dead pool suddenly exploded. A brilliant silver sword light shot up into the sky, bringing up splashes of water all over the sky. The sword light converged, and Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu landed steadily beside the ghost-crying stone at the edge of the pond. The black iron flying sword shrank and was stored in the system space by Lu Chen. It was late at night, and the wind was howling in Haifengou, and ghosts were everywhere. But after experiencing the horror of the underground demon cave, the gloom here seemed a bit childish. Finally out. Su Xiaoyu took a deep breath of the cold air outside. Although it was filled with evil spirits, it was incomparably fresher than the foul blood underground. She looked at Lu Chen, who stood tall and had a deep aura beside her, and her heart was filled with a sense of security and the joy of surviving a disaster. Lu Chen's eyes swept across Haifengou. The Yin veins gathered here, and it had become a dead end where corpses and ghosts gathered. Staying here would be a disaster. He put his fingers together like a sword, and the star essence of the foundation building period condensed at his fingertips. 9 stars in the sky, listen to my command. Fall to the mortal world and purge the evil spirit. Break! An extremely condensed and dazzling star-shaped sword energy shot out and hit the Devil Cry Stone with precision. Boom! With a loud bang, the Devil's Crying Stone, which carried countless evils and served as the symbol of the Xianin sect, along with the countless hideous ghost faces on it, exploded and turned into powder under the star sword energy containing the power of purification. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen pointed his sword continuously, and several weaker star-shaped sword energies shot into the dead water pool and the various Insha nodes in the depression. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Like boiling water poured over snow, the dense evil spirit in Black Wind Valley quickly melted and purified under the sword energy of the stars. The wandering ghosts and evil spirits did not even have time to scream before they turned into smoke and dissipated. The magnetic field of the entire valley was cleared. Although it was still desolate, the evil spirit that had penetrated deep into the bones was gone. Let's go. After doing all this, Lu Chen looked calm as if he had just killed a few flies. He took Su Xiaoyu's hand, and the star power enveloped the two of them, preparing to fly away directly. However, at this moment, whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sharp sounds of breaking through the air came from far away, and the speed was extremely fast. 2 figures landed at the entrance of Haifengou like big birds, just blocking Lu Chen's way. The 2 people who came were an old man and a young man. The old man was wearing a green Taoist robe, with white hair and a childlike face. He held a whisk in his hand, his eyes were sharp as lightning, and his aura was heavy and dignified. He was an ancient warrior who was at the peak of the innate realm and half a step into the foundation building stage. The young man was about 20 years old, wearing the same standard green clothes, carrying a long sword, with an arrogant face, and his aura was also around the early stage of the innate realm. On the cuffs of both men's clothes, there was an embroidered mountain shrouded in clouds and mist, and above the mountain, a pattern of a dragon and a tiger could be vaguely seen. The old man's eyes were like torches, and he instantly swept over the destroyed ghost-crying stone, the dead water pool that was rapidly dissipating the yin qi, and the traces of fierce fighting and the breath of evil annihilation left in the depression. A trace of shock flashed in his eyes, and finally his eyes fell on the only two people standing in the field, Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu. When he saw the pure yet not completely restrained Xianin energy on Su Xiaoyu's body, his brows suddenly frowned and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Wulian Tianzuan. The old Taoist bowed his head and spoke in a loud voice with a sense of scrutiny. I am the outer gate inspector of Longhu Mountain, and my Taoist name is Qingshu. This place is filled with evil energy, and there are also foundation building level energy fluctuations. I wonder who you two are. The evil energy here has dissipated, and the ghost crying stone has been destroyed. Was it you two who did this? His eyes were mainly fixed on Lu Chen, whose aura was ordinary, the effect of the breath-concealing jade talisman, but who was obviously the person in charge. The young disciple carrying a long sword glanced at Lu Chen with contempt, but when his eyes fell on the elegant and pure Su Xiaoyu, a hint of surprise and subtle greed flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward, raised his chin slightly, and asked in a condescending tone. My master is asking you a question. Are you mute? This is the base of the Xianin cult. You are here with this woman who has a strange yin energy. Your behavior is suspicious. Tell me, what is your relationship with the Xianin cult? What do you want to do by destroying this place? Is it an internal conflict in the cult? Su Xiaoyu was frightened by his sharp gaze and questioning, and subconsciously shrank behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. Longhu Mountain? One of the Taoist ancestral temples in Chinese legend? It seems that the extraordinary forces on earth do exist. However, the attitude of the master and apprentice made him very unhappy. One was taking advantage of his age and looked at her like he was interrogating a criminal. The other was young and arrogant, looking down on others. How dare he look at Xiaoyu with that kind of eyes? He, Lu Chen, had just killed a cult leader who was in the middle stage of foundation building, stepped into the realm of foundation building, had the instant kill system in his hands, and unlocked the resources for cultivation. He was in high spirits, so how could he allow two small ancient warriors to make noise in front of him? Lu Chen gently patted Su Xiaoyu's hand to comfort her, then raised his eyes and looked at the Taoist Qingshu calmly, his tone indifferent, as if he was stating a trivial matter. Xianin sect? They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. We can just kill them. As for who we are and where we are going. He paused, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an extremely subtle arc that carried endless chill. None of your business? Get out of the way. You. The young disciple was furious. As a disciple of Longhu Mountain, he was respected wherever he went. How could he not be scolded with such contempt as none of your business? Arrogant bastard. How dare you disrespect Longhu Mountain? You are courting death. With a clang, the long sword behind him was unsheathed, shining with cold light, pointing directly at Lu Chen. Taoist Qingshu's face darkened. Although he saw that the destruction of this place might be related to this young man, and that his ability to destroy the Xianin sect's stronghold should not be underestimated, his arrogant attitude and his complete disregard for Longhu Mountain made him really angry. Moreover, the Xianin aura on the woman was indeed evil. Young man. You have to have the capital to be arrogant. I thought you might have the ability to exorcise demons, so I wanted to ask you in a friendly way. Since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for bullying the weak. I will capture you two and interrogate you at the mountain gate. Taoist Qingshu waved the whisk in his hand, and a powerful Pagani aura, mixed with a faint Taoist energy, pressed hard towards Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu. He wanted to give this ignorant kid a warning first. Chapter 35, One Finger Suppression, Beauty's Feelings. The aura of the peak of the innate realm is like a mountain pressing down on a mortal or ordinary warrior, enough to suffocate and paralyze a person. The Taoist priest Qingshu was furious, and his aura was even more fierce, with a Taoist demon slaying pressure, intending to make Lu Chen embarrassed on the spot and kneel down to beg for mercy. The young disciple had a grim smile on his face, as if he had already seen the scene where Lu Chen was forced to kneel on the ground due to the pressure of his master's aura, and he could take the opportunity to protect the pure and lovely Xianin woman. However, facing this pressure that was enough to make even a late-stage innate warrior tremble with fear, Lu Chen didn't even raise his eyelids. He still held Su Xiaoyu's hand and stood there leisurely, as if what was blowing towards him was not a violent storm, but a slight breeze. The innate peak pressure that Taoist Qingshu was so proud of disappeared without a trace in an instant when it touched the 1-foot range in front of Lu Chen, like a drop in the ocean. It couldn't even move a single hair of Lu Chen. The anger on Taoist Qingshu's face froze instantly, and his eyes flashed with disbelief. How is this possible? Even a master of foundation building can't be so casual in the face of his momentum. Unless, the other party's realm is far beyond foundation building? But how old does this young man look? The young disciple's sinister smile froze on his face, replaced by astonishment and a hint of uneasiness. Impression? Ha! Lu Chen finally raised his eyes and glanced at Taoist Qingshu calmly, as if he was looking at an ant. With just this little bit of Taoism, you dare to block others' way? Are you qualified to put on airs in front of me? Before he finished speaking, Lu Chen moved. He just raised his right hand seemingly casually, extended an index finger, and gently pressed down at the aggressive Taoist Qingshu. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling brilliance. Only a vast, majestic, invisible force that seemed to come from the sky suddenly descended. Boom! Taoist Qingshu felt as if an invisible mountain of 10,000 feet had crashed down on his head. The overwhelming force instantly crushed his proud innate energy. Puff! Taoist Qingshu was as if struck by a heavy hammer. His face instantly turned pale as paper, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His legs could no longer support him. His kneecaps made a crackling sound as he could not bear the weight. With a thump, he was forced to kneel on the ground. His knees sank deeply into the ground. The whisk in his hand flew out, and his whole body was groaning, as if it would fall apart at any time. He raised his head desperately, looking at Lu Chen with a look of boundless fear and horror. This is definitely not foundation building. This is golden core? Or even higher? Such a young golden core power? What kind of existence did he offend? Master! The young disciple was so frightened that his soul flew away. He screamed and couldn't even hold the sword steadily. His master was one of the most powerful masters in the outer sect of Longhu Mountain, and he had stepped half a step into the foundation building stage. He was actually pressed to his knees by the other party, with just one finger? Lu Chen's gaze turned to the young disciple, as cold as ice that had been there for thousands of years. The young disciple met Lu Chen's eyes and felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. His legs softened and he fell to his knees with a plop. His whole body was shaking like a sieve, his teeth chattering, and he couldn't even utter a word of begging for mercy. Longhu Mountain? What a big name. Lu Chen retracted his finger, his tone indifferent, with a hint of subtle sarcasm. It's a pity that the disciples I taught are arrogant and indiscriminate, and can only bully others. Today I will punish you with a small punishment and a big warning. If you dare to make noise again, or look at her with that kind of eyes again. Lu Chen's eyes swept coldly over the young disciple, who felt as if his eyes were pricked by a needle. The pain was so severe that he screamed and covered his eyes, blood seeping from between his fingers. I don't mind having two useless bastards removed from Longhu Mountain. Upon hearing this, Taoist Qingshu was so frightened that he ignored his injuries and quickly bowed his head to the ground, begging for mercy in a trembling voice. Senior, please calm down. Senior, please calm down. It is my fault that I was blind and offended your majesty. I deserve to die. I beg you to show mercy. I will never dare to offend you again. I will never dare to peek at this fairy again. He felt extremely regretful. If he had known that there was such a terrifying existence here, he would never have come to get involved in this mess. What about the destruction of the Xin insect stronghold? What about the woman with Yin Qi? In front of absolute power, they are all floating clouds. The most important thing is to save your life and foundation. Lu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to the frightened master and disciple. He turned to look at Su Xiaoyu beside him, and his eyes softened instantly. Xiaoyu, are you scared? Su Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously, looking at Lu Chen with an unprecedented light in her eyes. The invincible demeanor of Lu Chen, who just suppressed the masters of Longhu Mountain with a single finger, was deeply imprinted in her heart. He was powerful, domineering, yet so gentle to her. The girl's heartstrings were deeply plucked. No! Senior, you are so awesome. Her voice trembled with excitement and admiration. Let's go. This place is dirty. I'll take you away. Lu Chen smiled slightly and put his arms around Su Xiaoyu's slender waist again. This time, Su Xiaoyu did not scream again, but took the initiative to snuggle into Lu Chen's arms, her pretty face slightly red, feeling the solid chest and reassuring breath. Lu Chen's mind moved, and the black iron flying sword appeared again. The starlight shone, carrying the two people up into the sky, turning into a stream of light, and instantly disappeared in the night sky of Haifengou, leaving only the mess on the ground and the two kneeling on the ground, like petrified Longhushan master and apprentice. Taoist Qingshu looked at the sword light disappearing into the sky. It took him a long time to take a breath, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. Flying with a sword. He is really a Jindan master. No. Maybe even higher. He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with fear and awe. Hurry! Help me up. Go back to the mountain gate. We must report what happened here to the headmaster immediately. Jiangnan Province. No, China, a remarkable young supreme has appeared. Xianin sect has hit a real wall. Chapter 36, The Remnants of Xianin, the Blood Demon appears. Flying with the sword, as fast as lightning. The night wind howled outside the protective spirit shield, and underfoot were the city lights and mountains passing by quickly. Su Xiaoyu snuggled in Lu Chen's arms, feeling unprecedented excitement and peace of mind, her little face flushed with excitement and shyness, her big eyes curiously overlooking the shrinking world below. Senior, where are we going now? She looked up and spoke in a soft voice. Lu Chen felt the tenderness and dependence of the girl in his arms, and he felt relaxed. He lowered his head and looked into Su Xiaoyu's pure eyes. Let's go back to Yunding Palace in Jiangzhou City first. You need to have a good rest and stabilize your spirit. I also need to sort out the harvest. He was referring to the system rewards and cultivation resources obtained by the instant kill. Yeah. Su Xiaoyu nodded obediently. After experiencing the nightmare of Xianin sect, her biggest wish at the moment was to return to a safe and comfortable home with her senior by her side. Lu Chen controlled the flying sword at an extremely fast speed. In less than half an hour, the brightly lit Jiangzhou city was already in sight. He did not fly directly into the city, but landed in a secluded forest on the outskirts of the city. He put away the flying sword, hailed a taxi, and returned to the top luxury house in the city center Yunding Palace in a low-key manner. Back in the familiar and luxurious environment, Su Xiaoyu's tense nerves finally relaxed completely, and fatigue came like a tide. Lu Chen sent her back to the room, and used the star power to comb her body again, ensuring that the minor damage caused by the evil heart extraction and backlash in her body was completely restored, and the Xianin cyclone also stabilized. Have a good sleep and don't think about anything. I'm here. Lu Chen said gently. Well, good night, senior. Su Xiaoyu lay on the bed, covered with a soft duvet, watching Lu Chen close the door. Her heart was filled with warmth and security, and she soon fell into a deep sleep. Lu Chen returned to his huge master bedroom, which was comparable to a presidential suite. He sat cross-legged in front of the French window, overlooking the dazzling night view of the city, his mind immersed in the system. First check the reward. The huge amount of information in the advanced chapter of 9 Heavens Star Secret Refining Qi and Transforming Spirit has already been integrated into his mind, and now he needs to calmly comprehend it. He closed his eyes and concentrated his mind, sinking his consciousness into the mysterious operation diagram of the technique. The liquid true essence of the foundation building period rushed in a new route. With each cycle, the true essence became more condensed and pure, and the consciousness also grew stronger, and the perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became clearer and more acute. This technique directly points to the golden elixir road, and it is full of mysteries. Then, he took out the resources he had obtained in seconds. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, crystal clear, containing spiritual energy that is dozens of times richer and purer than that of the outside world. This is the hard currency of the cultivation world. Qi gathering pill 10 pills, the size of a longan, emerald green, and exudes a herbal fragrance. It has a slight effect on restoring spiritual power in the early stages of foundation building, but it is better than nothing. Basic talisman collection jade slip, stick it between your eyebrows, and you will instantly master the drawing methods, spiritual power operation, material requirements, and other information of 108 basic talismans. A hint of interest flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. The way of talismans can also be a powerful weapon if used well. Black iron flying sword, I have used it before. It is standard equipment for the foundation establishment period and is sufficient for now. Breath-retaining jade talisman, a warm white jade pendant with mysterious patterns naturally formed on it. Lu Chen wore it directly on his chest. In an instant, the powerful aura of his foundation building period disappeared without a trace, and the whole person looked like an ordinary person with outstanding temperament. Good stuff. Lu Chen secretly praised. This breath-retaining jade talisman could not only conceal one's cultivation, but it could also save one's life at a critical moment. Just as he was about to take out the spirit stone to try to practice, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! Special energy fluctuations detected and locked. Target, Su Xiaoyu. Source, Netherworld Blood Curse Tracking. Distance, approaching quickly. Strength assessment, early stage of golden core fake. Warning. Warning. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold light burst out. A cold, murderous intent instantly filled the entire room. The remnants of Xianin. Seeking death. He understood instantly. Before the death of the Xianin sect leader, or an elder, he must have left an extremely obscure tracking mark on Su Xiaoyu. At this moment, something followed the mark to chase her. And the strength of the aura actually reached the Jindan level? Although it was fake, it was definitely not comparable to ordinary foundation building. He flashed and instantly appeared outside Su Xiaoyu's door. He gently pushed the door open, and saw Su Xiaoyu in her sleep seem to have sensed something, her brows slightly furrowed, her body twisted uneasily, and a very faint blood-red halo with a fishy and sweet smell was faintly visible between her eyebrows. The Netherworld blood curse? Lu Chen's eyes became even colder. This curse was vicious. Not only was it used for tracking, it would also erode the host's essence and blood over time. Without hesitation, he pointed his finger like a sword, and the pure star essence condensed on his fingertips, carrying the aura of purifying all evil, and pointed it at Su Xiaoyu's brow. Destroy evil. Laugh. The starlight on the fingertips touched the blood-red halo, just like a hot knife cutting butter. A barely perceptible shrill scream sounded, and the blood-red halo was instantly annihilated and purified by the true essence of the stars. Su Xiaoyu's frown relaxed, and she fell into a peaceful sleep again. However, at the moment the curse was broken. Boom! The huge French window on the top floor of the Yunding Palace exploded. A sticky, smelly, dark red bloodlight containing overwhelming resentment and destructive aura, like a blood-colored waterfall bursting through a dam, with a suffocating golden elixir pressure, rushed in rudely. Instantly dyed the entire luxurious master bedroom living room into a bloody hell. The blood surged and condensed into a 3-meter-tall, blurry, huge blood-red demon shadow. It had no clear facial features, only 2 points of scarlet light flashing on its head, emitting a crazy, bloodthirsty, and violent mind. He, Xianin spirits, and the ants that destroyed my holy religion, I have found you. A hoarse and harsh voice, like the friction of metal, echoed in the bloodlight, filled with endless resentment. Offer your spirits, use your flesh and blood soul, to sacrifice to my lord, the netherworld blood sea, and there will be no return. The terrifying pressure was like a substance, and the expensive furniture and decorations in the room were instantly turned into dust. If Lu Chen had not used the star power to protect Su Xiaoyu's room in time, the consequences would be disastrous. Blood demon? Lu Chen's eyes were solemn, but he showed no fear. He stood in front of the bloody demon's shadow, his posture was as straight as a pine tree, and the star essence roared in his body. Although the opponent's aura had reached the pseudo-golden elixir, it was obviously summoned by some secret method. His power was violent but unstable, and his intelligence was extremely low. He only had the instinct to kill and devour. A mere aggregation of residual souls and resentment dares to shout in front of me? Lu Chen sneered, and the momentum of the early stage of foundation building burst out without reservation. Although he was far inferior to the opponent, the extremely young and strong properties of the star true essence made the surging blood light stagnate slightly, making a sizzling burning sound. Roar! You're looking for death. The blood demon was enraged, and roared. A huge claw made of sticky blood plasma, with a terrifying power that could tear through space, grabbed Lu Chen head-on. Wherever the claw wind passed, even the air was corroded and produced wisps of black smoke. The attack of the golden elixir, even if it is just a fake elixir, is definitely not something that an ordinary foundation building body can withstand. However, a sharp light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. System. Targeted instant kill. Locked, items that can severely damage or kill the Jindan early-stage fake evil demons. Refresh immediately. Chapter 37, Zhu Xian Sword Talisman. Instantly destroys the fake pill. Ding. Received the host's command. Activate the targeted instant kill permission. Ding. Consuming a targeted instant kill opportunity. Locking in items that meet the requirements. Locked successfully. Items refreshed. Cultivation Resource Flash Sale Mall, Directional Refresh. Item name, Pseudo Zhu Xian Sword Talisman 1 time. Grade, Spiritual grade contains a trace of true Zhu Xian Sword Spirit. Effects, after being activated, it can emit a destructive sword energy equivalent to the full-strength attack of a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul, specifically targeting evil demons and the souls of the Yuanshan. It has an absolute killing effect on evil demons in the Jindan stage. Flash sale price, 1 yuan. Lu Chen's eyes flashed. That's it. Instant kill. Ding. Second kill successful. Cost 1 yuan. Fake Zhuxian sword talisman has been issued to the system space. All this happened in a flash. From the appearance of the blood demon and the attack to Lu Chen's communication system to complete the instant kill, it only took a moment. The bloody claws that covered the sky and sun, emitting a foul smell and a breath of destruction, had already grabbed 3 feet above Lu Chen's head. The violet energy squeezed his body protection starlight and made it flicker. Die. Ant. The blood demon's roar shook the entire building. At this critical moment, in Lu Chen's hand, a palm-sized, simple talisman that was neither gold nor jade suddenly appeared. The talisman was a chaotic dark golden color, without any complicated patterns on it, only a simple sword-shaped mark that seemed to contain the terrifying artistic conception of creating the world and destroying all the horrible things. It is exactly the fake Zhuxian sword talisman. Lu Chen did not hesitate at all, and injected the vast star energy in his body into the talisman without reservation. Buzz. A sword sound that seemed to come from the ancient time suddenly rang out. The entire space froze instantly. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The ancient talisman silently turned into ashes in Lu Chen's hand. Instead, there was a grayish sword energy that was condensed to the extreme, as thin as a hair, but so bright that it could not be described in words. The moment this sword energy appeared, the bloody claws that grabbed down, along with the blood demon's entire huge body, trembled violently. For the first time, the 2 scarlet devil eyes revealed an incomparable fear that came from the instinct of life. No! Impossible! This is killing the immortal. The blood demon's mind screamed with extreme despair, full of disbelief. However, its meaning has not yet been fully conveyed. The tiny gray sword energy moved. There was no earth-shattering roar, no devastating explosion. It just moved forward gently. Like a hot knife cutting through solidified lard. Just like the sun melting the morning mist. Laugh. A sound so slight that it could almost be ignored. Time resumed its flow. The blood-red devil's claw that covered the sky and the sun and exuded the pressure of a pseudo-golden elixir, along with the ferocious blood devil's body more than 3 meters tall behind it, were like being thrown into a picture of absolute zero the moment they came into contact with the gray sword energy. They froze in an instant, and then, were annihilated silently. It wasn't broken up. It wasn't defeated. It was completely wiped out, from matter to energy, and then to the source of the resentful souls that made up its existence, by that tiny sword energy. It completely disappeared from this world. As if it had never appeared before. Only the faint, heart-pounding sense of destructive sword intent lingering in the air and the broken floor-to-ceiling window proved the brief and terrifying attack just now. At the moment of the blood demon's annihilation, a pure but resentful and evil source of energy tried to escape, but was quietly absorbed by the breath-retaining jade talisman on Lu Chen's chest, which trembled slightly. The lines on the surface of the jade talisman seemed to be brighter. Ding! A high concentration of demonic energy pseudo-golden elixir level has been detected and has been absorbed and transformed by the Yi breath-containing jade talisman. Jade talisman defense charge plus 1 number of attacks that can be blocked from the early stage of the golden elixir, 1122. The system prompt sounded at the appropriate time. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and then a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. This breath-retaining jade talisman has this function? What a pleasant surprise! He dispersed the protective starlight, and the room was in a mess, but Su Xiaoyu's bedroom was safe and sound. He walked to the broken French window, and the night wind blew the corners of his clothes. The pseudo-golden elixir-level blood demon was killed instantly by a sword talisman. This is the power of the system's targeted instant kill. This is the power of cultivation resources. Lu Chen clenched his fists, feeling the surging true energy in his body, and was filled with stronger confidence in the future. The extraordinary world of the earth? He will definitely stand at the top. He glanced at Su Xiaoyu's closed door and confirmed that she was not awakened, then he felt relieved. With a thought, he communicated with the system. System, scan the residual energy and track the source of the blood demon. Chapter 38 Dragon Group visits, Yanhuang order issued. Ding. Scanning. The residual energy contains the aura of Netherworld Blood Sea and Soul Guiding Altar. Tracking direction, southwest direction, deep in the Kunlun Mountains, the coordinates are fuzzy. There is a strong spatial interference. The system gave feedback. Kunlun Mountain? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The legendary mountain of all ancestors in China really hides a big secret. The real nest of the Xianin cult, or the source of summoning the blood demon, is actually deep in Kunlun? It seems that this evil cult has deeper roots than he imagined. However, he had just broken through the foundation building stage and needed to stabilize his realm, comprehend the advanced skills, and digest the resources. Su Xiaoyu also needed time to adapt to and control the Xianin spirit body. It was not the right time to attack Kunlun's nest directly. Let me make a note of this first. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze coldly. When he and Su Xiaoyu become stronger, they will definitely go to the Kunlun demon cave and completely eradicate the roots. He returned to the living room, frowned at the mess. This Yunding Palace was a top-level mansion, but its defense was useless in the face of extraordinary power. He thought about it and took out a few low-grade spirit stones from the system space. Try this. He recalled the arrangement method of the Vajrawal array that he had just learned from the basic talisman collection. This is a simple array that uses spirit stones and specific rune tracks to form a powerful defensive barrier. Lu Chen gathered the star essence on his fingertips, and like the most precise carving knife, he quickly carved mysterious runes on the floor in marble columns in several specific locations in the living room. Then he accurately embedded several low-grade spirit stones into the nodes of the formation. Set up the formation. With a low shout, he injected a stream of true energy to activate it. Buzz! A layer of light golden, nearly transparent film suddenly appeared, like an inverted bowl, covering the entire living room. Runes were faintly flowing on the film, exuding a solid, heavy aura. Lu Chen snapped his fingers, and a gust of wind containing innate energy shot towards the light film. Bang! The finger wind hit the light film like a drop in the ocean, causing only a circle of tiny ripples before disappearing without a trace. Not bad. It's enough to withstand a full-strength attack from a peak Xiantian. If it's an attack from a foundation establishment stage, it can also hold out for a while. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. With this formation, at least he didn't have to worry about ordinary thugs or the aftermath of a battle destroying his residence. For the next few days, Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu stayed in Yunding Palace and did not go out. Lu Chen devoted himself to the advanced practice of Nine Heavens star art. With the help of low-grade spirit stones, his liquid essence became more pure and rich, and his spiritual awareness expanded to a radius of 1 kilometer. In his spare time, he studied the art of talismans and tried to draw the simplest cleaning talisman and light body talisman, which he enjoyed. The chi-gathering pill had little effect on him, but it was of great help to Su Xiaoyu in stabilizing her spirit body and initially drawing chi into her body. Su Xiaoyu, under Lu Chen's guidance, began to actively practice. Her mysterious Yin spirit body was unique. Once she mastered the method, the speed of absorbing Yin energy between heaven and earth was terrifying. In just a few days, she successfully drew chi into her body and entered the first level of chi refining. Her physical fitness was greatly enhanced, and she became more and more adept at controlling the coldness in her body. Her temperament became more ethereal and cold. That evening, Lu Chen was meditating in front of the French window, and the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the room golden. Su Xiaoyu was quietly reading a fashion magazine, occasionally stealing a glance at Lu Chen's focused profile, with a sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. The years are quiet and good, nothing more than this. Suddenly, Lu Chen opened his eyes and looked downstairs. Su Xiaoyu also sensed something and put down the magazine. "Senior, is someone coming?" Well, not an ordinary person. Lu Chen's consciousness had already captured the movement in the lobby downstairs. A low-key black Hongqi car stopped at the door, and 3 people got out of the car. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a neat Zhongshan suit, with a resolute face and deep eyes. He had a steady aura and had reached the late Xiantian stage. Behind him followed 2 young people, a man and a woman, whose auras were also around the early Xiantian stage, with sharp eyes and capable actions, and they were obviously well-trained. After the 3 people presented a special certificate, the lobby manager respectfully led them to the special elevator. It should be someone from the state. Lu Chen understood. He had destroyed the Xianin sect's stronghold before, and caused such a big stir in the novice village Jiangzhou City, killing the Zheng family in seconds, bidding at a sky-high price at the auction, plus the energy fluctuations caused by the pseudo-golden core blood demon's arrival a few nights ago. It would be strange if the special departments of the state hadn't noticed him. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Lu Chen's mind moved, and the Vajrawal array in the living room quietly closed. Su Xiaoyu got up and opened the door. Standing outside the door were the middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit and his 2 young subordinates. When they saw Amelia Su opening the door, a flash of surprise flashed in their eyes, especially when they felt the pure but powerful Xianyin spiritual energy fluctuations from Amelia Su. They were even more shocked. "Excuse me, is Mr. Lu Chun here?" The middle-aged man in the Zhengshan suit was neither humble nor arrogant, with a calm demeanor. "Please come in." Lu Chen's voice came from inside. The three of them walked into the living room, their eyes swept across the messy scene that had not yet been completely repaired. Lu Chen only cleaned up the garbage, and had not had time to replace the damaged walls and furniture, as well as the extremely weak destructive sword intent that remained in the air, which made their souls tremble. Their hearts were even more shocked. What level of battle had taken place here? When the middle-aged man in the tunic suit saw Lu Chen sitting on the sofa, his aura was as unfathomable as the abyss with the breath-retaining jade talisman. They could only feel that it was unfathomable, but could not judge the specific realm. His pupils shrank sharply. He took a step forward and solemnly performed an ancient ritual. "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm Long Zhan, the head of the Jiangnan branch of the Chinese Dragon Soul Special Operations Group." Dragon Soul? Lu Chen understood clearly that it was indeed a special department of the country. He nodded slightly. "Team Leader Long, please take a seat." Long Zhan did not sit down, but went straight to the point, his tone full of respect. "Mr. Lu, I came here this time, first of all, on behalf of the country, to thank you for taking action to eliminate the Black Windao stronghold of the Xianyin sect, eliminating harm for the people, and eliminating a major hidden danger. According to our intelligence, the Xianyin sect is a cult that has been passed down for hundreds of years and is extremely harmful. Your action is of immeasurable merit." Lu Chen did not comment. "It's just for fun." Long Zhan continued. "Secondly, I believe Mr. Lu also knows that this world is not as simple as it seems. Ancient martial arts, supernatural powers, and even some hidden sects are real. The country established Dragon Soul to supervise and restrain extraordinary forces, maintain secular stability, and respond to extraordinary threats from home and abroad." He paused, looking at Lu Chen with burning eyes. "Mr. Lu's strength is unfathomable and cannot be tolerated by the secular world. Dragon Soul begs you to join us and protect China together." Lu Chen raised his eyebrows but didn't say anything. The young male team member behind Long Zhan seemed to think that Lu Chen's attitude was too cold and couldn't help but interrupt. "Mr. Lu, Dragon Soul represents the will of the country and has extremely high authority and resources. Joining us is the best guarantee for you and the people around you. Moreover, maintaining national stability is also the responsibility of every citizen." "Shut up." Long Zhan's face changed and he shouted sternly. He knew very well how terrifying this person was, although he didn't know exactly how terrifying he was, but he could destroy the Xianyin stronghold, trigger pseudo-Jindan level energy fluctuations, and still be safe and sound. How could he be suppressed by citizen duty? Sure enough, Lu Chen's eyes swept over the young team member indifferently. The young team member felt an invisible chill instantly enveloping his whole body, as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. The rest of his words were stuck in his throat. His face turned pale instantly and cold sweat dripped down. He took 2 steps back before he could stand firm, his eyes full of fear. In his heart, Long Zhan cursed his men for not keeping their composure, and hurriedly made amends, with a more respectful attitude. "Mr. Lu, calm down. Young people are ignorant. Long Han has no intention of forcing you. It's just a sincere invitation." Lu Chen retracted his gaze, his tone still calm. "Join Dragon Soul? Not interested. Constraint? You can't restrain me." His tone was calm, but with a domineering attitude that looked down on the world. Long Zhan's heart trembled, knowing that what the other party said was true. He took a deep breath and took out a palm-sized token from his arms. It was neither gold nor jade, but dark red in color, with ancient dragon patterns and the words Yanhuang carved on it. He presented it with both hands. Mr. Lu is a noble man, and Long Zhan admires him. Since you have no intention of joining, Long Soul does not dare to force you. This is the Yanhuang order. Those who hold this order are the symbol of our Chinese protector of the country. Although there is no real power, seeing this order is like seeing a national hero. In the country, you can enjoy the highest level of courtesy, mobilize some national resources, and have certain special powers. At the same time, it also means that the country recognizes your existence and status. As long as you do not endanger the country and the nation, Long Soul and official forces will never interfere with any of your actions. This order is the greatest sincerity and goodwill expressed to you by the Dragon Soul headquarters and even higher levels." Lu Chen looked at the ancient and heavy token and was a little surprised. The country's attitude was very reasonable. This Yanhuang token was equivalent to a super amulet in pass, which saved a lot of worldly troubles and also showed the country's attitude of winning over. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take the token. It felt slightly heavy in his hand, with a warm feeling, and the token seemed to contain some special energy fluctuations. "I'll take the stuff. As long as you don't cause any trouble for me, I have no objection to maintaining the stability of China." Hearing this, Long Zhan felt relieved and a smile appeared on his face. "Thank you, Mr. Liu. The Lanhan Jiangnan branch is always willing to provide you with all the assistance we can. In addition..." He changed the subject and his expression became serious. "According to the intelligence we have intercepted in international trends, an organization called the World Superpower Alliance Summit is actively preparing for a global superpower exchange conference. The venue is the Ark Island on the high seas. On the surface, it is an exchange, but in fact, undercurrents are surging. Various forces want to use this to divide up territory, show off their muscles, and even target China." Oh? Lu Chen was a little interested. The Global Extraordinary Conference? This sounds like a good place to test one's strength and search for resources /kill points. Long Zhan observed the man's expression and immediately said, "Dragon Soul will also send its elite troops to participate. If you are interested, Dragon Soul is willing to provide you with all the conveniences. This is the preliminary information for the summit." He placed an encrypted USB flash drive on the table. Lu Chen nodded. "Leave the information here. As for whether to go or not, it depends on my mood." "Yes. Then I won't disturb you from resting. Goodbye." Long Zhan bowed respectfully and left quickly with his two subordinates who were still frightened. Su Xiaoyu picked up the dark red Yanhuang order and looked through it curiously. "Senior, this sign seems to be very powerful?" Lu Chen played with the token, a playful smile on his face. "Well, a stepping stone. But, the really powerful one." He looked into the distance, as if he had penetrated the space and saw the Ark Island on the high seas where a storm was about to break out. "It's a fist." Chapter 39, Flying the Sword of Kunlun, the Secret Realm Revealed. After sending the Dragon Soul away, Lu Chen casually threw aside the USB drive containing the information of the World Superpower Alliance Summit. In his eyes, this level of so-called summit was just a child's play. Whether to go or not was up to him. If he had the time, he might as well improve his own strength, or go to Kunlun Mountain? The lair of the Xianin sect, the place that can summon the pseudo-golden elixir blood demon, is deep in Kunlun. If this hidden danger is not eliminated, it will always be a trouble. Moreover, Kunlun Mountain, as the ancestral home of the Chinese dragon veins, has countless legends and must hide more secrets and opportunities. Maybe he can find something that will be of great benefit to Su Xiaoyu's Xianin spirit, or an opportunity for him to refresh the system with more advanced items. "Xiaoyu, do you want to go out for a ride?" Lu Chen looked at Su Xiaoyu, who was curiously studying the Yanhuang order. "Going for a ride? Where are you going, senior?" Su Xiaoyu put down the token, her big eyes blinking. "Kunlun Mountain." Lu Chen uttered 3 words. Su Xiaoyu was stunned, and then she remembered the threat from Xianin sect. A trace of nervousness flashed across her face, but more of it was trust and dependence on Lu Chen. "Wherever senior goes, I will go." "Okay, pack up and leave immediately." Lu Chen has always been decisive in his actions. Half an hour later, at an uninhabited mountain top outside Zhengzhou City. The night is like water, dotted with stars. Lu Chen's mind moved, and the black iron flying sword appeared again, growing longer against the wind, with starlight flowing. "This time, let's fly higher and faster." Lu Chen embraced Su Xiaoyu and stepped onto the flying sword. "Yeah." Su Xiaoyu nodded excitedly and expectantly, and hugged Lu Chen tightly. "Rise." Lu Chen drew his sword and used all his strength to activate the star essence in the initial stage of foundation building. Boom! The flying sword burst out with an unprecedented brilliant light, like a rocket taking off, instantly piercing through the clouds and flying straight into the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The speed was so fast that it was far faster than a civil airliner. The fierce gale was blocked by the protective spirit shield, and under his feet was a rolling sea of clouds and a chessboard-like ground in the distance. Wow! So fast! So high! Su Xiaoyu looked at the shrinking city and the magnificent sea of clouds below and couldn't help but exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. This feeling of flying in the sky and overlooking the mountains and rivers is an ultimate experience that cannot be matched by any means of transportation. Lu Chen's spiritual sense locked onto the southwest direction, and the flying sword turned into an almost invisible stream of silver light, speeding towards the Kunlun Mountains. A few hours later, the flying sword began to lower its altitude. Below was no longer plains and hills, but huge mountains covered with snow and rolling, towering and majestic. A vast, ancient, and primitive atmosphere came over me. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was obviously several times richer than that of Jiangzhou City, and it had a primitive and heavy feeling. This is Kunlun. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. In his spiritual perception, this vast mountain range seemed like a sleeping ancient dragon, with countless powerful and obscure auras lurking. There were demons, monsters, blessed lands with abundant spiritual energy, and eerie and strange Jedi. The aura of the Xianin sect was like a deeply hidden poisonous snake, entrenched in a steep valley in the northwest that was shrouded in gray fog all year round. Lu Chen did not rashly approach the valley, the Xianin sect's lair. The other party could summon the pseudo-golden elixir blood demon, so there was no guarantee that they did not have a stronger trump card. He controlled the flying sword and landed in a relatively flat valley with rich spiritual energy hundreds of miles away from the valley. Put away the flying sword and keep your feet on the ground. The air is cool, with the chill of the snow-capped mountains and the fragrance of the grass and trees. Senior, it's so quiet and beautiful here. Su Xiaoyu took a deep breath and felt that the dark yin energy in her body became more active. Although the yin energy here is not as extreme as that in the underground magic cave, it is more pure and natural. Well, Kunlun is the ancestor of all mountains, so it is naturally extraordinary. Lu Chen nodded, and at the same time spread his consciousness and carefully explored the surroundings. He wanted to find a suitable place as a temporary foothold, and by the way, see if he could find some local specialties. Suddenly, his expression changed and his eyes looked towards an inconspicuous cliff deep in the valley. This fluctuation. In his spiritual sense, there seemed to be some kind of extremely obscure spatial distortion behind the cliff, as well as an ancient and pure star power that faintly resonated with his star essence. Although it was extremely weak, its essence was extremely noble. System, scan the cliff area ahead. Lu Chen immediately gave the order. Ding. Scanning. Found a weak space distortion node. Detected high purity inert star energy residue. Energy level, beyond the spiritual level. Suspected, remains of ancient star restrictions or entrance to a small secret realm. The system gave a shocking prompt. Secret place? Lu Chen's heart suddenly jumped. A light of surprise flashed in his eyes. It was indeed worth the trip to Kunlun Mountain. He found a suspected secret realm right after landing? And it was a secret realm related to the power of stars? This was simply an opportunity tailor-made for him. Xiaoyu, come with me, there are good things. Lu Chen took Su Xiaoyu's hand, and his body was as fast as lightning, flying towards the cliff. Chapter 40, The Sword Points at the Ants, the star map begins to show its power. Raymond St. Clair's voice was like the ringing of a bell of judgment, with unquestionable arrogance and cold murderous intent, echoing in the silent Kunlun snow valley. The 10 Templar knights behind him pointed their long swords shining with holy light at Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu, and the powerful aura of light connected together to form an invisible pressure field, trying to deter the two heretics. Senior. Su Xiaoyu felt the fierce killing intent and powerful energy fluctuations of the other party, and her small hand nervously grasped the corner of Lu Chen's clothes. The other party had 11 people, and the lowest one was in the middle stage of the innate realm. The leading blonde knight had an unfathomable aura, which was much stronger than the previous Taoist Qingshu. Lu Chen gently patted the back of Su Xiaoyu's hand, signaling her to rest assured. His eyes did not even linger on the Templars who were facing a formidable enemy, as if they were just a group of insignificant ants, and finally fixed on Raymond's face full of justice and judgment. The Knights Templar? Lu Chen raised his lips in a faint but icy arc. Who gave you the courage to draw your sword against me on Chinese soil? His voice was calm, without deliberately raising the volume, but it clearly penetrated the whistling mountain wind, like a cold steel needle, piercing the heart of every knight. That indifference that ignored everything was more insulting than any roar. Arrogant heretic. Your existence is a blasphemy against light. Surrender and accept the purification of holy light. This is your only salvation. Raymond was completely enraged by Lu Chen's attitude. His golden fighting spirit rose like a flame, and the giant sword in his hand burst into a dazzling brilliance. For the glory of the Lord. Purify them. For the glory of the Lord. 10 Templar knights roared in unison, and the holy light surged instantly. 11 sharp sword lights, containing the will to purify evil and tear apart the darkness, were like an interwoven light net, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, instantly covering the area where Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu were. Before the sword light arrived, the scorching breath of light had already melted the surrounding snow rapidly, and the surface of the rock made a sizzling sound. This was the combined attack formation of the Knights Templar, powerful enough to severely injure or even kill an ordinary cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. They obviously thought Lu Chen was some powerful heretic from the east who practiced evil techniques. Faced with this attack that was enough to make an ordinary transcendent despair, Lu Chen didn't even move a step. He just slowly raised his right hand. There was no hand gestures or incantations, just fingers joined together like swords. On the fingertips, a bright starlight suddenly lit up. In that starlight, it seemed as if there was a miniature galaxy, with countless stars rotating in it. A vast, ancient, and terrifying sword intent that was above the mortal world instantly spread. The moment this sword intent appeared, the fury on Raymond's face instantly solidified, replaced by boundless shock. He felt that the holy light fighting spirit that he was proud of was like a candle in the wind in front of this sword intent, which could be extinguished at any time. The holy light sword net slashed by the 10 knights were like encountering the nemesis of the nemesis. The light dimmed instantly, and the speed dropped sharply. What kind of power is this? Raymond screamed, his eyes filled with incredible fear. Starfall. Lu Chen gently uttered 2 words. He brought his sword fingers together and lightly slashed forward toward the enveloping holy light sword net and the terrified Templar knights behind the sword net. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no devastating momentum. There was only a star-like sword energy that was condensed to the extreme, as thin as a hair, yet so dazzling that it seemed to be able to cut through the void, shooting out silently. Laugh. Like a hot knife through solidified butter. The holy light sword net that was slashed out with all the strength of the 11 Knights Templar and was enough to threaten the foundation building, did not even cause a ripple the moment it came into contact with the star sword chi. It was annihilated and dissipated silently like a dream bubble. The star sword energy continues to move forward. Puff. 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 A series of sounds, so slight that they were almost negligible, like the sound of bubbles bursting, were heard. The 10 Templars who were charging and swinging their swords suddenly froze. A tiny, charred hole appeared between their brows. No blood flowed out, only a wisp of smoke dissipated. The spirit in 10 pairs of eyes dimmed and extinguished quickly, filled with the bewilderment and frozen fear before death. The holy light on them was like a light bulb that had lost power, and it went out in an instant. 10 bodies wearing gorgeous armor seemed to have all their bones pulled out, and they collapsed to the ground, splashing a cloud of snow dust. Flash sale. 10 Templar Knights of the middle and late stages of the innate realm were completely destroyed by Lu Chen's finger. No! Raymond let out a shrill howl, his eyes were bloodshot. The Knights Templar team he was so proud of, couldn't even take a finger from the other party? How could this be heresy? This was clearly a demon from hell. Boundless fear instantly devoured his justice and glory. He burned all the holy light fighting spirit in his body without hesitation, even at the cost of his original essence and blood. His whole body turned into a dazzling golden stream of light, and he fled backwards madly at the fastest speed in his life. He wanted to escape. Escape from this devil. However, Lu Chen's gaze, like cold stars, had already locked onto him. Want to run? Lu Chen raised his sword slightly, and the star sword energy that annihilated 10 knights did not dissipate. Instead, it seemed to have life, drawing a graceful arc in the air and instantly caught up with the fleeing Raymond. No! I am the captain of the Knights Templar. My father is. Raymond felt the deadly breath of death behind him, screamed in fear, and tried to move out of the background. Laugh. The sword energy penetrated the fragile holy light shield that he had held up with all his might, which was as fragile as an eggshell, without any hindrance, and pierced into his back with incredible precision. Ugh! Raymond's running figure suddenly stopped, his face filled with extreme pain and unwillingness. He lowered his head and looked at the bright starlight shining through his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was a genius of the Knights Templar, and had the potential to impact the existence of the Paladins. How could he die here? Plop! Raymond fell heavily on the cold snow with endless regret and fear. His golden blood quickly dyed the white snow red, and he was completely dead. Lu Chen retracted his sword finger, and the terrifying star sword energy also dissipated into nothingness. It was as if the one who killed 11 powerful knights in the blink of an eye just now was not him at all. Senior. Su Xiaoyu opened her mouth slightly, looking at the miraculous scene in front of her, her beautiful eyes shining. She knew that the senior was very strong, but every time she saw it with her own eyes, the shock was beyond words. One finger. Just one finger. The enemies who were so aggressive just now, all turned into cold corpses. Lu Chen walked to Raymond's body, squatted down, and pointed his finger at his forehead. Soul-searching technique activated. Although most of the knight's soul was destroyed by the Star Sword Chi, there might be some useful information in the remaining memory fragments. After a moment, Lu Chen withdrew his fingers, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. The World's Superpower Alliance Summit. Ark Island. The Knights Templar are just one of the pioneers. There are also the Son of the Holy Sea of Light, members of the Dark Council, Onmyoji from Japan, berserkers from Northern Europe. Oh, it's really a riot of demons. Lu Chen sneered. This so-called summit is indeed not simple. It is an important gathering for Western supernatural forces to test and even plot against the East. Dragon Soul's intelligence is still conservative. However, you dare to extend your claws to Kunlun. To me, Lu Chen's eyes swept across the corpses on the ground, his eyes cold. Then don't blame me, I will chop off your claws and your arrogance together. With a thought, his star essence turned into flames, instantly burning the bodies and armor on the ground into ashes, which were blown away by the wind. It was as if these 11 powerful Templar Knights had never appeared. Xiaoyu, let's go. Lu Chen took Su Xiaoyu's hand. Let's find a place for you to digest the inheritance. I also want to study this star sword formation. As for the summit. He raised a dangerous arc at the corner of his mouth. Since we can't avoid it, let's go and have fun. Let them see what the real supernormal is. Chapter 41, Ark Island appears, all parties gather. A few days later. On the vast Pacific Ocean, the sea and sky are one color. An island that is so huge that it seems to be made of steel and some strange crystals floats quietly on the blue sea like an ark in mythology. This is the venue of the World Superpower Alliance Summit, Ark Island. A sea fortress secretly funded by several powerful countries in top chaebol, built with extraordinary power. Around the island, there were all kinds of ships with strange shapes moored. There were warships flying flags of various countries as a symbol of security, luxurious private yachts, ancient sailing ships with runes engraved on them that emitted powerful energy fluctuations, and even huge shadows lurking underwater like submarines. Occasionally, sci-fi aircraft flew silently in the sky. The entire island is shrouded in a huge, almost transparent energy shield, isolating it from outside prying eyes and the invasion of waves. At this moment, the huge square in the center of the island was already crowded with people and bustling with activity. Extraordinary people from all over the world gathered here, dressed in different styles and with different auras. The air was filled with tension, excitement, curiosity, and undisguised competition and hostility. The square is divided into several areas, representing different powers or countries. The most eye-catching ones are undoubtedly the areas in the center that cover the largest area. The Church of Light, all of them were dressed in white robes or silver armor, surrounded by holy light, and looked solemn and proud. The leader was a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, and a handsome face that was almost bewitching. He wore a white robe embroidered with a golden cross, and held a scepter inlaid with a huge diamond. His eyes were indifferent, as if he was looking down on all living things. He was the contemporary holy son of the church, Arthur Pendragon. His aura was as deep as the abyss, and he had reached the middle stage of foundation building. Dark Council area, the style is completely opposite, dark and weird. There are necromancers shrouded in black robes, exuding a decadent atmosphere. There are werewolves with burly figures and red eyes. There are vampires with charming faces and licking scarlet lips. There are also druids with dark green skin and controlling strange vines. The leader is a middle-aged vampire wearing a sophisticated tuxedo, like an aristocratic gentleman, with deep eyes and a faint smile on his lips. He is one of the 13 members of the Dark Council, Count Nicholas, and his aura is equally unfathomable. Olympus District, a group of men and women wearing ancient Greek-style kilts or leather armor, with muscular bodies and vigorous blood like dragons. The leader is a blonde giant nearly 2 meters tall, carrying a huge battle axe and wild eyes. He is the descendant of the god of war Ares, the leader of the berserkers, Hercules. He is full of power and close to the peak of the initial stage of foundation building. Shinto Church of Japan, Onmyoji, ninja, and samurai are mixed together. The leader is a sinister old man wearing gorgeous hunting clothes and holding a bat fan, with several vague shadows of Shikigami floating around him. He is the great priest Abe Haruaki, self-proclaimed, with a mysterious aura, between the early and middle stages of foundation building. In addition, there are Nordic rune warriors, Egyptian priests, Indian ascetics, and some powerful lone travelers and mercenary organizations. The area of Chinese Dragon Soul is located on the east side of the square. The person in charge, Long Zhan, brought a dozen elite team members and looked around solemnly. they felt a huge pressure. The strength of the West in Japan was stronger than expected. Especially the Son of Light and the Earl of Darkness, the unfathomable aura made Long John feel palpitations. The strongest combat force of Dragon's Soul this time was only a worshipper who had just broken through the initial stage of foundation building. Team leader Lon, Mr. Lu, will he come? A young member of the Dragon Soul team asked in a low voice, with expectation in his eyes. After seeing the tip of the iceberg of Lu Chen's strength, they all placed their hopes on this mysterious protector of the country. Long John looked at the direction of the entrance and said in a deep voice, Mr. Lu only said it depends on his mood. But, with his personality, now that he knows, he probably won't miss this kind of excitement. He was unsure either. Just at this moment. Buzz. A strange buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky on the east side of the island. The sound was not harsh, but it had a sharp feeling that penetrated the soul, instantly attracting the attention of all the extraordinary people in the square. Everyone looked up. In the blue sky, a brilliant silver light appeared, like a comet tearing through the sky, shooting towards the Ark Island at an incredible speed. It was so fast that even the island's air defense radar could only catch a passing shadow. The stream of light was getting closer and closer, and everyone could finally see it clearly. That was not some high-tech aircraft, but a huge flying sword. On top of the flying sword, a man and a woman stood facing the wind. The man was as tall as a pine tree, with a handsome face and eyes as deep as the starry sky. He was wearing a simple casual outfit, but he exuded a kind of aloof and otherworldly temperament. He stood with his hands behind his back, as if the flying sword under his feet and the Ark Island in front of him were just toys in his hands. The woman leaned against him, beautiful and ethereal, wearing a simple white dress, like an elf on the top of a snowy mountain. She looked at the island below curiously, with no fear in her pure eyes, only infinite trust in the man beside her. It was Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu. Fly with a sword? Oh my god. What am I seeing? Eastern Sword Immortal? The legend is actually true? What a fast speed. What a strong aura. That girl, her aura, such pure feminine energy. The square was in an uproar. Exclamations and gasps were heard one after another. Whether it was the proud Son of Light, the sinister Earl of Darkness, the wild Hercules, or the shrewd High Priest, their faces were filled with shock and solemnity. This way of appearance was so shocking. Flying with a sword, in the Western supernatural world, that was the realm of demigods or even gods in legend. And this young Oriental man in front of him actually did it? And looking at his relaxed posture, it was obvious that he was at ease. When Long John saw the figure on the flying sword, he was stunned for a moment, and then he was filled with ecstasy. He stood up suddenly and clenched his fists excitedly. Here he comes. Mr. Lu is here. The members of the Dragon Soul team behind him were also excited, and their backs straightened instantly. This is their protector of the country. China's confidence. Swish. The silver sword light cut through the sky, ignoring the energy shield of Ark Island. The shield was useless to Lu Chen, and fell to the ground like a meteor, landing in the open space in front of the Dragon Soul area with incredible precision. The sword light converged, the black iron flying sword shrank, and was put into Lu Chen's sleeve, actually the system space. He held Su Xiaoyu's hand, like a fairy couple returning from an outing, and walked towards Long John and others leisurely. Team leader Long, it seems we are not late? Lu Chen smiled slightly, his tone casual, as if the shocking appearance just now was just an ordinary matter. No. Mr. Lu, Ms. Su, you've come just in time. Long John hurriedly came forward, his attitude respectful but with an excitement that was difficult to conceal. Please take a seat. Lu Chen nodded and took Su Xiaoyu to sit in the main seat reserved in the Dragon Soul area. Su Xiaoyu sat quietly beside him, curiously looking at the extraordinary people of various forms around her. When she saw the Church of Light in the Shinto area of Japan, she frowned slightly, obviously remembering the unpleasantness of Kunlun Mountain. Lu Chen's arrival was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing a huge wave in the square. Countless eyes, some in awe, some in fear, some in greed, and some in hostility, focused on him. The gaze of Arthur, the Son of Light, was like the tangible holy light, with scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible coldness, locking onto Lu Chen. He clenched the scepter in his hand slightly. The Dark Lord Nicholas looked at Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu with interest. He licked his lips with his scarlet tongue and smiled to a charming vampire woman beside him, interesting Orientals, and delicious spirits. Abe Haruaki, the great Japanese priest, had a flash of viciousness and greed in his turbid old eyes, and the Shikigami beside him let out a silent hiss. The berserker Hercules had an excited look on his face, as if he had seen an opponent worthy of a fight and was eager to give it a try. Lu Chen turned a blind eye to all this. He just picked up the fragrant tea offered by Long Zhan, took a sip, and swept his eyes calmly across the audience with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. This summit seems to be more interesting than I imagined. Chapter 42, The Little Trial, the ice begins to break. As night fell, the Ark Island was not silent. The huge energy shield emitted a soft light, illuminating the entire island as if it were daytime. Everywhere on the island, the lights were bright, and there were bars, restaurants, and entertainment facilities of various styles. Extraordinary people from all over the world came here to communicate or test, trade, and even settle personal grudges. Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu were arranged to stay in the most central and luxurious seaside villa in the Dragon Soul area. The villa has its own defensive formation, driven by high-level spirit stones provided by the Dragon Soul, which is enough to withstand the attacks of the Pekinate. Of course, in Lu Chen's view, it is better than nothing. Senior, those people look at us in such strange ways. Su Xiaoyu stood in front of the huge French window, looking at the brightly lit and shadowy island outside, and said softly. She had a pure mind and was extremely sensitive to good, evil, and hostility. They are just a bunch of self-righteous clowns. Lu Chen sat on the sofa, closed his eyes and rested, playing with a low-grade spirit stone with his fingertips, absorbing strands of pure spiritual energy into his body. Don't pay attention to it. You have just broken through the third level of qi refining, and your realm is not stable yet. Hurry up and practice. The spiritual energy on this island is much richer than outside. Yes. Su Xiaoyu nodded obediently, sat cross-legged beside Lu Chen, and practiced the basic qi refining technique that Lu Chen taught her. The advantages of her mysterious Yin spirit body began to emerge, and strands of cold Yin spirit energy gathered from all directions, forming a faint blue halo around her body, and her aura grew steadily and rapidly. Time passes quietly and the moon rises to its zenith. Outside the villa, there was silence, with only the faint sound of waves hitting the rocks. Sudden. The defensive array light shield outside the villa fluctuated very slightly. Like ripples on the water, it flashed and disappeared. If Lu Chen's consciousness had not covered the entire villa, it would have been almost imperceptible. Here it comes. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, and the stars in his eyes flashed. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. Sure enough, someone couldn't hold back anymore. Almost at the same time. Whoosh! 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 3 ghostly black shadows appeared without warning in the shadow corner of the villa's living room. They were shrouded in tight black night clothes, revealing only a pair of cold and ruthless eyes. Their auras were restrained to the extreme, like poisonous snakes blending into the darkness. They were Japanese ninjas. And they were elite Jonin-level ninjas. The leading ninja had the most obscure aura, and surprisingly reached the peak of the innate realm. He held a short blade with a dark blue poisonous light in his hand, and his eyes flashed with cold light, aiming directly at Su Xiaoyu, who was practicing and seemed to be defenseless. Take action. Target, Xianin spirit. No matter life or death. He shouted in Japanese. The 3 ninjas shot up like arrows from a bow. They were extremely fast, leaving 3 faint afterimages. One of them rushed towards Lu Chen to contain him, and the other 2, including the top-level Jonin, went straight for Su Xiaoyu. The sharp poisonous blades tore through the air, bringing with them a deadly cold light. Their coordination was seamless, and their timing was perfect. They were obviously veterans of assassination. In their opinion, Lu Chen might have some strength, but Su Xiaoyu, a girl with a weak aura, the 3rd level of qi refining, just like an ordinary warrior in their perception, was an easy prey. As long as they caught or killed her, the mission would be mostly accomplished. However, they chose the wrong target. Just when the poisonous blade of the Pekinate Jonin was less than 3 feet away from Su Xiaoyu's fair neck, and a cruel and complacent look appeared in his eyes. Something strange happened suddenly. Su Xiaoyu, who had been practicing with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. The pair of eyes that were originally as pure as water were now icy cold. Like 10,000 years of black ice. A terrifying cold air that was extremely pure and froze everything burst out from her body without any warning. Cold domain condensation. Su Xiaoyu opened her cherry lips slightly, her voice was crisp but carried a chill that froze the soul. Buzz. With her as the center, the temperature within a 3-meter radius instantly dropped below absolute zero. The air was frozen, making a crisp crackling sound. The ground was instantly covered with a thick layer of solid ice that emitted a faint blue light. The 2 ninjas who rushed towards her were the first to be hit. Their extremely fast speed seemed to be stuck in a quagmire in the terrifying cold area, and they instantly became extremely slow. A thick layer of dark blue ice crystals spread wildly along their ankles at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? Baga! It's so cold! The eyes of the two ninjas, including the top ninja, were instantly filled with boundless horror and fear. They desperately urged the chakra, the energy of the ninja in their bodies, to break free from the ice. However, the dark blue ice contained the original coldness of Su Xiaoyu's Xianin spirit body, which was extremely tough and had a strange characteristic of freezing energy. Their chakra was like a frozen snake, and the movement became extremely sluggish. In just a breath. Snap! Snap! The two ninjas kept their forward and blade-swinging postures, and along with the poison blades in their hands, they were completely frozen into two lifelike human-shaped ice sculptures. Their faces were still frozen with expressions of extreme horror. The ninja who pounced on Lu Chen was also stunned by this sudden change, and his movements were half a beat slower. Those who disturb others' meditation should be executed. Lu Chen didn't even stand up. He just bent his finger and flicked it lightly at the ninja who was rushing towards him. Call out. A gust of star-like wind, as condensed as a substance, was like a bullet fired from a gun, instantly piercing through the ninja's forehead. Puff! The ninja's body stiffened, the life in his eyes instantly went out, a small charred hole appeared between his eyebrows, and his body fell limply to the ground without making a sound. From the appearance of the ninja to the annihilation of all three, two were frozen and one was killed instantly. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. In the living room, there were only 2 ice sculptures emitting cold air, a corpse with a hole in the middle of its forehead, and Lu Chen with a calm face, and Su Xiaoyu, whose body was slowly cooling down and whose eyes were regaining clarity. Senior, Su Xiaoyu looked at the masterpiece she had created, her face turning pale. It was her first time to kill someone in actual combat, although the person was frozen, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Well done. Lu Chen walked up to her, patted her shoulder, and said encouragingly, "To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Remember this feeling, you will get used to it in the future." He waved his hand and shot out a ray of starfire, burning the corpse on the ground to ashes. Then, he walked up to the 2 ice sculptures and his eyes fell on the waist of the ice sculpture of the innate peak ninja, where hung a palm-sized black scroll engraved with runes. Storage scroll? Lu Chen's eyes flashed with interest. He put his fingers together like a sword, easily breaking the ice and taking the scroll into his hands. His spiritual sense probed into it and found that the space inside was not large, only a few cubic meters, with some Japanese gold bars, US dollars, a few bottles of healing and chakra recovery pills, a few poison ninja darts, and a map of Japan marked with special symbols. Heh, a good harvest. Lu Chen threw the scroll to Su Xiaoyu. "Take it and play with it. The elixir inside will be useful for you to stabilize your realm." Su Xiaoyu took the scroll and flipped through it curiously. Lu Chen's gaze was cast towards the dark night outside the villa, as if he had penetrated the wall and was looking in a certain direction. The curve of his mouth became increasingly cold. "Japan, Abe Haruaki, it seems like you guys are tired of living." Chapter 43, The Arena Opens, the Son of God invites you to fight. The ninja night attack was like a small stone thrown into deep water, and did not cause much commotion on the noisy Ark Island. The Japanese side suffered a loss and dared not speak out. Other forces, on the other hand, became more vigilant and fearful of the Chinese Dragon Soul or Lu Chen. On the second day, the highlight of the much-anticipated World Superpower League Summit, the Superpower Arena Battle, officially kicked off in the huge fighting arena in the center of the island. The fighting arena was made of a special alloy and was covered with a powerful energy shield, which was strong enough to withstand the aftermath of a battle between strong men in the foundation building stage. The stands were circular and could accommodate thousands of people, and at this moment, every seat was full. Extraordinary people, observers, and media limited to the top few media that were allowed from all over the world gathered here, and the atmosphere was warm and tense. The rules of the ring battle are simple: free challenge, life and death are your own responsibility. It is not only a platform for communication and exchange, but also a platform for resolving grievances, dividing interests, and showing off muscles. The winner will gain huge prestige and potential resource allocation. The battle soon began, with extraordinary people from different forces and systems appearing one after another. The Nordic berserker roared and tore apart the opponent's magic shield. The Egyptian priest summoned a huge sandstorm puppet. The werewolves and vampires of the Dark Council worked in perfect harmony and tore apart a powerful lone mutant. The paladin of the Holy Sea of Light used holy light to purify a Southeast Asian sorcerer who practiced evil magic. The battle was bloody and fierce, drawing exclamations and cheers or curses from the stands. Every victory represented a rise in the prestige of the forces behind it. Dragon Soul also sent out several elite players in the late Xiantian stage. With their solid ancient martial arts skills and exquisite coordination, they won a few games and managed to stabilize their position, but it did not cause too much trouble. After all, the real strong ones had not yet made a move. Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu sat in the best seats in the Dragon Soul area, just like watching a play. Su Xiaoyu looked at the brutal fight on the ring, her face tense and her hands unconsciously clenched. Lu Chen, on the other hand, looked indifferent, occasionally commenting a few words, as if he was commenting on a fight between children. Senior, that werewolf is so ferocious, that Paladin's holy light feels so disgusting. Su Xiaoyu whispered. Power has no good or evil, it only depends on the person who uses it. Lu Chen said calmly, however, the holy light of the Church of Light is very different from our Eastern power system. The properties are mutually exclusive, so it's normal for you to find it annoying. At this time, a battle had just ended on the ring. A vampire baron from the Dark Council used strange blood magic to suck an Olympian bronze warrior into a mummy, causing a burst of exclamations and cheers from the Dark Council area. Is there any other warrior who dares to challenge the great Baron Dracula? The vampire saluted gracefully, licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, and glanced at the audience provocatively. The stands were a little quiet for a while. This vampire baron was close to the peak of innate strength, and his methods were strange and vicious. He was not easy to mess with. Just when everyone thought no one would accept the challenge. Amit Ba. A peaceful but powerful Buddhist chant sounded. A golden figure, like the Buddha descending, landed lightly on the stage. The man was a middle-aged monk with a slightly fat body and a kind face. He was wearing a yellow monk's robe that had been washed white, and a huge string of Buddhist beads hung around his neck. Huaxia, Shaolin, Yuan Tong. Please give me some advice. The monk clasped his hands together and bowed slightly to the vampire. Shaolin monk? A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the vampire Dracula. You bald donkey from the east dare to meddle in the affairs of the darkness? Your blood must have a disgusting smell of sandalwood. He laughed strangely and turned into a blood shadow, carrying a pungent fishy wind, and rushed straight to Monk Yuantong. King Kong's angry eyes. Monk Yuantong shouted in a low voice, and a brilliant golden light instantly burst out from his body. His originally slightly fat body seemed to swell up, his muscles were knotted, and his skin was bronze, like a golden arhat. He did not dodge, and punched out. The punch was fierce and powerful, carrying the true meaning of Buddhism to subdue demons and monsters. Boom! The golden Buddha fist and the bloody claws collided fiercely. A dull roar broke out. The air waves rolled. Thump, thump, thump. Baron Dracula screamed and was knocked back by the punch. Black smoke came out of his claws, and he was obviously at a disadvantage. The power of Buddhism could fully restrain the dark creatures. Good. Master is mighty. The Dragon Soul area and some Chinese spectators burst into warm applause. Bald donkey. Are you looking for death? Dracula was furious and screamed. His body exploded into dozens of blood-red bats, rushing towards Yuantong from all directions. Monk Yuantong was not in a hurry. He put his hands together and chanted something. The huge Buddhist beads on his neck automatically flew up and hovered above his head, emitting golden light and forming a golden shield. At the same time, he flipped his palms and slapped out golden Buddhist seals, smashing the blood bats one by one. The battle was fierce and exciting, with Buddha's light and blood shadows intertwined, making it a feast for the eyes. Finally, Monk Yuantong seized a flaw of Dracula and struck his chest with the Vajra palm containing the sound waves of a lion's roar. Puff! Dracula spurted blood wildly, his chest collapsed, and he flew backwards like a broken sack, hitting the energy shield heavily and falling to the ground, his life or death unknown. Thank you. Monk Yuantong took back the Buddhist beads. His breathing was a little disordered, but his eyes were still calm. Shaolin monk. Awesome. Chinese Kung Fu was well deserved of its reputation. Cheers rang out again, and the morale of the Chinese region was greatly boosted. However, at this moment, a clear, yet majestic and cold voice resounded throughout the fighting arena, instantly suppressing all the noise. The Chinese Buddhism does have some secrets. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that in the area of the Holy Sea of Light, the son of God Arthur Pendragon, who had been sitting like a god, slowly stood up. Holding the holy light scepter inlaid with huge diamonds, he stepped out into the air step by step, as if stepping on invisible stairs, and walked to the sky above the center of the arena. He looked down at Monk Yuantong from above, and also swept across the Chinese dragon's soul area. Finally, his eyes fixed on Lu Chen. But, in the face of absolute light, the power of all heretics is nothing more than the light of fireflies. Arthur's voice was like a hymn, with the power to cleanse people's hearts, but also contained unquestionable tyranny. Master Yuantong, you have exhausted your strength. This holy son disdains to take advantage of others' misfortune. He changed the subject and pointed his scepter towards the dragon soul area, towards Lu Chen, the mighty eastern warrior who came here on a sword yesterday and made a stunning appearance. This holy son, Arthur Pendragon, on behalf of the Lord's glory, formally issues a challenge to you. Do you dare to come on stage and fight me? Let the world see which is more powerful, the flying sword of the east, or the eternal holy light of my lord. The whole place fell into silence instantly. All eyes were focused on Lu Chen. The holy son Arthur, in the middle stage of foundation building and the strongest of the younger generation of the Holy Sea of Light, actually directly challenged the mysterious Eastern Sword Immortal. Long Zhan and the others' hearts instantly rose to their throats. Su Xiaoyu even nervously grabbed Lu Chen's arm. Senior. Lu Chen slowly raised his head and met Arthur's gaze, which was as dazzling as the sun and full of judgment. There was no tension or anger on his face, but a hint of a playful smile. He did not stand up, but spoke lightly, his voice clearly heard throughout the room. Challenge me? You are not qualified. Amid everyone's astonished gazes, Lu Chen snapped his fingers. Go and play with him. A beam of black light shot out from his sleeve. It grew in the wind and turned into a 3-foot 3-inch flying sword that was completely black and wrapped in bright starlight, the Black Iron Flying Sword. The flying sword hovered in the center of the ring, the tip of the sword pointed directly at Arthur, making a clear sound. An unparalleled and all-removing sword intent instantly spread. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. He actually just sent out his own flying sword to fight? This was no longer contempt, but a naked insult. Arthur's godly face was instantly covered with frost. In his golden pupils, raging anger ignited. Good. Very good. Since you are so arrogant, I, the Holy Son, will break your broken copper and iron today. And then I will kill you. Chapter 44, The Flying Sword Breaks the Holy Shield, and the Holy Blood Stain the Sky. The anger of the Holy Son Arthur erupted like a suppressed volcano. He was the Holy Son of the Holy Sea of Light, and his status was extremely high. How could he have suffered such a great humiliation? The other party only sent a flying sword to fight back. This was simply trampling on his dignity. Heretics! You will pay for your arrogance. Arthur's voice was as cold as the wind in the underworld, piercing the bones. He stopped talking nonsense and raised the holy light scepter inlaid with a huge diamond in his hand. The Lord said, "Let there be light." Boom! A vast, majestic, pure and blazing holy light, like a flood bursting out of a dam, burst out from the diamond on top of the scepter, instantly dyeing the entire ring, and even most of the fighting field, a dazzling golden color. The terrifying pressure was like a substance, suffocating countless low-level transcendents in the stands, and their souls were trembling. The holy light quickly condensed in the air, transforming into an incomparably huge holy light shield engraved with countless sacred runes, emitting an indestructible aura. The giant shield stretched in front of Arthur, shining brightly, as if it could withstand any attack in the world. The shield of holy blessing. A knowledgeable Western transcendent exclaimed, "This is the signature defensive magic of His Majesty the Holy Son. It is said that it can withstand missile bombardment. That broken sword is dead." Fanatical shouts broke out in the area of the Holy Sea of Light. Arthur's eyes were cold. He not only wanted to block the flying sword, but also to destroy it completely. He pinched his left hand, chanted an ancient prayer, and waved the scepter again. The Lord says that those who offend God's majesty will be judged. Spear of holy judgment. Swish! A huge spear of light, as thick as a bucket and wrapped with golden thunder, formed by pure holy light, instantly appeared above Arthur's head. The tip of the spear pointed directly at the suspended black iron flying sword, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. This was an offensive magic, and its power far exceeded the previous holy shield. Attack and defense in one. As soon as St. Arthur made a move, he showed the terrifying strength of a mid-stage foundation building expert. He wanted to crush the flying sword that insulted him with the most powerful attitude and shock the whole audience. Facing this mighty holy light magic, the black iron flying sword hovering in the air only trembled slightly, and emitted a clearer and more exciting sword sound. as if it was excited and eager to fight. The starlight on the sword became brighter, and a sharp sword intent that cut through the sky and penetrated everything soared into the sky. Go! On the stands, Liu Chen just uttered a word lightly. Buzz! The black iron flying sword moved. There was no fancy trajectory, no earth-shattering momentum. It turned into a black gold lightning that tore through space. The speed was so fast that it exceeded the visual capture limit of everyone. It only left a straight, long-lasting vacuum trajectory in the air. Target Holy Shield. Stupid. How dare you challenge the Holy Shield? A Vatican knight sneered. However, his sneer had not yet subsided. Laugh. A slight but soul-piercing tearing sound was heard. The dark gold lightning, like a red-hot knife piercing into butter, penetrated the holy shield that exuded an indestructible aura and was engraved with sacred runes without any hindrance in an instant. Boom! The huge holy light shield, at the moment of being pierced, suddenly expanded like a punctured balloon, and then exploded. It turned into golden light spots all over the sky and dissipated. What? Arthur's pupils suddenly shrank. For the first time, an expression of disbelief and horror appeared on his face. His holy shield couldn't even block it for a moment? At the moment when the holy shield was broken, the black gold lightning black iron flying sword continued to move forward without any loss of momentum, with a sharp edge that could penetrate everything, and shot directly at Arthur's face. The speed was so fast that even Arthur's consciousness in the middle stage of foundation building could not completely lock on it. The shadow of death looms instantly. No! Arthur roared in shock and anger. He no longer cared about attacking, and frantically injected all the holy light fighting spirit in his body into the spear of holy judgment that had just condensed above his head, using it as the last defense, and smashed it hard at the deadly black light. Boom! The spear of holy judgment and the black iron flying sword collided fiercely. There was no earth-shattering explosion as imagined. There was only the extremely harsh sound of metal friction and energy annihilation. The brilliant holy light and the sharp starlight collided and melted violently. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, the seemingly ordinary black flying sword, like the toughest divine weapon, withstood the violent holy light and thunder, and split the huge spear of holy judgment in two. Sizzle! The spear of the holy judgment was forcibly torn apart. The violent holy light energy went out of control and exploded like fireworks. After tearing the holy spear apart, the dark gold lightning only dimmed its light a little and slowed down a little, but it still carried an unstoppable determination and instantly penetrated the last thin holy light shield that Arthur had hastily erected. Phew! A flash of blood. The flying sword pierced Arthur's right shoulder blade with incredible precision, bringing up a puff of holy blood emitting a faint golden glow. Ugh! Arthur let out a shrill scream, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably as if he was hit by a high-speed train, and the holy light scepter in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. His handsome face was twisted in pain, and his golden pupils were filled with pain, humiliation, and disbelief. He, the Holy Son of the Church of Light, a strong man in the middle stage of foundation building, was actually severely injured by the opponent's flying sword? The whole place was in dead silence. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by the scene that subverted their cognition. The mouth was open so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. In the area of the Holy Sea of Light, the frenzy turned into deathly silence and terror. In the dark parliament area, the smile on Count Nicholas' face froze and his eyes became extremely solemn. A trace of horror and deep fear flashed across the turbid old eyes of the great Japanese priest Abe Haruaki. The berserker Hercules clenched his fists excitedly, with a burning desire for war in his eyes, but more of it was fear. In the Dragon Soul area, Long Zhan and others were shaking with excitement, their fists clenched. The black iron flying sword turned gracefully in the air, shaking off the golden blood on the sword, and made a clear sound, as if announcing its victory. Then it turned into a stream of light, flew back to Liu Chen, shrank, and disappeared. Liu Chen still sat in the same position, picked up the teacup, and blew away the hot air gently, as if the shocking sword strike just now was just a flick of dust. He raised his eyes and looked towards the sky above the ring. Saint Arthur, who was holding his shoulder, had a pale face and a weak breath, and spoke lightly. Now, is that enough? Chapter 45, Angels Descend? Star Map controls the universe. Liu Chen's plain words were like the loudest slap in the face, slapping Arthur Pendragon hard in the face, and also slapping the face of the entire Holy Sea of Light. Above the ring, the Holy Son Arthur covered his pierced shoulder, golden holy blood dripping from his fingers, staining his white holy robe red. The intense pain was far less than the humiliation and overwhelming hatred in his heart. His handsome face, like a god, was twisted, and crazy flames burned in his golden pupils. Heretic! Blasphemer! Arthur's voice became hoarse and sharp due to extreme anger and pain, like the roar of a devil from hell. How dare you? How dare you hurt my holy body? Blaspheming the glory of the Lord. You deserve to die. Even death is not enough to atone for your sins. He suddenly raised the holy light scepter in his hand. The huge diamond on the top of the scepter, at this moment, burst into an unprecedented dazzling light because of his anger and the holy power that he had madly injected. It even overwhelmed the artificial light source of the fighting arena. In the name of my son, burn my blood in faith. Call upon the power of heaven. Come, warrior of the Lord. Holy guardian shadow of Gabriel. Arthur's voice resounded through the sky like the last crazy bet. He suddenly spurted out a mouthful of golden blood containing a rich source of holy power, spraying it on the diamond on the top of the scepter. Boom! The sky seemed to be torn apart. An extremely thick column of light, composed purely of holy light, ignored the energy shield of the Ark Island and suddenly fell from the sky, enveloping Arthur. A terrifying pressure far beyond the foundation building stage, with a sacred, majestic, and judgmental aura, swept across the entire fighting field like a tsunami. Under this pressure, countless extraordinary people in the stands turned pale and trembled, and some even couldn't help but kneel down. This was the pressure from a higher-level life form. Arthur's figure became blurred in the beam of light. Behind him, an extremely huge phantom made of pure holy light was rapidly condensing into shape. The phantom was 10 feet tall, with 3 pairs of huge wings made of holy light on its back, wearing a dazzling battle armor, holding a huge lightsaber burning with holy flames. Although his face was blurry, the sacred aura that overlooked all living beings and judged everything made everyone's soul tremble. Angel? It's the projection of the seraphim Gabriel. His Majesty the Son of God actually summoned an angel to descend. A miracle. This is a true miracle. It's over. That Oriental man is dead. No one can survive the judgment of an angel. Fanatical prayers and shouts broke out in the area of the Holy Sea of Light, and the believers were so excited that they burst into tears. The faces of the people from the Dark Council, the Japanese Shintoism and other hostile forces also became extremely ugly. Angel projection. This has exceeded the scope of the foundation building period and reached the power of the golden elixir level. Although it is only a projection and the duration is limited, its power is enough to sweep the entire venue. Mr. Liu. Long John's face turned pale and he looked at Lu Chen anxiously. Su Xiaoyu was so nervous that her face turned pale, and she tightly grasped Lu Chen's arm. Senior. Lu Chen looked at the giant angel shadow that was gradually solidifying in the beam of light, and his eyes finally changed a little. It was no longer playful as before, but was filled with a serious and solemn look. Burning your blood in faith to forcibly summon an angel projection? The price is not small. Lu Chen slowly stood up, his eyes like lightning, piercing through the bright holy light, and locked onto Arthur, whose breath in the center of the light column had become extremely weak and seemed to be dying at any time. What a pity, a shadow without intelligence and only power is worthy of being called an angel. He admitted that the power of this projection was very strong, at the peak of pseudo-golden elixir, and even touched the threshold of the real golden elixir. If he was still in the early stage of foundation building, it might take some effort. But now. Just right, I'll use you to test the power of the new toy. Lu Chen's mouth curled up dangerously. Amidst everyone's horrified gazes, a palm-sized ancient scroll, made of neither silk nor satin, and emitting soft starlight, suddenly appeared in Lu Chen's hand, the Zhou Tian Xing Chen 2 replica. Without any hesitation, he injected the star essence from the initial stage of foundation building in his body, along with the deeper star mysteries he had comprehended from the breakthrough of the Qi refining and spirit transformation scroll, into the scroll without reservation. 9 heaven stars, listen to my command. The Zhou Tian star map, manifest the void. Suppress. Lu Chen's voice was like thunder in the sky, carrying supreme majesty. Buzz. The star scroll instantly shone brightly. It turned into a dazzling silver light column with a diameter of several meters, rising into the sky. It directly pierced through the dome of the fighting arena and pierced into the vast sky. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Ark Island shook violently. It was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. The energy shield of the fighting arena was shattered like paper. The island's defense system sounded a piercing alarm. Next moment, a starry sky whose beauty and vastness cannot be described in words suddenly appears. That was not an illusion. It was a miniature star field composed of countless real star projections, covering the entire sky above the fighting field. The Big Dipper was hanging high, the Milky Way was across the sky, and countless bright or dark stars were slowly moving along mysterious trajectories. Vast, ancient, sacred, and carrying the magnificent power of heaven that suppressed the heavens and the worlds. Map of the heavenly stars replica full deployment. Ah! No! In the holy light column, the six-winged angel projection that had just condensed and exuded terrifying pressure, at the moment of the starfield's arrival, was like an ice cube thrown into a boiling oil pan, emitting a shrill scream that was not like a human voice. The holy light on its body swayed wildly and melted. The huge light wings broke into pieces. The holy flame sword in its hand also quickly dimmed. The pressure from the sacred angels was like a firefly to the bright moon, crushed into nothingness in front of this real starry sky. What is this? Starry sky? He summoned a starry sky? Oh my God! What am I seeing? In the stands, whether it was the fanatical believers, the sinister dark creatures, or the wild warriors, they were all in incomparable shock and fear at this moment. This was completely beyond their cognition. Impossible. The Lord's light is invincible. In the center of the light column, Arthur let out a desperate and unwilling roar, frantically squeezing out the last bit of blood and faith, trying to maintain the angel projection. Shut up! Lu Chen's eyes turned cold, and he pointed at the projection of the angel in the starfield from a distance. Starfall! Kill! As his voice fell, several star projections that were originally moving slowly in the starfield suddenly shone brightly. As if they were given life. They turned into several meteorites with long tails of flames, with the power of destroying the world, tearing the starry sky apart, and fiercely bombarding the angel projection that was struggling violently. Boom! 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 Like a planet collision. The bright starlight and the blazing holy light intertwined and annihilated each other madly. The seemingly powerful six-winged angel projection, under the bombardment of several star projections, could not even hold out for a second, and then let out an unwilling whine, and exploded. It turned into a golden light rain that dissipated in the starfield. Puff! The summoned projection was forcibly blown up, and Arthur suffered a fatal backlash. He spat out several mouthfuls of golden blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, and his whole body seemed to have been drained of all his strength. The holy light scepter in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and the huge diamond was also covered with cracks. His eyes were filled with boundless fear, despair, and confusion, and his body fell straight down from midair like a kite with a broken string, and hit the ring heavily, his life or death unknown. The whole place was in dead silence. You can hear a pin drop. Only that vast miniature star field was slowly rotating above the fighting arena, emitting a magnificent power that could suppress everything. Lu Chen stood under the star field, his posture was straight, like a god king in charge of the stars. He swept his eyes calmly across the whole place, and everyone touched by his eyes, whether they were the Templar Knights, the Dark Counselors, the Japanese priests, or the Berserkers, felt their souls tremble, and they could not help but lower their proud heads. In the Dragon Soul area, Long Zhan and others were shaking with excitement, with tears in their eyes. Su Xiaoyu looked at the godlike figure under the starfield, her beautiful eyes filled with unparalleled admiration and love. Lu Chen's mind moved, and the vast starry field above his head slowly converged and turned into that ancient star scroll again, falling into his hands. The light was slightly dim, obviously a huge consumption. He walked to the edge of the ring, his eyes fell on the cracked holy light scepter that Arthur dropped, especially the huge diamond. He grabbed it from mid-air. Ding! Obtained, holy blood crystal, residual X1 containing pure holy power of light. Can be used for refining equipment, refining pills, or improving specific skills. The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen put away the scepter. The crystal was automatically stored in the system, and his eyes swept across the silent scene again, finally landing on the pale and almost limp area of the holy sea of light. Take your son of God and get out of China's sight. If it happens again. His tone was calm, but it was chilling enough to freeze the soul. I don't mind going to the Vatican and tearing down your so-called gate of heaven. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the distraught people from the west, turned around and walked towards the Dragon Soul area, holding Amelia Su's hand. Let's go, there's nothing to see here. Under the gazes of countless awe, fear, and complex expressions, Lu Chen took Su Xiaoyu and left the fighting arena as if they were taking a walk. After this battle, the name of Lu Chen from China shocked the world of the supernatural with an unrivaled attitude. The Zhoutian star map killed the angel projection and became an immortal legend. The Ark Island summit also completely entered a new stage dominated by Lu Chen's will. Chapter 46, The Star Core recognizes its master, the secret realm returns to the abyss. When Lu Chen's palm passed through the seemingly indestructible but actually non-repellent starlight film without any hindrance and gently covered the heart of the stars. Buzz. The entire secret realm of stars emitted an unprecedented violent resonance. The fist-sized, slowly rotating star heart like a miniature universe suddenly burst out with millions of dazzling starlight. The light was so bright that it instantly drowned out Lu Chen's figure and even penetrated the border of the secret realm, illuminating the eternal night sky of the Kunlun snow mountain outside as bright as day. A vast, ancient, and unimaginably pure force of the origin of the stars, like a galactic torrent bursting through a dam, flowed down Lu Chen's arms and madly poured into his body. Ah! Even though Lu Chen's will was as strong as iron, he couldn't help but groan at this moment. This power was too huge and too pure. It was far beyond his limit of endurance during the Foundation building period. His meridians, dantian, and sea of consciousness were instantly filled and torn apart by this torrent, and then quickly repaired and reshaped under the magical power of the heart of the stars. The chi refining and spirit transformation volume of the Nine Heavens star art began to operate at an unprecedented speed. In the dantian chi sea, the liquid star essence was compressed, condensed, and transformed madly under the impact of this source of power. The originally bright silver essence began to be stained with a little deep blue and chaotic gray, and the aura became more ancient and vast. His bones, flesh, and even every cell were undergoing earth-shaking evolution under the baptism of the star origin. His physical strength increased at a terrifying speed. His spiritual consciousness expanded like an explosion, instantly breaking through the limit of the Foundation building period and reaching a new height, the golden elixir spiritual consciousness. At the same time, countless profound insights about the movement of stars, the birth and death of the universe, the mysteries of space, and the fragments of time flowed directly into the depths of his soul like a brand. This is the fragment of the supreme law contained in the heart of the stars. The heart of stars is merging with Lu Chen in the most direct and overbearing way. Recognizing the master. This process was painful and long, as if he had experienced crushing and rebirth again and again. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, held on to a clear mind, and used all his strength to practice the skills, guiding, absorbing, and refining this overwhelming fortune. Su Xiaoyu watched nervously from a distance, her little face full of worry, but she could feel that although Lu Chen's aura was violent, it was like a phoenix rising from the ashes, undergoing an essential transformation, becoming stronger and deeper. I don't know how much time passed. When the last bit of violent star essence was absorbed into Lu Chen's dantian with great difficulty and initially merged with his own true essence, the light of the suspended star heart gradually became introverted and gentle. It slowly rotated, no longer emitting terrifying pressure, but achieving a perfect resonance with Lu Chen's heartbeat, breathing, and even soul fluctuations. Buzz. The heart of the stars turned into a stream of light and instantly sank into Lu Chen's dantian chi sea, suspended in the center of the true energy vortex that had transformed into a deep star wheel. Like the core of a star in a galaxy, it pulsated slowly and exuded infinite vitality and power. Boom! Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. There was no longer pure starlight in his eyes, but the galaxy in his left eye was born and died, and the chaos in his right eye was just beginning to open. A vast aura that was above the Foundation building and seemed to control the stars and the universe spread out from him uncontrollably. Although his realm was still at the peak of the initial stage of Foundation building, energy accumulation takes time. At this moment, his life level and the essence of his power had undergone a tremendous transformation. The strength of his spiritual consciousness was even more stable at the initial stage of the golden elixir. He clenched his fist lightly. Snap! The space around the fist actually groaned as if it could not bear the heavy load, and tiny black cracks appeared. The pure power was close to the limit of this space. Heart of the stars, Lord of the stars. Lu Chen felt the boundless power in his body, as if it could blow up the stars with one punch, as well as the star core in his dantian that was slowly rotating like a magic needle. He felt extremely proud. Just at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. The entire starry secret realm began to shake violently. The surrounding starry sky illusion appeared with countless cracks like a broken mirror. The core that supported the existence of the secret realm was taken away, and this space attached to Kunlun was about to collapse completely. Senior! Su Xiaoyu exclaimed. Let's go! Lu Chen reacted very quickly, took a step forward, and instantly appeared beside Su Xiaoyu, wrapping the two of them with the power of the stars. With a thought, he no longer needed the flying sword, and an invisible star power lifted them up, turning into a bright starlight, shooting towards the entrance of the secret realm. Behind them, the starry sky collapsed inch by inch, turning into a violent space turbulence. Countless star phantoms were annihilated, and the entire secret realm quickly returned to nothingness. Swish! The starlight broke through the space crack and reappeared in front of the cliff of Kunlun Snow Mountain. Boom! The space crack behind him uttered an unwilling whine, and completely closed and disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Only the faint space fluctuations remaining in the air proved what had just happened. Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu were suspended in mid-air, with a bottomless abyss beneath their feet. The night wind was fierce, but blowing over the two of them, it felt like a gentle caress. "Senior, you seem to be different." Su Xiaoyu looked at Lu Chen, her beautiful eyes shining. At this moment, Lu Chen's temperament was more profound and restrained, but he also had a natural majesty that controlled everything, as if he had merged with the starry sky. "It's a big harvest." Lu Chen smiled slightly, feeling the surging star power in his body and the star heart in his dantian. An unprecedented sense of power filled his body. He glanced at the snow-capped mountains below, and his consciousness instantly covered a radius of 100 miles. He frowned slightly. In his spiritual sense, there were dozens of powerful auras hidden in various places on the snowy mountain. There were Western superpowers wearing high-tech combat uniforms, ninjas hiding in the shadows, and weirdos wearing priest robes but emitting a dark aura. They were like sharks smelling blood, sneaking towards the cliff from all directions. Obviously, the opening of the secret realm and the explosion of the Heart of the Stars had alarmed these hyenas lurking in Kunlun. "You are a fool." Lu Chen's eyes were cold. "It was just right, let's try it on them." He just had a thought, and he didn't even need to make hand gestures or chant any spells, he just needed to think about it. Buzz! Within a radius of 1 kilometer, space seemed to freeze instantly. Gravity suddenly increased 100-fold. Plop! 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 Those extraordinary people who were sneaking or flying over, whether they were the leaders of the Pekinate psychics, the top Jonins who were good at hiding, or the dark priests with mysterious auras, were crushed to the ground by the terrifying gravity without any warning like dumplings. The hard frozen soil was smashed into a human-shaped pit. The sound of bones breaking was endless. "Ah! What's going on? It's so heavy. I can't move." Screams of terror echoed one after another in the silent snow-capped mountains. Lu Chen held Su Xiaoyu's hand and slowly landed on the top of the highest snow peak like a god descending from heaven, overlooking the prey below who were struggling like ants. "You are hiding your head and showing your tail, coveting my Chinese secret realm." Lu Chen's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by every extraordinary person suppressed by gravity, like the sentence of the god of death: "Since you are here, then, stay forever." He slowly raised his right hand, spread out his 5 fingers, and gently clenched them towards the void below. Chapter 47, The Allied forces approached the border, and the star chain locks Kunlun. Following Lu Chen's seemingly casual grip. Buzz! The terrifying gravity field covering an area of 1 kilometer in radius underwent a qualitative change in an instant. It was no longer a simple oppression, but an inward collapse. A crushing blow. No! In the snow valley below, dozens of extraordinary elite soldiers from various countries who were pressed to the ground let out sharp howls of extreme despair. They felt as if their bodies were being squeezed fiercely from all directions by an invisible 10,000-ton hydraulic press. The body's protective energy was shattered like paper. The tough combat uniforms, the ninja's armor, and the priest's dark shield, in the face of absolute power, were annihilated like bubbles. Snap! 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 The sound of bones shattering was so loud that it made one's teeth ache. The flesh and blood body was squeezed, deformed, and crushed by the invisible force. Puff, puff, puff. Balls of blood mist exploded on the cold snow. Like a blooming red flower. The strong smell of blood instantly filled the air. Just a handshake. Dozens of elite transcendents from various countries, who were at least in the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, and some were even at the peak of the Xiantian realm, were completely crushed into pulp without even a chance to resist. Their souls flew away. On the top of the snow-capped mountain, the cold wind is howling. Lu Chen slowly withdrew his hand, as if he had just crushed a few ants, with an indifferent expression. Beside him, Su Xiaoyu's face was a little pale, but her eyes were extremely firm. She knew that these people were all enemies and it was not a pity to let them die. "I cleaned up some garbage." Lu Chen looked towards the distant eastern sky with a deep gaze, "But I'm afraid that bigger troubles are on the way." The phenomena of heaven and earth caused by his fusion of the Heart of the Stars were too shocking, and the spatial fluctuations caused by the collapse of the Kunlun secret realm could not be hidden from the truly powerful. Those forces that were intimidated by him on the Ark Island would never be willing to fail. Especially since the Holy Son of the Holy Sea of Light was seriously injured and the angel projection was destroyed, this was a great shame. System, scan the global area for large-scale energy gathering targeting me. Lu Chen ordered in his mind. Ding. Scanning. Large-scale energy gathering detected. Location, Pacific Ocean, waters near the coordinates of Ark Island. Scale, super large combined fleet including 3 aircraft carriers, Air Force super modified fighters, armed helicopters, underwater force super powered submarines. High intensity energy shield reaction detected. Personnel, the remaining Knights Templar of the Holy Sea of Light including ascetics, the main force of the Dark Council led by Count Nicholas himself, the Olympus Berserker Legion, the main force of the Japanese Shinto religion Abe Haruaki himself, the elite of the Holy Shield Ability Bureau, the Nordic Rune War Fortress. The total number of extraordinary people is estimated to be more than 500, including 12 in the Foundation establishment stage. Intent analysis, 99.9% is targeting the host God Killer Alliance. The energy fluctuations are highly active, and the attack intention is obvious. It is expected to arrive in the outer airspace of Kunlun Mountains in 1 hour. Threat level, extremely high. Comprehensive assessment, it has the ability to destroy the defense forces of small and medium-sized countries in a short period of time, and poses a fatal threat to early Jindan cultivators. Oh, the God Slayer Alliance? What a big name. Lu Chen looked at the information fed back by the system. Instead of fear, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. 12 Foundation builders? 500 extraordinary elites? A joint fleet? After he merged with the heart of the stars, his consciousness entered the golden core, and his power essence transformed. These were nothing but chickens and dogs. Senior, they. Su Xiaoyu also saw the information through the system sharing, and her face was full of worry. There are too many enemies, and they are too strong. They are just a bunch of rabble. Lu Chen ruffled Su Xiaoyu's hair, his tone full of confidence. It's just right, I'll use them to sharpen my star power and show you what real power is. His mind moved, and he communicated with the slowly rotating star heart in his dantian. Buzz. An invisible and vast star wave spread out with Lu Chen as the center, instantly covering the entire Kunlun Mountains. Next moment. In various parts of the Kunlun Mountains, dozens of snow-capped peaks that had been silent for countless thousands of years suddenly lit up with faint starlight. These starlights echoed each other, outlining mysterious trajectories, faintly forming a huge formation covering the entire Kunlun. This is the authority given to Lu Chen by the Heart of Stars to initially control the resonance node between Kunlun's earth veins and the power of stars. Although it is still impossible to fully mobilize the power of Kunlun's ancestral veins, it is more than enough to mobilize part of the power of stars to lay down defenses. Star chain lock. Lu Chen shouted softly, and his sword finger slashed in the air. Boom! 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 Above the Kunlun Mountains, dozens of thick silver light pillars shot up into the sky. Intertwined and entangled at an altitude of 10,000 meters, they instantly formed a huge light net composed of pure star power that covered the entire Kunlun Mountains. Above the light net, countless star runes flowed, exuding an indestructible and terrifying aura that suppressed everything. Starlink Array. Done. The moment the starlight net appeared, the entire Kunlun Mountains seemed to be infused with souls, and a vast, heavy, sacred, and inviolable aura spread. All the spirit beasts and monsters hidden in the mountains trembled and crawled on the ground. Wow! So beautiful. So amazing. Su Xiaoyu looked at the magnificent and majestic starlight net above her head, her eyes full of amazement. Lu Chen stood on the top of the snow-capped mountain with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the biting cold wind. His eyes were as sharp as swords, piercing through the void, as if he saw the huge fleet rushing towards him from the Pacific Ocean. Come on, let me see how long you so-called god killers can survive under this star chain. Chapter 48, Starlight shines in the world, shakes the aircraft carrier single-handedly. Pacific Ocean, high seas. The huge fleet that covered the sky and the sun was like a moving steel fortress, cutting through the waves and approaching the Chinese territorial waters at an astonishing speed. In the command room of the flightship Ark Fortress transformed from the original Ark Island, the atmosphere was solemn and fanatical. The huge holographic screen clearly displayed the starlight net that suddenly appeared over the Kunlun Mountains and covered an astonishing range. The runes flowing on the light net and the energy intensity it emitted made the strong men from various countries in front of the screen look solemn. Star Force Array. Covering the entire Kunlun? How is this possible? Dark Earl Nicholas's scarlet pupils shrank, revealing an expression of disbelief for the first time. Energy manipulation of this scale was beyond their comprehension. Baga. He must have used the Kunlun vein. We must destroy him before he completely controls the formation. The great Japanese priest Abe Haruaki had a gloomy expression on his face, and the bat fan in his hand made a creaking sound. The glory of the Lord cannot be desecrated. The revenge of the Son of God must be washed away with the blood of heretics. All warships, charge your main guns. Target the nodes of the Kunlun formation. Saturation coverage strike. A cardinal of the Holy See of Light, who was standing in for the severely injured Son of God, roared hysterically. For glory! Tear him apart! The berserker Hercules wielded a huge battle axe, his fighting spirit boiling. The order was issued quickly. Woo! The shrill war alarm resounded throughout the entire combined fleet. The decks of the 3 heavy aircraft carriers were completely cleared, revealing the huge gun muzzles underneath that were shining with a faint blue light and engraved with energy circuits. That was the Magic Energy Annihilation main gun that integrated extraordinary technology and magic technology. The main turrets of dozens of destroyers and cruisers also rotated, and the muzzles lit up with dazzling light. In the sky, hundreds of fighter planes that had undergone extraordinary transformation and were equipped with microfusion engines and energy weapons roared into the sky, like a swarm of bees. Underwater, several huge, super-powered submarines also locked onto the geomagnetic nodes of the Kunlun Mountains. Target locked. Kunlun Star Chain Array. Main gun charging completed. Emission. With an order. Boom. 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 The deafening sound of artillery fire tore through the tranquility of the sea and sky. Dozens of extremely thick and colorful light beams, all containing destructive energy, were ejected from warships on the sea, fighter planes in the air, and submarines underwater at the same time. Like the judgment spear of the god of death, it pierced the sky, spanned hundreds of kilometers, and with the momentum of destroying the world, fiercely slammed into the huge star light network above the Kunlun Mountains. This was a strike that combined the technology and magic power of the world's top supernatural forces. The power was enough to flatten a large city in an instant. Even a Jindan cultivator would either die or be injured if he resisted it head-on. The top of Kunlun. Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the dozens of destructive light pillars with long flame tails in the sky, which were attacking like meteor showers, without any fluctuation on his face. You dare to show off your mere tricks? A cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just when those destructive light beams were about to hit the starlight network, Lu Chen moved. He didn't even lift a finger. Just a thought. Buzz. The star chain array covering Kunlun suddenly shone brightly. The star runes on the light network seemed to come alive and circulated wildly. The vast star power instantly gathered in the direction of the light column. No earth-shattering explosion. Only silent annihilation. The dozens of terrifying light beams that were powerful enough to destroy the city were like a drop in the ocean the moment they came into contact with the starlight net. The violet energy was easily decomposed, absorbed, and transformed by the star runes flowing on the light net. Not even a ripple was created. It was as if the devastating attack was just a few pebbles thrown into the sea. What? Impossible. Our attack was absorbed? There was a dead silence in the command room of the combined fleet. Everyone stared at the bizarre scene on the holographic screen in amazement. The confident saturation attack was actually resolved so easily? The defensive power of this star formation was simply amazing. Waste. All waste. The Cardinal was so angry that he trembled all over. Concentrate your firepower. Attack 1 point. I don't believe we can't break it. Count Nicholas shouted sternly. However, before they could organize another attack, Lu Chen, who was standing on the top of Kunlun Mountain, had a flash of cold light in his eyes. It is impolite to come without returning the favor. He slowly raised his right hand, spread out his 5 fingers, and reached out to grab the huge joint fleet in the distant sea, from a distance. This time, it's no longer gravity crushing. But it's the gravity of the stars. Boom! With the flagship Ark Fortress as the center, the gravity in the space of dozens of miles around suddenly became chaotic and violent. The seawater was pulled by an invisible force, forming a huge vortex. The fighter planes in the sky were like kites with broken strings, torn to pieces by the terrifying gravity turbulence, and many of them disintegrated in mid-air. The most terrifying things are the 3 heavy aircraft carriers that are like sea fortresses. Their hundreds of thousands of tons of steel bodies seemed to have become fragile toys at this moment. Under the control of Luchan's terrifying gravity driven by the heart of the stars across hundreds of kilometers. Snap! 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 The solid keel of the aircraft carrier groaned and broke under the heavy load. The huge hull was twisted and deformed by the invisible force. No! Oh God! Save us! The sailors and extraordinary people on the ship wailed in despair. Boom! 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 The three steel behemoths that symbolized humanity's top military power were like cans crushed by a giant. Under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, they were twisted, compressed, and then, dragged by the violent gravity turbulence and sank into the huge vortex of the seawater, stirring up huge waves. Just one grab. 3 aircraft carriers, along with thousands of elite soldiers and a large amount of equipment on board, were instantly buried in the Pacific Ocean. Quiet. Deathly silence. Whether it was the surviving warships on the sea, the fighter planes that managed to escape in the air, or the powerful men from various countries who saw this scene on the screen in the command room, they were all like ducks with their necks pinched, unable to make any sound. A bone-chilling chill rushed from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. With bare hands, from hundreds of kilometers away, he sank 3 aircraft carriers? Is this still a human being? This is simply a god or devil walking in the world. On the top of Kunlun Mountain, Luchan slowly withdrew his hand, as if he had just brushed away a piece of dust. His cold gaze penetrated the void and fell on the pale-faced God-Slayer leaders in the flagship command room like a substance. It's just interest. Who's next? Chapter 49, The Fall of the Strong, The Reign of Stars Cleanses the Universe. The instantaneous sinking of the 3 aircraft carriers was like 3 heavy hammers that hit the hearts of every member of the God-Slayer alliance. Fear spread like a plague. The revenge of the Son of God, the temptation of the Spirit, and the threat from the East all became pale and ridiculous in the face of absolute power and the shadow of death. Retreat! Retreat immediately! Dark Earl Nicholas was the first to react from the shock. He screamed sharply, no longer caring about his noble manners, and turned around to activate the escape device. This Eastern demon god was simply not something they could fight against. Baga! We can't retreat! Fight him! Summon the soul of the Yamata no Orochi. Abe Haruaki's eyes were red, like a gambler who had lost all his money. He bit his tongue and sprayed his blood on the bat fan in his hand. On the fan, a ferocious 8-headed snake appeared, exuding a murderous aura. He tried to make a last stand. For the glory of the Lord. Sacrifice. Summon the shadow of Archangel Michael. The Cardinal of the Holy See of Light also went completely crazy. He took out a golden cross and stabbed it into his heart. Burning his life and faith, he tried to summon a stronger angel projection. Roar! God of war, give me strength. Hercules roared wildly, his body swelled again, his skin turned red, and his aura was forcibly raised to the peak of the middle stage of foundation building. He swung his giant axe and ignored the fleet. He stepped into the air and rushed towards Kunlun like a crazy cannonball. He wanted to fight in close combat. The remaining fleet and air force also fell into chaos. Some turned around and fled frantically, while others, under the orders of fanatics or commanders, continued to pour firepower in the direction of Kunlun, trying to cover the actions of the strong or carry out suicide attacks. For a moment, flames shot up into the sky above the sea, energy beams flew everywhere, and the scene was in chaos. The top of Kunlun. Luchan looked at the chaotic scene and the strong men who had forcibly increased their strength and rushed over like moths to a flame, with cold and indifferent eyes. The struggle of a trapped beast only adds to the laughter. His mind moved slightly, communicating with the heart of the stars and the star chain array covering Kunlun. Star chain binding. Buzz. The huge starlight net was shining, and dozens of chains formed by pure starlight were like spirit snakes coming out of caves. They ignored the distance in space, and instantly crossed hundreds of kilometers to appear above the battlefield. Swish. 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 The speed of the starlight chain is extremely fast. As soon as Count Nicholas, incarnated as a bloodbat, flew out of the flagship, his wings were pierced by a chain and he was dragged back screaming. The shadow of the Yamata no Orochi that had just formed above Abe Haruaki's head was entangled by 3 chains, and it hissed unwillingly and instantly disintegrated. Abe Haruaki was hit back, spurting blood and collapsing on the ground. Hercules' violently charging figure had his hands, feet and giant axe entangled by several chains. He was like a tied-up bull. No matter how he roared and struggled, he could not break free at all. Even the shadow of Archangel Michael, who was summoned by the cardinal who burned his life and was more solid than Gabriel, was pierced through the body by several starlight chains as soon as it appeared, and the holy light quickly dimmed. The 12 foundation builders, along with their strongest trump cards, were like lambs to be slaughtered in front of the star chains. They were bound, suppressed, and dragged into the void in front of the Kunlun Mountains without any resistance. They were lined up in a row. No! Let me go! I am a noble vampire count. Yakutaka no Okami. Save me! Lord! Punish this heretic! Who? Let me go and fight you one-on-one if you dare. The strong men who were tightly bound by the starlight chains roared and cursed in fear, despair, and unwillingness. Lu Chen held Su Xiaoyu's hand and walked down from the top of the snowy peak slowly, as if walking on an invisible staircase, and came to the bound strong men. He calmly swept his eyes over these god-killers who were once powerful but now in a miserable state. Killing gods? Lu Chen's voice was filled with a hint of sarcasm. Just because you are just a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs, you think you are qualified to talk about killing gods? Senior, how do we deal with these people? Su Xiaoyu looked at these powerful people who were once high and mighty on the Ark Island but are now like prisoners. There was no pity in her heart, only disgust. Those who invade China and covet the secret realm should be killed. Lu Chen said in a cold tone, declaring their fate. You dare? Count Nicholas screamed, if you kill me, the Dark Council will fight you to the death. The 13 clans of the Blood Clan will not let you go. I am the High Priest of Shintoism. Killing me means making an enemy of the entire supernatural world in Japan. Abe Harawaki looked fierce but was actually weak. The glory of the Lord. The cardinal wanted to say something else. Noisy. Lu Chen frowned slightly and had an idea. Snap. Snap. The starlight chains that bound Nicholas, Abe Harawaki, and the cardinal suddenly tightened. 3 teeth-grinding sounds of bones breaking rang out. The 3 foundation building masters didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly crushed by the terrifying star power. They turned into 3 balls of blood mist, and their souls flew away. Hiss. The remaining Hercules and several other captured foundation building masters were so frightened that they fell silent instantly. They looked at Lu Chen with boundless fear. This demon god really killed people like crushing ants. Who else wants to talk nonsense? Lu Chen glanced at the remaining people. No one dared to answer. Everyone was trembling. Lu Chen's gaze finally fell on the warships and fighter planes that were still fleeing or fighting desperately on the sea. As for the flies. He raised his hand again, this time with his 5 fingers spread out and his palm facing upward, facing the Pacific Ocean in the distance. Starfall rain. Buzz. As he finished speaking, the star chain array above the Kunlun Mountains shone brightly. Countless tiny but extremely condensed star beams shot out from the light net like a rainstorm, instantly crossing space. This star rain accurately covers every enemy ship still fleeing on the sea and every fighter plane fighting stubbornly in the air. TSK. 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 There was no loud explosion, just a gentle sound like a hot knife cutting through butter. Those solid warship armor and fighter plane armor were like paper in front of the condensed star beams. The beams easily penetrated the hull, engine, cockpit, leaving behind a series of charred holes that were transparent from front to back. Boom, boom, boom. The battleship lost power, began to tilt, explode, and sink. The fighter plane disintegrated in mid-air, turning into a burning fireball and falling into the sea. In just a few breaths. The originally huge god-killer joint fleet, except for a few lucky ones who saw the opportunity early and escaped from the attack range, the rest were all buried in the Pacific Ocean. The burning wreckage and oil pollution floated on the sea, like a picture scroll of hell. The star rain stopped. There was a dead silence between the sea and the sky, with only the sound of waves and the crackling of fire. In front of Kunlun, Hercules and others who were bound by chains looked at the doomsday-like scene with deathly pale faces and complete despair. Lu Chen withdrew his hand, as if it had just rained. He looked at the remaining foundation building captives who were like quails. Go back and tell the people behind you. What happened today is just a warning. If you dare to set foot in China again and covet Kunlun. Lu Chen's eyes were like 10,000 years of ice, and every word he said was clearly imprinted in the depths of the souls of every captive. I, Lu Chen, will personally come to your ancestral land and exterminate your clan, leaving no one alive. Chapter 50, Starships Across the Sky, I Am the Lord of the Earth. Roll. Following Lu Chen's cold verdict, the starlight chains that bound Hercules and several other foundation-building captives suddenly loosened. Plop. Plop. Several powerful warriors who were once powerful collapsed on the ground like mud. The great fear of surviving a catastrophe made them tremble all over, and they didn't even have the strength to stand up. They didn't even dare to look up at Lu Chen. They struggled to get up, burning their blood and exerting the fastest speed in their lives. They turned into a few embarrassing streams of light and fled towards the western sky without looking back. They were afraid that if they were a step slower, they would be crushed into powder by the terrifying demon god. Looking at the hurried backs that disappeared into the clouds, Lu Chen's eyes were indifferent. He was not merciful, but needed a few survivors to bring back today's fear and completely shock the world's extraordinary world. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey has achieved its effect. Senior, are you just going to let them go? Su Xiaoyu looked at the disappearing figures, feeling a little indignant. I don't know how much blood of Chinese compatriots these people have on their hands. They are just a few frightened stray dogs. Lu Chen stroked her hair, his tone full of confidence that he was in control of everything. The rest of their lives will be spent in the fear of today. Moreover, they are more useful alive than dead. After this battle, no one on this earth will dare to offend China again. The domineering and confident tone in his words made Su Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes sparkle, and she nodded vigorously, yes. Senior is the best. Lu Chen looked up, his eyes swept across the messy Pacific Ocean the wreckage was sinking, and then looked at the slowly rotating star chain array above the Kunlun peaks, emitting a magnificent divine power. Fusion of the heart of the stars, control of the Kunlun earth vein nodes, spiritual consciousness stepping into the golden elixir, the essence of power transformed. This trip to Kunlun, the harvest is far beyond imagination. System, scan the global area to see if there are any potential threats against me? Lu Chen communicated with the system in his mind. He wanted to make sure that everything was foolproof. Ding. Scanning. Potential threat 1, in the Holy Land of the Vatican, weak spatial fluctuations and gathering of sacred prayer energy have been detected. It is suspected that some ancient defense or summoning ritual has been activated. Threat level, medium-low to the host's current strength. Potential threat 2, high concentration energy reaction and abnormal space distortion have been detected in the U.S. Area 51 underground base. The nature of the energy is unknown. Threat level, medium risk of unknown technology or extraterrestrial civilization relics. Potential threat 3, continuous spatial anomalies and high-dimensional energy residues have been detected in the Bermuda Triangle. Threat level, high may be related to unknown cosmic civilization or dimensional rifts. Potential threat 4, large-scale life signals and ancient ice energy fluctuations have been detected under the Antarctic ice sheet. Threat level, medium-high prehistoric civilization or powerful ice-based biological community is suspected to exist. A series of scan results emerged in Lu Chen's mind. The water on Earth is indeed very deep. The lair of the Holy Sea of Light is not to be feared, but those unknown areas, especially Bermuda and Antarctica, made him keep his eyes open. It seems that the secrets of the Earth are far from being revealed. Lu Chen's eyes were deep. However, we must eat one bite at a time. Now, it is time to harvest the spoils and consolidate the results of the battle. As soon as he thought about it, his huge Jindan-level divine consciousness was like an invisible giant net, instantly covering the sea area where the sunken fleet was below. Countless valuable items were accurately salvaged by him, undestroyed extraordinary weapons such as the fragments of the Templar's Holy Sword, the Yin and Yang Master's Shikigami talismans, energy-containing ores, advanced technology chips especially the core databases of aircraft carriers and submarines, and storage equipment carried by extraordinary people from various countries including spiritual stones, materials, secret books, etc., as if pulled by invisible lines, broke through the water and floated in front of Lu Chen. Xiaoyu, take a look and see if there is anything you like. Just pick any you like. Lu Chen waved his hand as if he was buying vegetables in the market. Su Xiaoyu looked at the dazzling array of glittering items, her big eyes sparkling as she happily picked them out. She was very interested in the sparkling gems and beautiful instruments. Lu Chen mainly focused on those items and scientific and technological information that contained huge energy, and stored them all into the system space for future research or system analysis. After dealing with the spoils, Lu Chen's eyes turned to the Kunlun Mountains again. Although the star chain array is powerful, it requires the continuous consumption of the power of the star heart to maintain it. Moreover, the Kunlun secret realm has been destroyed, and the greatest value of this place lies in the ground vein node. It's time to leave China with a real stabilizing force. Lu Chen made up his mind. He communicated with the heart of the stars and mobilized the vast power of the stars and the power of the Kunlun earth veins. Use the stars as a guide, and the veins as a foundation. Suppress. He formed a mysterious and complex seal with his hands, chanting the ancient star motto. The star heart in his dantian shone brightly, and the majestic star source power surged out, interweaving and merging with the Kunlun ancestral dragon energy he had aroused. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Kunlun mountains shook violently again. But it was not destruction, but rebirth. At the core node of the star chain array, a 1,000-foot-tall tower, formed entirely of starlight and earth dragon energy, slowly rose from the ground. The tower was crystal clear, with countless star runes and mountain and river veins engraved on its body, exuding an eternal aura that suppressed the universe and protected the 8 wastelands. The Xingqian Jinyue Tower. Vision. This phantom tower is based on the heart of stars, Kunlun dragon veins, and protected by the star chain array. As long as the Kunlun dragon veins are not dry and the heart of stars is not extinguished, this tower will exist forever. It is the ultimate barrier to protect China, able to resist orbital strikes from outer space, and can suppress all evil spirits and rebellions within the country. At the same time, the power of stars and earth veins emanating from the tower will subtly nourish the land of China, increase the concentration of spiritual energy, and benefit all people. The moment the tower's shadow took shape, an invisible wave swept across the entire Chinese territory. All Chinese people, no matter where they were, inexplicably felt an unprecedented sense of security, pride, and belonging in their hearts. It was as if they had a solid support. Dragon Soul headquarters, inside the highest command room. Long Zhan and several other high-ranking officials looked at the satellite image of the giant starlight tower thousands of feet high above the Kunlun mountains, and were so excited that they burst into tears. They knew that this was the supreme treasure that Lu Chen had left for China. It was a true national treasure. Send an order. Announce to the whole country, to the whole world. Long Zhan's voice trembled, but with unparalleled excitement and majesty, from now on, the Kunlun Mountains will be the highest forbidden area of China. The Xingqian Jinyue Tower will be the eternal symbol of China. Anyone who offends China will be punished no matter how far away he is. This is the will of Supreme Lu. The news swept the world like a hurricane. The holy sea of light was silent. The Dark Council lies dormant. Governments trembled. All the extraordinary forces, under the pressure of Kunlun's defeat in Xingqian Jinyue Tower, completely extinguished their thoughts of coveting the East. The pattern of the earth was completely changed because of a name Lu Chen. He became the well-deserved master of the earth. On the top of Kunlun Mountain, Lu Chen looked at the towering shadow of the tower, feeling the faith and gratitude of hundreds of millions of lives coming from the land of China, gathering in the heart of the stars, making his power more comprehensive. Senior, where are we going next? Su Xiaoyu snuggled up to Lu Chen, looking at this earth-shaking scene, her heart filled with happiness and pride. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and looked into the deep starry sky, with a hint of exploration and expectation in his eyes. The earth is temporarily stable. But this vast universe, he held Su Xiaoyu's hand tightly. System, targeted instant kill. Lock on, spaceships or starships that can navigate within the star system. Refresh immediately. Ding. Received the command. Consuming the targeted instant kill authority. Refreshing. Item name, Explorer Class Interstellar Shuttle Simplified Version. Level, Top Technology of Planetary Civilization. Effects, it can travel at a curvature of 30% of the speed of light within the star system. It is equipped with basic energy shield, particle cannon, ecological life support system, and primary scanning detection system. It can accommodate 10 people. Flash sale price, 1 yuan. Instant kill. Ding. Instant kill successful. Buzz. A small starship with smooth lines, silver gray color, about 100 meters in length, and exuding a cold sci-fi atmosphere, seemed to have leaped out of the void and was quietly suspended in the air in front of Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu. Wow! So cool! Su Xiaoyu covered her mouth in surprise. Lu Chen looked at this starship that belonged to him with great pride. Let's go, Xiaoyu. He took the girl's hand, and the starship door slid open silently. Our journey. The two men stepped onto the starship, and the silver-gray hull sparkled under the starlight of Kunlun. It's the Sea of Stars. The starship engine spewed out a faint blue flame, which turned into a stream of light, instantly broke through the atmosphere and disappeared into the depths of the vast universe. Chapter 51, The Remaining Power Shakes the World, the Dragon's Soul Invites. The smoke of gunpowder in the Pacific Ocean has not yet dissipated, but the star-lit tower on the top of Kunlun Mountain is still dazzling. But at this moment, the summit meeting rooms and secret command centers of the major powers in the world fell into a dead silence of panic. The high-definition satellite images clearly captured the heart-wrenching scene. The combined fleet that covered the sky and the sun was like scrap metal being kneaded by an invisible giant hand. 3 heavy aircraft carriers that symbolized the pinnacle of human industry twisted, deformed, and sank in just a few breaths. Countless fighter planes disintegrated in mid-air like moths to a flame. The figure standing on the top of Kunlun Mountain, just grabbing in the air, became an indelible nightmare in the hearts of all witnesses. God, this is not human power at all. The US president's face was pale, he slumped in his chair, his forehead was covered with cold sweat. In the Pentagon, the generals looked at each other, the former ambition to point out the country was gone, only the chill that penetrated deep into the bone marrow remained. Baka! Baka! The intelligence department is full of good-for-nothings. This Liu Chen is a demon. A demon god. The Japanese prime minister roared hysterically in his official residence, smashing his beloved tea set. In the shrine, the remaining Shinto high-ranking officials trembled in fear, and the soul lamp of the chief priest Abe Haruaki was completely extinguished, bringing far more fear than awe of the gods. In the Holy See of Light, deep inside the Vatican, the Pope listened to the reports of the cardinals with a solemn expression. A layer of haze covered the sky over the holy city. The Son of God fell, the fleet was destroyed, and even the Phantom of Michael was easily defeated. Glory to the Lord. The Pope's prayer was unprecedentedly heavy and confused. The Dark Council immediately cut off all external contacts and completely retreated. The 13 blood clans were in mourning. The fall of Count Nicholas announced the end of an era. The entire Western supernatural world was in silence. Liu Chen's name was no longer a strong man. He was a god walking in the world, a divine power that could not be defied. His last words, "If you dare to set foot in China again, I will exterminate your clan and leave no one alive," were like the coldest curse, branded deep in the soul of every supernatural person. But in China, the scene is completely different. When the Dragon Soul headquarters released the images of the Kunlun victory in the Xingqian Jinyue Tower after blurring through official channels, the whole country was excited. The national pride that had been suppressed for too long erupted like a volcano. Supreme Master Liu. It's Supreme Master Liu. I knew it. Too strong. Shaking an aircraft carrier with one hand. What a great power. Kunlun has a tower, China will prosper forever. Long live Supreme Liu. Those who offend China will be punished no matter how far away they are. Supreme Master Liu is so domineering. The network was paralyzed in an instant. People were talking excitedly in the streets and alleys, with unprecedented confidence and glory on their faces. The shadow of the Xingqian Jinyue Tower seemed to have become the stabilizing force in the hearts of all Chinese people, bringing an unparalleled sense of security. An invisible and vast force of faith, crossing thousands of mountains and rivers, continuously gathered towards Kunlun, merged into the giant Starlight Tower, and also nourished the star heart in Liu Chen's Dantian. At the top of Kunlun Mountain, the center of the storm is actually the quietest. Liu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, and the silver-gray Explorer-class starship quietly floated beside him. The streamlined hull reflected the cold metallic luster under the starlight, full of a sense of future technology. Su Xiaoyu curiously circled around the starship, her big eyes full of excitement. "Senior, this big guy, can it really fly to the stars?" She couldn't help but reach out and touch the cold hull. "Of course." Liu Chen smiled slightly, and with a thought, the door of the starship slid open silently, revealing a simple and technologically advanced passage inside. "Go in and take a look?" "Yeah." Su Xiaoyu couldn't wait to get in. The soft light, comfortable seats, and huge circular main control screen inside amazed her again and again. At this moment, a low-key watch on Liu Chen's wrist, the communicator that the system instantly killed, vibrated slightly. A steady and respectful voice came. "Supreme Master Liu, excuse me for interrupting you. I am the person in charge of Dragon Soul, Long Zhan." Liu Chen said calmly, "Speak." "The Supreme's divine power shocks the universe. The people of Dragon Soul and hundreds of millions of people are grateful." Long Zhan's voice was full of excitement. The Xingqian Jinyue Tower has become the symbol of China's national soul. Dragon Soul will protect it at all costs. In addition, the highest level of the country hopes to have a meeting with the Supreme. The location is up to you. There is absolutely no intention of being reluctant. It is just to express the highest respect and gratitude. At the same time, there is some information about the future of China and even the Earth. I hope to share it with the Supreme. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment. He expected the attitude of Dragon Soul and the state apparatus. Although he was invincible, his roots were in China, and his relatives and friends were also here. A stable and friendly environment was necessary. Moreover, Dragon Soul controlled a huge secular resource and intelligence network, which would also help him explore the secrets of the Earth. The location is at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the Dragon Soul base. Lu Chen said calmly, "Time, tomorrow noon." "Yes. We will obey the Supreme's order. All Dragon Souls are waiting for the Supreme's arrival." Long John's voice was filled with irrepressible excitement. Communication ended. Lu Chen looked at Su Xiaoyu, who was exploring the starship excitedly. "Xiaoyu, pack up, I'll take you somewhere tomorrow." "Ah? Where are you going?" Su Xiaoyu poked her head out from the control chair. "Dragon Soul Base, meet a few people." Lu Chen's mouth curled up with a hint of playfulness. "By the way, see what they can come up with related to the future." Chapter 52, Dragon Soul Base, Unrivaled Patriot. Outside the Kunlun Mountains, a hidden valley has been transformed into a modern military base. It is heavily guarded, with a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. The well-equipped Special Forces soldiers have eyes as sharp as eagles, and there are invisible drones patrolling in the sky. But today, the entire base is filled with an unusual solemnity and excitement. The helipad in the center of the base was cleared and a brand new red carpet was laid. Led by Long John, a dozen Dragon Soul senior executives and 3 old men in casual clothes but with extraordinary demeanor representing the will of the highest level of the country had been waiting here for a long time. They looked solemn and respectful, and their eyes were focused on the distant sky. The midday sun shines down. There was no roaring engine sound, but a silver-gray stream of light appeared over the base as if teleporting, hovering smoothly. It was the Explorer. Its sense of technology that was beyond the times made all the Dragon Soul warriors below, who were used to seeing advanced equipment, hold their breath, their eyes filled with shock. The hatch opened silently. Lu Chen held Su Xiaoyu's hand and walked down the invisible stairs slowly, as if strolling in a garden. He was still dressed in simple casual clothes, but his aura of being in control of everything made everyone present, including the 3 experienced and powerful old men, feel breathless and bowed slightly. "Welcome to Supreme Master Lu." Long John spoke first. His voice was loud and full of respect from the bottom of his heart. The people behind him echoed in unison, their voices shaking the valley. "No need to be polite." Lu Chen said calmly, his eyes swept over everyone, especially lingering on the 3 old men for a moment. The invisible pressure made the 3 old men feel odd, and they were more certain of the terrifying young man in front of them. Su Xiaoyu beside him, although a little nervous, held Lu Chen's hand tightly, trying to stay calm, and her pure and beautiful face also attracted many eyes. "Your Majesty, Miss Su, please come in." Long John respectfully stepped aside to lead the way. The group entered the core command hall of the base. It was full of technology, with a huge screen showing global dynamics, aura distribution maps, and even real-time monitoring of the energy fluctuations of the Xingqian Jinyue Tower. The host and the guest took their seats. Su Xiaoyu sat next to Lu Chen obediently. "First of all, please allow me to express my highest respect and most sincere gratitude to Supreme Lu on behalf of the country and hundreds of millions of Chinese compatriots." A white-haired old man codenamed Chief stood up and bowed deeply to Lu Chen. In the Battle of Kunlun, Supreme Lu turned the tide and saved the collapsing building. Not only did he crush the conspiracy of foreign invasion, but he also created the Xingqian Jinyue Tower, a national artifact. This feat will be remembered for thousands of years. You are the well-deserved patron saint of China. The other 2 elders and the Dragon Soul leaders also stood up and bowed. "It's my job." Lu Chen accepted it calmly, his tone still calm. For him, protecting China is also protecting his roots and relatives. "Your Majesty, this is a small gift from the country. I hope you can accept it." The chief signaled, and Long John immediately held up a specially made alloy box. After opening it, there were no gold, silver, or jewelry inside, but several items. An ancient jade pendant with dragon pattern, it symbolizes the highest authority. Those who hold this jade pendant have authority equivalent to that of the highest level in China and can mobilize all resources. A specially designed communication terminal, connected to the country's top secret database and intelligence network, with the highest query and command authority. A document, the Kunlun Mountains and the surrounding hundreds of kilometers are designated as Luchen's exclusive territory, with complete autonomy and no interference from the state. At the same time, the Xingqian Taoyu Tower is designated as the highest restricted area within a radius of 100 kilometers. A special black card, directly endorsed by the National Treasury, with no upper limit on the credit limit, exclusively for use by Lu Chen and personnel approved by him. This kindness is extremely important. It not only represents the highest recognition and trust of the country, but also gives Lu Chen unparalleled privileges and resources in the secular world. Lu Chen took a look, nodded, and waved his hand. The box disappeared and was stored in the system space. That's thoughtful. Seeing Lu Chen accept it, the leader and others breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Supreme Lord, regarding the information you mentioned about the future. Long Zhan spoke at the right time, his expression becoming serious. He signaled the operator to call up several encrypted satellite images and energy analysis diagrams. Image display. Area 51, USA, an abnormally strong energy explosion was detected deep underground, and the spatial distortion index increased sharply, far exceeding previous records. A blurry image captured the outline of a huge metal object that flashed by. Bermuda Triangle, the spatial anomaly points have expanded, the intensity of high-dimensional energy radiation has increased several times, and unstable vortex-shaped light and shadows have appeared in the central area. Antarctic ice sheet, life signal activity has become unusually active, large-scale energy migration has been detected under the ice, and it seems that something is waking up. Vatican Sanctuary, holy light energy is highly concentrated and spatial fluctuations are continuous, as if some kind of large-scale ceremony is being prepared. Finally, there is a dynamic graph of the global distribution of spiritual energy concentration. It clearly shows that since the establishment of the Xingqian Jinyue Tower, the spiritual energy concentration in China, with Kunlun as the center, is increasing at a slow but steady pace and spreading to the surrounding areas, while the spiritual energy in other areas appears relatively quiet or even slightly declining. Supreme Lord, Long Zhan said in a deep voice, after the Battle of Kunlun, these abnormal points showed signs of accelerated activity. We suspect that your existence and the appearance of the Xingqian Jinyue Tower are like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, breaking a delicate balance and stimulating these unknown forces lurking on Earth to awaken early or accelerate their progress. Especially Area 51 and Antarctica. Our intelligence personnel suffered heavy losses and it is difficult to go deeper. Lu Chen looked at the information on the screen with deep eyes. This was consistent with the results of his previous system scan. The water on Earth was deeper than he had imagined. The Xingqian Jinyue Tower not only guarded, but also gathered spirits, invisibly changing the energy pattern of the Earth, which would naturally cause a reaction. I see. Lu Chen nodded, I'll keep an eye on these places. The chief said earnestly, Supreme Lord, the future of China and even the Earth may face unprecedented challenges. We implore you to continue to protect this land and its people when it is convenient for you. The power of the country will always be your strongest backing. This is the most straightforward request. Lu Chen glanced at Su Xiaoyu, who was a little worried beside him, then looked at the towering shadow of Kunlun Star Tower on the screen, and slowly spoke. As long as I am here, no one can offend China. As for the Earth. He paused, his eyes seemed to penetrate the base and look into the vast universe, it depends on my mood. Plain words, yet they contain supreme dominance and confidence. Inside the Dragon Soul base, everyone stood in awe. Chapter 53, The Rich Man Returns Home, the answer noisy. After leaving Dragon Soul base, Lu Chen did not immediately drive the starship away from Earth. The Sea of Stars is certainly attractive, but there are still some trivial matters on Earth that need to be dealt with, such as going home. After he merged with the heart of the stars and took control of Kunlun, his consciousness transformed again, and he sensed a faint call from his bloodline, which came from his parents who were far away in a small town in the south of the Yangtze River. Although the original body had a somewhat distant relationship with his parents due to his previous mediocrity and girlfriend incident, blood ties were ultimately hard to give up. Now that he stood at the top of the Earth, it was time for the two elders to rest assured and enjoy a peaceful life. The explorer was hovering invisibly over an uninhabited hill on the outskirts of Linjian City, Jiangnan Province. Lu Chen changed into ordinary casual clothes, restraining the suffocating pressure, looking like a young man next door with outstanding temperament. Su Xiaoyu also changed into a simple and elegant dress, pure and lovely. Like an ordinary couple, the two took a taxi and drove to the old community in Lu Chen's memory. In the car, Amelia Su was a little nervous. Senior, will uncle and aunt dislike me? Lu Chen shook her hand and said with a smile, Don't worry, you are so nice, they will definitely like you. He felt a little emotional in his heart. In his past and present lives, this was the first time he brought his girlfriend home to meet his parents. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the Sunshine Garden community. This is just an ordinary commercial housing community, a few years old. The environment is okay but not high-end. Lu Chen's home is on the 5th floor of one of the buildings. As soon as I walked to the door of the unit, I heard a commotion. I saw a few young men dressed in frivolous clothes surrounding an old woman pushing a fruit stand, talking frivolously. "Aunt Wang, it's time to pay this month's sanitation management fee, right? It's not much, just 2,000 yuan. The young man with dyed yellow hair and a cigarette in his mouth said in a nonchalant manner, glancing at the old woman with ill eyes. "Xiao Huang, this is too expensive. I can't make much money from this stall in a month." Aunt Wang looked worried. She was a kind-hearted neighbor who watched Lu Chen grow up. "Expensive? If you think it's too expensive, don't set up a stall here. Do you believe that we can help you clean it up?" A gangster behind the yellow-haired man reached out to overturn the stall. Several neighbors watched from afar, looking reluctant, but no one dared to step forward. This group of people were well-known local thugs, relying on their connection with a small leader, and often collected protection fees in this area. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing right after returning. He remembered that in his previous life, Aunt Wang seemed to have moved away because she was forced by this group of hooligans. He heard that she had a hard life. "Stop." Lu Chen spoke calmly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Huang Mao and the others were stunned, and turned to see Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu. Their eyes suddenly lit up, especially when they saw the pure and beautiful Su Xiaoyu. They showed greed in their eyes. "Hey, where did this pretty boy come from? Want to be a hero and save the beauty?" The yellow-haired man threw away his cigarette butt and surrounded Su Xiaoyu with a few hooligans, staring at her with ill intentions. "The little sister is really pretty, come and play with us, brothers?" Su Xiaoyu frowned and hid behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't even look at the yellow-haired man. His eyes fell on Aunt Wang and he said gently, "Aunt Wang, it's me, Xiaochen. Are you okay?" Xiaochen? Aunt Wang was stunned when she saw Lu Chen, then she recognized him and showed surprise on her face, but then immediately turned to worry. "Xiaochen, go away. Don't worry about me, these people are not easy to deal with." "Leave? Where to go?" The yellow-haired man sneered and stretched out his hand to slap Lu Chen's face. "Boy, stay with this girl if you know what's best for you, and kowtow to us and admit your mistakes, otherwise." Before his hand touched Lu Chen, he was hit by a speeding truck and flew backwards. With a bang, he hit a trash can a few meters away, foaming at the mouth and fainted. The other thugs were all confused and had no idea what was happening. "Brother Huang Mao. Damn it, you dared to do it? Kill him." The remaining thugs reacted, shouting and pulling out the batons and knives they carried with them, and pounced on Lu Chen viciously. "Senior, be careful," Su Xiaoyu exclaimed. Lu Chen didn't even move his eyes, he just waved his hand casually. Snap. 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 Just like swatting a fly, several hooligans flew backwards at a faster speed than when they came, falling all over the place, with broken bones and tendons, lying on the ground wailing. The whole process was so fast that it was unbelievable, and the people around were dumbfounded. Aunt Wang was even more stunned. Xiaochen you." Lu Chen walked up to Aunt Wang and handed her a card. "Aunt Wang, there is 500,000 yuan in this card, and the password is 6 zeros. Take it, go somewhere else or do some small business, and don't suffer here. This group of people will never dare to trouble you again in the future." 500,000? Aunt Wang's hands trembled with fear, and the card almost fell to the ground. No, this is too much, Xiaochen. I can't take it." "Take it, Aunt Wang, consider it my gift to you." Lu Chen stuffed the card into Aunt Wang's hand without hesitation, and his tone did not allow for rejection. At the same time, a faint spiritual hint was quietly sent out, calming Aunt Wang's fear. After resolving Aunt Wang's issue, Lu Chen held Su Xiaoyu's hand and walked towards the door of their own unit. The neighbors who were watching automatically made way for him, looking at Lu Chen with eyes full of awe and curiosity. Just as I walked downstairs, a sarcastic voice sounded. "Oh, who was it that made such a big show? It turned out to be Lu Chen? I haven't seen you for a few years. Have you grown up? Have you learned how to fight? And you brought back such a beautiful girl? TSK, could she be rented?" At the stairs, a young man wearing a flowered shirt, slicked hair, and a fake gold watch on his wrist came down with a heavily made-up woman in his arms. It was Lu Chen's cousin, Lu Ming. He had always looked down on Lu Chen, his useless cousin, and had ridiculed him before. The woman next to him was his new girlfriend, Lily, who had a mean look on her face. Lu Ming just heard the noise upstairs and saw Lu Chen beating people and giving money. He was so jealous that he couldn't help but come down to mock him. He didn't believe that Lu Chen could come up with 500,000 yuan, and he didn't believe that a beautiful girl like Su Xiaoyu would really follow Lu Chen, a poor guy. Lu Chen paused and looked at Lu Ming indifferently. Su Xiaoyu frowned in disgust. Get out of the way. Lu Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Get out of the way? Is this your staircase? So arrogant? Lu Ming was a little scared by Lu Chen's look, but relying on being in front of his own house, he wanted to show off in front of his girlfriend, so he stiffened his neck and said, I heard that you were dumped by Lin Weiwei? That's right, someone like you is not even as good as Master Zhang. Now you found a prettier one? How much did you spend to rent it? Or, is this girl also a prostitute? Watch your mouth. Su Xiaoyu's face turned red with anger. Lily also chimed in sarcastically, that's right, Brother Ming, look at how poor she is, how could she know any good girl? Who knows where she's from? Lu Chen's eyes turned completely cold. He could ignore the noise of ants, but he couldn't insult Xiaoyu. Just as he was about to teach this ignorant cousin a lesson he would never forget, a surprised and trembling voice came from upstairs. Xiaochen? Are you back? Lu Chen's mother, Chen Xiulan, was holding the handrail of the stairs, looking downstairs excitedly with tears in her eyes. Next to her was Lu Chen's father, Lu Jiangwo, who tried to remain serious, but his slightly trembling hands revealed his inner excitement. Lu Chen's heart warmed up, and he instantly suppressed all his coldness. He looked at his parents and smiled warmly. Dad, Mom, it's me. I'm back. As for Lu Ming and Lily? In Lu Chen's eyes, they were like dust. Chapter 54, Family Dinner Incident, Ants Turned into Ashes. Dad, Mom. Lu Chen walked up quickly, and Su Xiaoyu followed obediently behind. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Chen Xiulan grabbed her son's hand, looked him up and down, tears streaming down her face. You've lost weight, you must have suffered out there? A mother's eyes always focus on her child's health first. Lu Jiangwo also walked forward and patted Lu Chen's shoulder vigorously, his voice choked with sobs. You little rascal, you still remember to come back. There was deep concern under his stern tone. Lu Chen felt a warm current in his heart. In his previous life, he was an orphan and had never experienced the love of his parents. Although he had some estrangement from his parents in this life, he felt the love from the bottom of their hearts at this moment. The throbbing of blood connection was extremely real. Hello, uncle, hello, aunt. Su Xiaoyu greeted sweetly at the right time, her voice clear and pleasant. Chen Xiulan and Lu Jiangwo only then noticed the incredibly beautiful girl next to their son and were both stunned. Xiaochun, this is Chen Xiulan looked at Su Xiaoyu, her eyes full of surprise and inquiry. Dad, Mom, this is my girlfriend, Su Xiaoyu. Lu Chen introduced naturally. Girlfriend? Chen Xiulan and Lu Jiangwo looked at each other, surprised and happy. Not only did their son come back, but he also brought back such a beautiful and sensible girlfriend? Xiaoyu? Good name. Come in quickly. Chen Xiulan immediately took Su Xiaoyu's hand enthusiastically, and liked her more and more the more she looked at her. Lu Jiangwo also showed a rare smile on his face. The family was having a great time together, completely ignoring Lu Ming and his girlfriend Lily, who had a gloomy face beside them. Uncle and aunt. Do you only have eyes for this useless son? Lu Ming couldn't help but yelled sarcastically, he just beat someone downstairs. He even pretended to be a rich man and gave him 500,000. You don't care about it? Don't be fooled by him. And this woman, who knows where she came from? Shut up. Lu Jiangwo turned his head and shouted. He was usually honest, but when it came to his son, especially when he heard Lu Ming insulting Su Xiaoyu, he was immediately angry. Lu Ming. How can you talk like that? This is your cousin. And Xiaoyu is a guest. If you keep talking nonsense, get out. Chen Xiulan also frowned and said, Xiaoming, we are all family, how can you say that about Xiao Chen and Xiaoyu? Lu Ming was stunned by the yelling, his face flushed red, especially because he lost face in front of his girlfriend. He became even more angry and embarrassed. Okay. Just protect him. I want to see how long a pauper like him can pretend. Lily, let's go. This shabby place, I won't come even if you invite me. As he said that, he pulled Lily and was about to leave. Lily also curled her lips with disdain. That's right, a bunch of poor guys, why are you pretending? Brother Ming, let's go play with young Master Zhang, he's the real rich man. At this moment, a deafening engine roar suddenly came from the entrance of the community. Boom boom boom. A super sports car with wild lines, matte black, and like a black beast, was seen driving into the community like a king, protected by several black Mercedes-Benz G-Class cars. The unique shape and logo instantly attracted everyone's attention. Oh shit. Bugatti La Voiture Noire. The only one in the world. Worth nearly 200 million. A young person who knows cars screamed. Oh my god. That's a Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG in the back. It's also a luxury car worth millions. Which big guy is coming to our broken neighborhood? The crowd was instantly excited and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. The convoy stopped precisely downstairs of Lu Chen's house. The door of the Bugatti opened upwards like a butterfly's wings, and a middle-aged man wearing a top-grade handmade suit and with a tough and steady temperament got out of the car quickly, trotting to Lu Chen, and in front of everyone's astonished eyes, he bowed deeply to Lu Chen, and his tone was extremely respectful. Mr. Lu. I am Qin Feng, a subordinate. I am here on the orders of the Patriarch to wait for your orders. The car is ready. Please move with Miss Su. The person who came was none other than Qin Feng, the core figure of the top wealthy Qin family in Jiangnan province. After Lu Chen showed his divine power in Kunlun, the Qin family immediately expressed their loyalty to Longhun through various channels and volunteered to serve Lu Chen in the secular world. This time when Lu Chen returned home, Longhun notified the Qin family to be responsible for reception and security outside. The appearance of Qin Feng in this horrific scene were like a silent slap in the face of Lu Ming and Lily. Lu Ming opened his mouth wide enough to fit an egg in it, his eyes almost popped out. Bugatti, the only one in the world, someone from the Qin family, bowed to Lu Chen? Called him sir? He felt his worldview collapse in an instant. Lily was so frightened that her face turned pale and she was shaking all over. She knew Qin Feng. She had seen him once from a distance at a high-end cocktail party. He was a big shot that she needed to look up to and was not even qualified to approach. And now, this big shot was so respectful to Lu Chen? Chen Xiulan and Lu Jiangwo were also stunned. Looking at the luxury car and the imposing middle-aged man in front of them that they had only seen on TV, and then looking at their son, they felt like they were dreaming. Lu Chen looked calm, as if it was all natural. He didn't even look at the petrified Lu Ming and Lily, and nodded slightly to Qin Feng. Thank you for your kindness. Let's take care of some small matters first. He turned to his parents and said gently, Dad, Mom, this is Xiaoyu's first time here, let's go out to eat. Qin Feng, arrange a quiet place. Yes, sir. The number 1 box in Linjiang Pavilion has been reserved for you. Qin Feng replied respectfully. Linjiang Pavilion? Number 1? Lu Ming muttered to himself in despair. Linjiang Pavilion is the top private club in Linjiang City. The number 1 private room is said to be open only to the most powerful and wealthy. The minimum cost of a meal is hundreds of thousands. His biggest dream was to have a meal in the ordinary private room of Linjiang Pavilion. Lu Chen supported his mother and took Su Xiaoyu to the Bugatti that was like a work of art under the guidance of Qin Feng. When passing by Lu Ming, Lu Chen paused for a moment, without looking at him, and simply said to Qin Feng. Qin Feng. I'm here. Check the gangsters who were collecting protection fees downstairs and the leaders behind them. Also, he finally glanced at Lu Ming and Lily, who looked ashen and trembling, these 2 people and their family. From now on, I don't want to see any related industries in Linjiang City, and I don't want them to appear in my parents' sight again. The tone was calm, but it was as if an emperor was sentencing the ants to their fate. Yes, sir. Qin Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately took out his cell phone and made a call, execute the cleanup order. Target, South City Wild Dog Gang and its affiliated personnel, as well as all the properties of Lu Ming, Lily and their immediate family members, immediately freeze, seal and expel them. The response from the other end of the phone was clearly audible. Boom! Lu Ming and Lily collapsed to the ground as if all their bones were pulled out, with only boundless fear and despair on their faces. They finally understood what a terrifying existence they had provoked. One sentence determined the fate of them and their family. From heaven to hell, it only took Lu Chen a thought. Lu Chen ignored the crying and begging behind him, and took his family into the Bugatti, which symbolized supreme wealth and power. The car door closed, the engine roared low and powerfully, and the convoy slowly drove away from the old community that was about to be cleaned amid countless awe, envy, and shock. The family dinner had just begun, and the disappearance of some ants was just a trivial episode before the meal. Chapter 55, America's Wrath, The Thorn of Shadow. Just as Lu Chen was enjoying a family dinner in Linjiang City, he wiped out a few noisy ants like a god. On the other side of the Pacific Ocean, in the United States, deep underground in the Pentagon, is a top-secret command center code named Eagle's Nest. The atmosphere was oppressive, like the silence before a storm. On the huge circular screen, the images captured by the spy satellite and magnified countless times were repeatedly played. On the top of Kunlun Mountain, the figure just raised his hand and grabbed, and 3 steel giant aircraft carriers twisted and sank like paper toys. The combined fleet turned into burning wreckage. With each replay, the faces of the generals, senior staff officers, and intelligence chiefs present turned paler and the chill on their spines grew thicker. Shame. This is the biggest shame in the history of the American Navy. Defense Secretary Johnson's eyes were red, and he slammed his fist on the alloy table, making a dull sound. 3 aircraft carriers. Thousands of the best soldiers. And the extraordinary technology we invested. Just gone. By one person. A Chinese. Destroyed like squeezing an ant. The president has sent the 7th inquiry. The gentlemen in Congress demand an emergency hearing immediately. Wall Street is panic selling. Our global prestige is collapsing. Secretary of State Emily's voice trembled slightly. We must make a strong response. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Respond? What response? A gray-haired admiral said dejectedly, conventional weapons? In front of that kind of power, our missiles and artillery shells are just fireworks. Nuclear weapons? Let's not talk about whether we can lock onto and hit that ghostly Lu Chen. Even if we can, using nuclear weapons on Chinese soil? That means a full-scale nuclear war. It will drag all of humanity down with it. There was silence in the command center. Nuclear weapons were the last trump card, and also the madness of mutual destruction. No one dared to press that button unless the country was on the verge of extinction. Conventional force and ultimate weapons are ineffective, then what should we do? Are we just going to let the Chinese devil ride on our heads? Are we going to acknowledge his status as the Lord of the Earth? Minister Johnson growled, full of unwillingness. No, Minister. A cold, hoarse voice, like a venomous snake, sounded in the corner. Everyone looked over and saw a figure covered in a black cloak, with only a pair of emotionless eyes flashing with dark blue electronic light, slowly standing up. He was one of the leaders of the Genesis Project, the core of Area 51, codenamed Doctor. We still have the power of creation. The doctor's voice had a texture like metallic friction. Just because conventional weapons are ineffective doesn't mean unconventional weapons are also ineffective. That Lu Chen, the power he displayed did surpass the extraordinary systems currently known on Earth, but it is not invulnerable. Oh? Johnson's eyes lit up with hope. Doctor, are you sure? Based on energy analysis and space disturbance models, we have preliminarily determined that Lu Chen's power core may be related to some kind of high-dimensional energy or Earth vein node. He needs an anchor point, such as the tower in Kunlun Mountain. The doctor's dark blue electronic eyes flashed with data streams. His teleportation range and ability to control objects through the air should have their limits. And he is not always in that peak state. He called up a set of extremely blurry footage that seemed to have been captured through multiple interferences. In the footage, after Lu Chen sank the aircraft carrier, there seemed to be an extremely brief moment when the starlight flowing around his body dimmed a little. This is a sign of energy consumption. He is not a perpetual motion machine. The doctor's voice was a little fanatical. Our latest shadow thorn is the ultimate weapon to deal with this kind of individual powerful being. A strange-looking device appeared on the screen. The main body was a launcher similar to a single-soldier rocket launcher, but the launch tube was unusually large and flashing with dark purple energy lines. Next to it were several special warheads about 1 meter long, pitch black, and covered with a strange light-absorbing coating. The shadow thorn warhead is filled with ultra-high concentrated anti-spiritual force field generator, instantly creates a strong force field to interfere with, repel or even annihilate the extraordinary energy within a certain range. In theory, it can weaken or even cut off the target's connection with external energy. Infrasound and mental interference matrix, targeting biological brainwaves, creating extreme pain and confusion, and interfering with their mental concentration. Genesis Alloy Armor Piercing Core. It uses a super dense alloy obtained by reverse analyzing the remains of extraterrestrial civilizations in Area 51, and has extremely strong physical penetration. Miniature space oscillator. After launch, it can perform short-distance space flashes to avoid conventional interception. The most important thing is, the doctor's voice was a little cruel. It doesn't need to hit directly. As long as it is detonated near the core area of the target, the composite force field it generates can cause fatal damage. Our supercomputer has deduced thousands of times. As long as we can catch the moment of his energy fluctuation, or take action after he leaves the Kunlun range, the success rate is 37.8%. 37.8%. This number is pitifully low at ordinary times, but when facing an inhuman existence like Lu Chen, it is like a ray of light in the darkness. The eyes of the senior officials in the command center changed and their breathing became heavy. What's the cost? Secretary of State Emily asked sharply. The cost of making a Shadow Thorn is equivalent to that of an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. The doctor said coldly. Moreover, it requires the top-level extraordinary person as a carrier to guide and launch it. The launcher. 99.9% will be backfired by the energy dissipated when the warhead is activated, and will either die or be disabled. At the same time, the technology contained in this weapon, once it is analyzed by Huaxia or that Lu Chen, the cost is high. It costs lives. There is also the risk of technology leakage. But Minister Johnson's eyes became extremely fierce and determined. 37.8% is enough. As long as we can kill that Lu Chen, all the costs are worth it. Even if we can't kill him, we must seriously injure him. Let him know the consequences of offending the United States. Let him not dare to leave Kunlun easily. He slammed the table and said, Doctor, I authorize you in the name of the Minister of Defense. Start the God Killer Plan. Target, Lu Chen. Immediately select the most suitable candidate from the Genesis troops and the recruited extraordinary warriors. Equip them with Shadow Thorns. Find the best time and make sure to kill with one strike. As you command, Mr. Minister. The electronic eyes under the doctor's cloak glowed bluer and he let out a creepy low laugh. God killing, what a wonderful subject. The Thorn of Shadow will bring you the fireworks of the falling of gods. An assassination storm against the Lord of the Earth is quietly brewing on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. At this moment, Lu Chen is enjoying a warm dinner with his family in the number 1 box on the top floor of Linjiang Pavilion. Outside the window is the dazzling night view of the city. There is a faint smile on his lips, as if he knows nothing about the impending crisis. Chapter 56, Night by the River, Hidden Danger. Linjiang Pavilion, number 1 box. Rather than calling it a box, this is a palace suspended in the sky above the city. From the huge French windows, you can see the busiest night scene of Linjiang City, with flashing neon lights and a constant flow of cars, like a galaxy painting. The interior decoration is extremely luxurious yet elegant, and every piece of furnishing is priceless. The huge round table was filled with delicacies, many of which even Lu Jiangwo and Chen Xiulan could not name, but they felt that the color, aroma, taste, and shape were perfect. The waiter, wearing the top-grade cheongsam and elegant temperament, stood by and provided meticulous service. Chen Xiulan and Lu Jiangwo were a little reserved at first, but gradually relaxed under the gentle smile of their son and Su Xiaoyu's sweet and proactive conversation. Looking at their son who had grown up to be a man of great stature and unfathomable character, and his beautiful and sensible girlfriend who seemed to have a very good family background, the two elders felt proud and relieved, and their worries and depression in the early years were swept away. Xiaochen, eat more. You've lost weight. Chen Xiulan kept picking up food for Lu Chen. Mom, you eat too. Lu Chen smiled and picked up a piece of the tenderest fish for his mother. Uncle and aunt, try this crab meat stew, it's the signature dish here. Su Xiaoyu also served the dishes diligently, her little mouth as sweet as honey. Lu Jiangwo watched this scene, his eyes slightly warmed, and he picked up the wineglass. Xiaochen, Dad. I was a little strict with you in the past, and my words were a little harsh. Don't take it to heart. Seeing you like this now, Dad is happy. This glass of wine, Dad toasts you. He drank it all in one gulp, and the spicy wine could not suppress the excitement in his heart. Lu Chen also picked up the wineglass. Dad, you are too kind. I was ignorant before. From now on, you and Mom can enjoy your life with peace of mind. I will take care of everything. He also drank it all. The years of estrangement between father and son melted away quietly in the wine. The atmosphere of the family dinner was warm and harmonious. Qin Feng waited respectfully outside the box to make sure there was no disturbance. He looked through the crack in the door at the happy scene inside, and his awe of Lu Chen deepened. Mr. Lu, who could make things happen with a flip of his hand, was so peaceful and filial in front of his parents. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Lu Chen put down his chopsticks and said to his parents, "Dad, Mom, I found a place over in Kunlun Mountain. The environment is very good and it's good for your health. In a couple of days, I'll have someone pick you up and stay there for a while?" Chen Xiulan hesitated. "Kunlun? It's so far, home." "Mom, don't worry about home." Lu Chen smiled, "Everything has been arranged over there. What's more, the air there is particularly good and can prolong your life. You and Dad have worked hard for most of your lives, it's time to enjoy yourself." His words were by no means empty talk. Within the coverage of the Xingchen Jinyue Tower, the spiritual energy is nourishing, and for ordinary people to live to be 100 years is just the beginning. "Yes, Auntie, it's so beautiful there. It's like a fairyland." Su Xiaoyu also joined in, her big eyes full of sincerity. Lu Jiangwo looked at his wife, then at the expectant eyes of his son and future daughter-in-law, and decided, "Okay. Listen to Xiaochen. Let's go and see the kingdom that our son has built." He said it jokingly, but with pride. Shen Xiulan also smiled and nodded, okay, I'll listen to you." As he was speaking, the communicator on Lu Chen's wrist specially made by Dragon Soul vibrated slightly. He answered it calmly, and Long Zhan's solemn voice came directly into his mind. "Supreme, urgent information. There are unusual movements in the Genesis project at Area 51 of the United States. High-intensity energy focus and spatial fluctuations have been detected, and it is suspected that some targeted high-energy weapons have been activated. The target is very likely you. Codename Shadow Thorn. The specific parameters are unknown, but the threat assessment is extremely high. Please be careful. Dragon Soul has activated the highest alert, do you need to?" Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of coldness flashed across them, but the smile on his face remained unchanged. He calmly replied to the communicator, "Got it. You're just a jumping clown, no need to pay attention to you." Then he cut off the communication. "Xiaochen, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Chen Xiulan asked with concern. "It's okay, Mom. It's just a small matter at the company." Lu Chen smiled easily and served his mother a bowl of soup. "Have some more soup." Su Xiaoyu sat next to Lu Chen, keenly sensing the subtle change in his aura just now, and glanced at him with some concern. Lu Chen gently squeezed her hand under the table, signaling to her to be at ease. "United States, Thorn of Shadow?" Lu Chen sneered in his heart. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy and so-called high-tech weapons are nothing but a joke. He was worried that he couldn't find an opportunity to thoroughly knock these restless guys. Since someone took the initiative to be a target, it's just right to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, so that the whole world can wake up completely. The family dinner continued, and the warmth remained. But Lu Chen's consciousness, like an invisible skynet, quietly covered the entire Linjiang city and extended to the void further away. Any trace of malice and energy fluctuations directed at him or his family would not escape his perception. As the night deepened, the lights of Linjiang Pavilion were bright. In the shadowy corners of the city, several ghostly figures, emitting weak energy fluctuations mostly shielded by special devices, were quietly sneaking towards Linjiang Pavilion with the cover of the night and buildings. They were carrying heavy special equipment boxes, their eyes were numb and cold, like programmed killing machines. The storm had quietly gathered in the night of Linjiang. But in the center of the storm, Lu Chen was smiling and telling his parents about the interesting things in Kunlun's fairyland, as if he knew nothing about the impending destructive attack. Su Xiaoyu snuggled up to him, feeling the warmth from his palm and the calm breath like a mountain, and her worries gradually subsided. With him around, the sky won't fall. Chapter 57, Shadow is defeated, Starship sets sail. On the top floor of Linjiang Pavilion, there is an open-air viewing platform outside the Tianzi No. 1 box. The evening breeze was cool, ruffling Su Xiaoyu's hair. Lu Chen accompanied his parents on the platform to enjoy the night view for a while. The two elders were old and had drunk some wine, so they were a little tired. Lu Chen asked Qin Feng to arrange the best suite for his parents to rest first. Only Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu were left on the platform. "Senior, just now." Su Xiaoyu snuggled in Lu Chen's arms, looking up with a hint of worry in her eyes. Although she didn't know what it was, she could feel that danger was approaching. A few mice hiding in the gutter took a self-righteous toy and tried to tickle me. Lu Chen put his arm around her waist, overlooking the dazzling city below, and said with a hint of disdain and laziness, "It's just right, use them to warn some people." His consciousness had already locked onto the shadow thorn carriers who had sneaked into Linjiang City. There were 5 of them, scattered in different directions, like sophisticated instruments, using the complex urban terrain and the optical camouflage and energy shielding devices on their bodies to make the final approach to Linjiang Pavilion. They all chose the best sniper positions, and were obviously well trained, aiming directly at the top platform where he was. One of them had sneaked to the rooftop of a skyscraper just across the street from Linjiang Pavilion. He quickly and silently opened the special equipment box, took out the heavy shadow thorn launcher, and began the final charging and parameter calibration. The purple energy pattern lit up on the launcher, exuding an ominous aura. The other 4 also set up their weapons at their respective positions, forming a crossfire network. Target locked, energy fluctuation captured, spatial coordinates anchored, countdown 10 seconds, 9, 8. On the rooftop, the assassin codenamed Viper had cold electronic blue light flashing in his eyes and counted down silently. Just as the countdown entered the last 3 seconds, all the shadow thorns were about to complete the final charge and were about to be launched in space flash. Standing on the observation deck, Lu Chen had an icy smile on his face. He didn't even turn around, nor did he make any unnecessary movements. Just a thought. Buzz. An invisible, vast and terrifying will like a sea of stars descended instantly. It was like the eyes of heaven opened, staring at this area indifferently. Time seems to have frozen at this moment. What's going on? I can't move. The Viper on the rooftop was horrified to find that his body, his mind, even the energy in his body and the transmitter under him were completely frozen by an irresistible and incomprehensible force. The countdown was stuck at the number 3 and could no longer jump. He could only watch the purple light on the transmitter flickering wildly and flickering like a bad contact, and the inside made a creaking sound that could not bear the heavy load. The same was true for the other 4 dead men. They were like insects trapped in amber, unable to even blink. The extreme fear instantly overwhelmed their consciousness that was suppressed by drugs and brainwashing. "Ants, dare you shoot arrows into the sky?" Lu Chen's indifferent voice, like a judgment from the underworld, resounded directly in the depths of the souls of the 5 assassins. Snap! 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 There were no earth-shattering explosions. The 5 expensive shadow thorn launchers, which contained some extraterrestrial technology, along with the terrifyingly powerful warheads inside, were instantly twisted, deformed, and disintegrated as if crushed by an invisible force of billions of kilotons. They turned into a pile of smoking, completely scrapped metal garbage. Puff! 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 The bodies of the 5 elite warriors exploded at the same time like punctured balloons. They turned into 5 groups of blood mist, without even a scream. Their souls were completely crushed and shattered at the moment of the terrifying will. From locking to annihilation, the whole process takes less than 1 second. 5 carefully selected sniper points left only 5 pools of quickly cooling blood and twisted metal wreckage to prove what had just happened. On the top floor of Linjiang Pavilion, Lu Chen seemed to just brush off the non-existent dust on his sleeves. He lowered his head and whispered to Su Xiaoyu in his arms, "It's solved." Although Su Xiaoyu didn't see the specific process, she could feel the terrifying pressure that made her heart palpitate flash by, and then all the sense of crisis disappeared. She hugged Lu Chen's waist tightly and buried her face in his arms. "Yeah. The Pentagon, the Eagle's Nest Command Center. God Killer Project, all signals, all disappeared." A technical officer screamed in despair as he watched the 5 signal points on the screen that instantly turned gray, representing the vital signs and weapon status of the dead soldiers. Shadow Thorn, energy reaction, annihilation. Completely destroyed. The voice of another officer was also trembling. On the huge circular main screen, the red dot warning sign representing the Linjiang Pavilion area went out instantly. Deathly silence. Minister Johnson slumped down in his chair, his face pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Secretary Emily covered her mouth, with only boundless fear in her eyes. The electronic eyes under the doctor's cloak flashed wildly, emitting a piercing alarm, and finally with a puff sound, a wisp of green smoke emerged, and it completely dimmed. He himself seemed to have been drained of all his strength and collapsed to the ground. 37.8% success rate? What a joke! They didn't even have the intention to attack before they were killed instantly by the other party from a distance, like squeezing an ant to death. Even their weapons were crushed in mid-air. This was not an assassination at all. This was self-humiliation. This was a demonstration of the hopeless power gap between them. Is he really a god? Johnson muttered to himself, on the verge of a mental breakdown. The top floor of Linjiang Pavilion. Lu Chen ignored the despair on the other side of the ocean. He hugged Su Xiaoyu and looked into the deep night sky. It's time for the minor fights on Earth to come to an end, he said softly. Senior, are we leaving? Su Xiaoyu raised her head, with anticipation for the unknown universe and a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Yes. Lu Chen nodded, let's go see the wider scenery. But before you go, leave some small gifts for home. His mind moved slightly, communicating with the system. System, targeted instant kill, natural treasures or elixirs suitable for ordinary people to take for a long time, to strengthen the body, prolong life, and have no side effects. Ding. Received the command. Consuming the targeted instant kill authority. Refreshing. Item name, Star Soul Pill Ordinary Item. Grade, Lower Spiritual Grade. Effects, it is made by diluting the power of stars and the essence of mild plants. When taken by ordinary people, it can cleanse the tendons and marrow, eliminate all diseases, strengthen the body, and extend life by 30 to 50 years. It has no side effects and the medicinal effect is mild and long-lasting. Quantity, 10 bottles 10 capsules per bottle. Flash sale price, 1 yuan. Instant kill. Ding. Instant kill successful. 10 small white jade bottles appeared in Lu Chen's hands. The bottles were warm and had a faint glow of stars. He handed them to Qin Feng and instructed, give them to my parents and tell them to take 1 pill a month. Also, keep them safe. Yes. Supreme. I will not refuse even if I die. Qin Feng took it respectfully with both hands, shaking with excitement. This is an elixir. After doing all this, Lu Chen had no more worries. He held Su Xiaoyu's hand and walked to the edge of the observation deck. A thought came to my mind. Buzz. The silver-gray Explorer-class interstellar shuttle ship seemed to leap out of the void, silently floating in the night sky outside Linjiang Pavilion. Under the neon lights of the city, its streamlined hull exuded a mysterious and powerful aura. Wow! Su Xiaoyu exclaimed again. Lu Chen put his arm around her waist and took a step forward. The two of them walked steadily in front of the open door of the starship. He took one last look back at the bright lights of thousands of homes below him, and glanced in the direction of the room where his parents were resting. Then, turn around and step into the starship. The hatch closed silently. A faint blue, tangible energy flame spurted out from the tail of the Explorer's engine. There was no deafening roar, only a low hum of energy. The ship adjusted its angle slightly and instantly turned into a silver-gray stream of light that tore through the night sky, piercing the sky at a speed beyond human imagination. In just a few seconds, it broke through the atmosphere, leaving the blue Earth and its satellite, the Moon, behind, and plunged into the vast, star-studded deep space. The Earth quickly shrank outside the porthole and became a beautiful blue planet. Ahead is the boundless vast sea of stars. Lu Chen sat in the main control chair, Su Xiaoyu snuggled up to him, and the two looked at the magnificent and unfamiliar cosmic scene outside the porthole, their eyes full of longing for the future. System, set the route, target, the galaxy closest to the solar system with a planet with a stable ecology. Route setting. Target confirmed, Proxima Centauri Alpha Centauri. Start the warp drive. Go! The Explorer shook slightly, and the space ahead rippled like water waves, forming an invisible force field channel. The starship accelerated instantly and disappeared from the view of the conventional universe, beginning the first true interstellar voyage of mankind. The Earth has entered a new era, the Lu Ken era. And his legend has just begun in the Sea of Stars. Chapter 58, First Voyage to the Starry Sea, Alien Relics. Wrapped in the curvature bubble, the Explorer starship was like a fish swimming through the ocean currents of the universe, leaving the solar system far behind. Outside the porthole, the familiar starry sky was stretched into a colorful band of light, and then quickly returned to normal. Only the position of the stars showed that they had crossed an unimaginable distance. In the main control room of the bridge, Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu sat side by side in the large main control chair. The huge circular screen displayed in real-time various data of the starship, the external star map, and the gradually clear galaxy in front, Alpha Centauri, also known as the Proxima Centauri galaxy. Senior, is that Proxima Centauri? It looks much smaller than the Sun and redder. Su Xiaoyu pointed at the star on the screen that was emitting a dim red light and asked curiously. After the initial shock, her novelty of space travel had overwhelmed her nervousness. Well, Proxima Centauri is a red dwarf star. It is small in size and low in temperature, but has a very long lifespan. Lu Chen nodded and called up the detection data. The system has confirmed that this galaxy has at least one planet in the habitable zone Proxima Centauri b. This is our target for this trip. Habitable zone? Are there aliens there? Su Xiaoyu's big eyes sparkled with excitement. It's possible, but we need to do some field research. Lu Chen controlled the starship to slow down and leave the curvature navigation mode. The conventional engine started, pushing the starship towards the dark red planet marked as Proxima b. As the distance got closer, the outline of Proxima b became clearer on the screen. It was a rocky planet, slightly larger than the Earth, with a large area of dark red rocks and dust on its surface, and a thin atmosphere showing a strange gray-purple color. There was no obvious blue ocean or green vegetation, and it looked desolate and dead. Analysis of atmospheric composition, mainly nitrogen, with extremely low oxygen content, high carbon dioxide concentration, and trace amounts of methane and sulfide. Not suitable for the direct survival of carbon-based life. The Starship AI reported the scan results. Sure enough, Su Xiaoyu curled her lips in disappointment. Lu Chen looked calm, not surprised. Planets with harsh environments in the universe are the norm. He ordered, start a deep scan to look for abnormal energy reactions, artificial structures or life signals on the surface. Yes, Captain, the AI responded. The explorer passed low over the equator of Proxima b, and its powerful scanning beam was like an invisible tentacle, reaching deep beneath the surface of the planet. A few minutes later, the AI's prompt sounded. Warning, a strong and regular energy radiation source has been detected. Coordinates locked, 32.7 degrees north latitude, 118.4 degrees west longitude, located in the center of a huge meteorite crater. Radiation source characteristics, unnatural formation, highly ordered structure, suspected to be technological relics. No active life signals have been detected. Ruins. Su Xiaoyu's disappointment was instantly replaced by new excitement. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Recall the image and land at a safe distance. The starship quickly adjusted its attitude and hovered several thousand meters above the target coordinates. A high-resolution image was transmitted to the main screen. In the center of a huge crater with a diameter of nearly 100 kilometers, stood a building complex that was huge beyond imagination. It was not a common building on Earth, but a honeycomb structure made up of countless huge metal cylinders that were interlaced and connected. The overall structure was dark silver gray, and the surface was covered with strange geometric patterns and long extinguished energy pipes. Many cylinders had broken and collapsed, and were mostly buried in thick red dust, appearing dilapidated. In the center of the building complex, a pyramid-shaped metal spire was particularly eye-catching, with the spire pointing to the sky, and the strong energy radiation was emanating from deep in the tower base. The entire ruins exudes an ancient, cold, inhuman and highly advanced technological atmosphere, which is in sharp contrast to the desolate planetary environment around it. This is incredible. Su Xiaoyu covered her mouth and exclaimed, Senior, is this left by aliens? Where did they go? I don't know. Maybe they are extinct, or maybe they have left. Lu Chen controlled the starship to slowly land on a relatively flat sandy ground, about 1 kilometer away from the edge of the ruins. Let's go down and take a look. Put on protective clothing. The hatch of the Explorer opened, and the two of them, wearing light but powerful Starship Standard protective suits, stepped onto the surface of Proxima b. The gravity was about 1.2 times that of the Earth, and there was fine red dust underfoot. The sky was dark red, and Proxima was like a huge dark red fireball hanging low in the sky. The light was dim and strange, and the air was thin and cold. Follow me closely. Lu Chen took Su Xiaoyu's hand, and the invisible force field around him spread out, isolating the dust and harmful gases from the outside, while providing gentle temperature regulation. The two of them walked towards the silent metal giant as if strolling in the garden. As you get closer to the ruins, you can feel its grandeur and desolation even more. The broken metal pillars are more than 10 meters in diameter and 100 meters high, lying on the ground like the skeleton of a giant dragon. The geometric patterns appear more complex and mysterious when observed up close, as if they contain some kind of information. The air is filled with the smell of metal rust and dust, and there is also a faint, indescribable residual energy. Senior, look there. Su Xiaoyu pointed to a relatively intact arched entrance at the bottom of the pyramid-S spire. There seemed to be a faint light flickering at the entrance. The two carefully stepped into the entrance. Inside was a wide metal passage, with dimmed light strips embedded on the walls, barely providing illumination. The passage sloped downward, deep into the pyramid. As they went deeper, the feeling of energy radiation became stronger and stronger. After walking for about 10 minutes, the end of the passage suddenly opened up and a huge circular hall appeared. In the center of the hall, a complex sphere with a diameter of about 3 meters was suspended, which was made of countless diamond-shaped crystals. The surface of the sphere was shining, and there seemed to be a nebula slowly rotating inside. It was the source of the strong energy radiation. Under the sphere, there were 12 pedestals of various shapes, also made of crystals. Most of them were dim and even broken. Only 2 of them were still emitting a faint light. So beautiful. Su Xiaoyu was shocked by the beauty of the crystal sphere. Lu Chen's eyes were sharper. He stared at the sphere and scanned the larger and more complex geometric patterns and some pictograms he had never seen before engraved on the surrounding walls. System, scan and analyze the sphere and the surrounding environment, and try to decipher the text. Ding. Scanning. Target, unknown civilization energy core hub severely damaged. Weak information flow detected. Text analysis started. Database comparison. Matching degree less than 0.01%. Try to perform basic logical deduction. At this moment, something strange happened. Buzz. The Explorer starship's emergency communication suddenly connected to Lu Chen and Su Xiaoyu's helmet communicators, and the AI's voice was unprecedentedly urgent. Warning! Warning! Hyperspace fluctuations detected. Location, Kuiper Belt region on the outskirts of the galaxy. Number 3. Energy characteristics, high energy, hostile. Target, this ship and the location of the ruins. Estimated contact time, 5 minutes. Repeat, an unknown hostile fleet detected. Estimated contact time, 5 minutes. Almost at the same time. The suspended crystal sphere in the center of the hall seemed to be activated by an external signal. The internal nebula suddenly accelerated its rotation, and the light became dazzling. A chaotic and warning mental wave suddenly broke out, sweeping across the entire hall like an invisible storm. Be careful! Lu Chen instantly protected Su Xiaoyu behind him, and the power of the Heart of Stars burst out, forming a shield to resist this mental shock. In the chaotic mental fluctuations, intermittent fragments of images full of despair and warnings were mixed in, forcibly pouring into Lu Chen's perception. In the endless dark starry sky, there is a hideous fleet that looks like a giant metal insect. Destructive energy beams tear the planet apart. Countless alien races of various shapes and sizes wailed and turned to ashes in the flames of war. Finally, it stopped at a huge emblem that looked like a black hole vortex. They are coming. An ancient and weak voice, as if it came directly from the crystal sphere, sounded in Lu Chen's mind, full of deep hatred and a final warning, and then fell completely silent. The light of the sphere also dimmed rapidly, as if it had exhausted its last bit of strength. Senior. Su Xiaoyu's face turned pale and she tightly grasped Lu Chen's arm. The devastating scene and the desperate mood left her with lingering fears. Lu Chen's eyes were as cold as ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. He raised his head, and his gaze seemed to penetrate the thick pyramids and the planet's atmosphere, looking towards the edge of the distant galaxy. It seems that a guest has come uninvited. His voice was calm, but it contained terrifying murderous intent. It's just right. I'll try my hand on you and ask for some interest from this ancient civilization. He grabbed Su Xiaoyu's waist and said, "Let's go back to the ship. Prepare to meet the enemy."